Afterward, by Edith Wharton. Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it. The assertion, laughingly flung out 6 months earlier in a bright June garden, came back to Mary Boyne with a new perception of its significance as she stood in the December dusk, waiting for the lamps to be brought into the library. The words had been spoken by their friend Alida Stair as they sat at tea on her lawn at Pangbourne, in reference to the very house of which the library in question was the central, the pivotal feature. Mary Boyne and her husband, in quest of a country place in one of the southern or southwestern counties, had, on their arrival in England, carried their problem straight to Alida Stair, who had successfully solved it in her own case. But it was not until they had rejected, almost capriciously, several practical and judicious suggestions that she threw out, "Well, there's Ling in Dorsetshire. It belongs to Hugo's cousins, and you can get it for a song." The reason she gave for its being obtainable on these terms, its remoteness from a station, its lack of electric light, hot water pipes and other vulgar necessities, were exactly those pleasing in its flavour with two romantic Americans perversely in search of the economic drawbacks which were associated, in their tradition, with unusual architectural felicities. "I should never believe I was living in an old house unless I was thoroughly uncomfortable," Ned Boyne, the more extravagant of the two, had jocosely insisted. "The least hint of convenience would make me think it had been brought out of an exhibition with the pieces numbered and set up again." And they had proceeded to enumerate with humorous precision their various doubts and demands, refusing to believe that the house their cousin recommended was really Tudor, till they learned it had no heating system, or that the village church was literally in the grounds, till she assured them of the deplorable uncertainty of the water supply. "It's too uncomfortable to be true," Edward Boyne had continued to exult as the avowal of each disadvantage was successively wrung from her. But he had cut short his rhapsody to ask, with a relapse to distrust, "And the ghost? You've been concealing from us the fact that there is no ghost." Mary at the moment had laughed with him, yet almost with her laugh, being possessed of several sets of independent perceptions, had been struck by a note of flatness in Alida's answering hilarity. "Oh, Dorsetshire's full of ghosts, you know." Yes, but that won't do. I don't want to have to drive 10 miles to see somebody else's ghost. I want one of my own on the premises. Is there a ghost at Ling?" His rejoinder had made Alida laugh again, and it was then that she had flung back tantalizing, "Oh, there is one, of course, but you'll never know it." "Never know it?" Boyne pulled her up. "But what in the world constitutes a ghost except the fact of its being known for one?" "I can't say. But that's the story. That there's a ghost, but that nobody knows it's a ghost. Well, not till afterward, at any rate. Till afterward. Not till long, long afterward. But if it's once been identified as an unearthly visitant, why hasn't its signalement been handed down in the family? How has it managed to preserve its incognito?" Alida could only shake her head. "Don't ask me." But it has. And then suddenly, Mary spoke up as if from cavernous depths of divination. Suddenly, long afterwards, one says to oneself, "That was it." She was startled at the sepulchral sound with which her question fell on the banter of the other two, and she saw the shadow of the same surprise flit across Alida's pupils. "I suppose so. One just has to wait." "Oh, hang waiting," Ned broke in. "Life's too short for a ghost who can only be enjoyed in retrospect. Can't we do better than that, Mary?" But it turned out that in the event they were not destined to, for within 3 months of their conversation with Mrs. Stair they were settled at Ling, and the life they'd yearned for, to the point of planning it in advance in all its daily details, had actually begun for them. It was to sit in the thick December dusk by just such a wide-hooded fireplace, under just such black oak rafters, with the sense that beyond the mullioned panes the downs were darkened to a deeper solitude. It was for the ultimate indulgence from such sensations that Mary Boyne, abruptly exiled from New York by her husband's business, had endured for nearly 14 years the soul-deadening ugliness of a Middle Western town, and that Boyne had ground on doggedly at his engineering, till, with a suddenness that still made her blink, the prodigious windfall of the Blue Star Mine had put them at a stroke in possession of life and the leisure to taste it. They had never for a moment meant their new state to be one of idleness, but they meant to give themselves only to harmonious activities. She had her vision of painting and gardening against a background of grey walls. He dreamed of the production of his long-planned book on the economic basis of culture, and with such absorbing work ahead, no existence could be too sequestered. They couldn't get far enough from the world, or plunge deep enough into the past. Dorsetshire had attracted them from the first by an air of remoteness out of all proportion to its geographical position. But to the Boynes, it was one of the ever-recurring wonders of the whole incredibly compressed island, a nest of counties, as they put it, that for the production of its effects so little of a given quality went so far, that so few miles made a distance, and so short a distance a difference. It's that Ned had once enthusiastically explained, that gives such depth to their efforts, such relief to their contrasts. They've been able to lay the butter so thick on every delicious mouthful. The butter had certainly been laid on thick at Ling. The old house, hidden under a shoulder of the downs, had almost all the finer marks of commerce with a protracted past. The mere fact that it was neither large nor exceptional made it, to the Boynes, abound the more completely in its special charm. The charm of having been for centuries a deep, dim reservoir of life. The life had probably not been of the most vivid order. For long periods, no doubt, it had fallen as noiselessly into the past as the quiet drizzle of autumn fell, hour after hour, into the fish pond between the yews. But these backwaters of existence sometimes breed, in their sluggish depths, strange acuities of emotion, and Mary Boyne had felt from the first time the mysterious stir of intenser memories. The feeling had never been stronger than on this particular afternoon, when, waiting in the library for the lamps to come, she rose from her seat and stood among the shadows of the hearth. Her husband had gone off, after luncheon, for one of his long tramps on the downs. She had noticed of late that he preferred to go alone, and in the tried security of their personal relations had been driven to conclude that his book was bothering him, and that he needed the afternoons to turn over in solitude the problems left from the morning's work. Certainly the book was not going as smoothly as she had thought it would, and there were lines of perplexity between his eyes such as had never been there in his engineering days. He had often then looked fagged to the verge of illness, but the native demon of worry had never branded his brow. Yet the few pages he had so far read to her, the introduction and a summary of the opening chapter, showed a firm hold on his subject, and an increasing confidence in his powers. The fact threw her into deeper perplexity, since now that he had done with business and its disturbing contingencies, the one other possible source of anxiety was eliminated. Unless it were his health, then. But physically he had gained since they had come to Dorsetshire, grown robuster, ruddier, and fresher-eyed. It was only within the last week that she had felt in him the undefinable change which made her restless in his absence and as tongue-tied in his presence, as though it were she who had a secret to keep from him. The thought that there was a secret somewhere between them struck her with a sudden rap of wonder, and she looked about her down the long room. "Can it be the house?" she mused. The room itself might have been full of secrets. They seemed to be piling themselves up as evening fell, like the layers and layers of velvet shadow dropping from the low ceiling, the row of books, the smoke-blurred sculpture of the hearth. Why, of course. The house is haunted, she reflected. The ghost, Alida's imperceptible ghost, after figuring largely in the banter of their first month or two at Ling, had been gradually left aside as too ineffectual for imaginative use. Mary had indeed, as became the tenant of a haunted house, made the customary inquiries among her rural neighbours, but beyond a vague, "They do say so, ma'am," the villagers had nothing to impart. The elusive spectre had apparently never had sufficient identity for a legend to crystallize about it, and after a time the Boynes had set the matter down to their profit and loss account, agreeing that Ling was one of the few houses good enough in itself to dispense with supernatural enhancements. "And I suppose, poor ineffectual demon, that's why it beats its beautiful wings in vain in the void," Mary had laughingly concluded. "Or rather," Ned answered in the same strain, "why, amid so much that's ghostly, it can never affirm its separate existence as the ghost." And thereupon their invisible housemate had finally dropped out of their references, which were numerous enough to make them soon unaware of the loss. Now, as she stood on the hearth, the subject of her earlier curiosity revived in her with a new sense of its meaning, a sense gradually acquired through daily contact with the scene of the lurking mystery. It was the house itself, of course, that possessed the ghost-seeing faculty, that communed visually but secretly with its own past. If one could only get into close enough communion with the house, one might surprise its secret and acquire the ghost sight on one's own account. Perhaps, in his long hours in this very room, where she never trespassed till the afternoon, her husband had acquired it already, and was silently carrying about the weight of whatever it had revealed to him. Mary was too well versed in the code of the spectral world not to know that one could not talk about the ghosts one saw. To do so was almost as great a breach of taste as to name a lady in a club, but this explanation did not really satisfy her. What, after all, except for the fun of the shudder, she reflected, would he really care for any of their old ghosts? And thence she was thrown back once more on the fundamental dilemma. The fact that one's greater or less susceptibility to spectral influences had no particular bearing on the case, since when one did see a ghost at Ling, one did not know it. Not till long afterward, Alida Stair had said. Well, supposing Ned had seen one when they first came, and had known only within the last week what had happened to him. More and more, under the spell of the hour, she threw back her thoughts to the early days of their tenancy, but at first only to recall a lively confusion of unpacking, settling, arranging of books, and calling to each other from remote corners of the house, as treasure after treasure it revealed itself to them. It was in this particular connection that she presently recalled a certain soft afternoon of the previous October, when passing from the first rapturous flurry of exploration to a detailed inspection of the old house, she had pressed, like a novel heroine, a panel that opened on a flight of corkscrew stairs leading to a flat ledge on the roof, which from below seemed to slope away on all sides too abruptly for any but practised feet to scale. The view from this hidden coign was enchanting, and she had flown down to snatch Ned from his papers and give him the freedom of her discovery. She remembered still how, standing at her side, and then dropped contentedly back to trace the arabesque of yew hedges about the fish pond and the shadow of the cedar on the lawn. "And now the other way," he had said, turning her about within his arm, and closely pressed to him, she had absorbed, like some long satisfying draught, the picture of the grey-walled court, the squat lions on the gates, and the lime avenue reaching up to the high road under the downs. It was just then, while they gazed and held each other, that she had felt his arms relax and heard a sharp "Hello!" that made her turn to glance at him. Distinctly, yes, she now recalled that she had seen, as she glanced, a shadow of anxiety, or of perplexity rather, fall across his face, and following his eyes had beheld the figure of a man, a man in loose greyish clothes, as it appeared to her, who was sauntering down the lime avenue to the court with the doubtful gait of a stranger who seeks his way. Her short-sighted eyes had given her but a blurred impression of slightness and greyishness, with something foreign, or at least unlocal, in the cut of the figure or its dress. But her husband had apparently seen more. Seen enough to make him push past her with a hasty "Wait!" and dash down the stairs without pausing to give her a hand. A slight tendency to dizziness obliged her, after a provisional clutch at the chimney against which they had been leaning, to follow him, first more cautiously, and when she reached the landing, she paused again, for a less definite reason, leaning over the banister to strain her eyes through the silence of the brown, sun-flecked depths. She lingered there, until somewhere in those depths she heard the closing of a door. Then, mechanically impelled, she went down the shallow flight of steps till she reached the lower hall. The front door stood open on the sunlight of the court, and hall and court were empty. The library door was open too, and after listening in vain for any sound of voices within, she crossed the threshold and found her husband alone, vaguely fingering the papers on his desk. He looked up, as if surprised at her entrance, but the shadow of anxiety had passed from his face, leaving it even, as she fancied, a little brighter and clearer than usual. "What was it? Who was it?" she asked. "Who?" he repeated, with the surprise still all on his side. "The man we saw coming towards the house." He seemed to reflect. "The man? Why? I thought I saw Peters. I dashed after him to say a word about the stable drains, but he disappeared before I could get down." "Disappeared? But he seemed to be walking so slowly when we saw him." Boyne shrugged his shoulders. "So I thought. But he must have got up steam in the interval. What do you say to our trying a scramble up Meldon Steep before sunset?" That was all. At the time, the occurrence had been less than nothing, had indeed been immediately obliterated by the magic of their first vision from Meldon Steep, a height which they had dreamed of climbing ever since they had first seen its bare spine rising above the roof of Ling. Doubtless it was the mere fact of the other incidents having occurred on the very day of their ascent to Meldon that had kept it stored away in the fold of memory, from which it now emerged. For in itself it had no mark of the pretentious. At the moment there could have been nothing more natural than that Ned should dash down from the roof in pursuit of dilatory tradesmen. It was the period when they were always on the watch for one or other of the specialists employed about the place, always lying in place for them and rushing out at them with questions, reproaches, or reminders. And certainly, in the distance, the grey figure had looked like Peters. Yet now, as she reviewed the scene, she felt her husband's explanation of it to have been invalidated by the look of anxiety on his face. Why had the familiar appearance of Peters made him anxious? Why, above all, if it was of such prime necessity to confer with him on the subject of the stable drains, had the failure to find him produced such a look of relief? Mary could not say that any one of these questions had occurred to her at the time, yet, from the promptness with which they now marshalled themselves at her summons, she had a sense that they must all along have been there, waiting their hour. Weary with her thoughts, she moved to the window. The library was now quite dark, and she was surprised to see how much faint light the outer world still held. As she peered out into it across the court, a figure shaped itself far down the perspective of bare limes. It looked a mere blot of deeper grey in the greyness, and for an instant, as it moved towards her, her heart thumped to the thought, "It's the ghost." She had time in that long instant to feel suddenly that the man of whom 2 months earlier she had had a distant vision from the roof was now, at his predestined hour, about to reveal himself as not having been Peters, and her spirit sank under the impending fear of the disclosure. But almost with the next tick of the clock, the figure, gaining substance and character, showed itself, even to her weak sight, as her husband's, and she turned to meet him, as he entered with the confession of her folly. It's really too absurd, she laughed out, but I never can remember. Remember what? Boyne questioned as they drew together. That when one sees the Ling ghost, one never knows it. Her hand was on his sleeve, and he kept it there, but with no response in his gesture or in the lines of his preoccupied face. Do you think you'd seen it? He asked, after an appreciable interval. Why, I actually took you for it, my dear, in my mad determination to spot it. Me? Just now? His arm dropped away, and he turned from her with the faint echo of her laugh. Really, dearest, you'd better give it up if that's the best you can do. Oh, yes, I'll give it up. Have you? She asked, turning round on him abruptly. The parlour-maid had entered with letters and a lamp, and the light struck up into Boyne's face as he bent above the tray she presented. Have you? Mary perversely insisted when the servant had disappeared on her errand of illumination. Have I what? He rejoined absently, the light bringing out the sharp stamp of worry between his brows as he turned over the letters. Given up trying to see the ghost? Her heart beat a little at the experiment she was making. Her husband, laying his letters aside, moved away into the shadow of the hearth. I never tried, he said, tearing open the wrapper of a newspaper. Well, of course, Mary persisted. The exasperating thing is that there's no use trying, since one can't be sure until so long afterward. He was unfolding the paper, as if he had hardly heard her, but after a pause, during which the sheets rustled spasmodically between his hands, he looked up to ask, Have you any idea how long? Mary had sunk into a low chair beside the fireplace. From her seat she glanced over, startled, at her husband's profile, which was projected against the circle of the lamplight. No, none. Have you? She retorted, repeating her former phrase with an added stress of intention. Boyne crumpled the paper into a bunch and then, inconsequently, turned back with it towards the lamp. Lord, no, I only meant, he explained with a faint tinge of impatience, is there any legend, any tradition as to that? Not that I know of, she answered, but the impulse to add, What makes you ask, was checked by the reappearance of the parlour-maid with tea and a second lamp. With the dispersal of shadows and the repetition of the daily domestic office, Mary Boyne felt herself less oppressed by that sense of something mutely imminent which had darkened her afternoon. For a few moments she gave herself to the details of her task, and when she looked up from it, she was struck to the point of bewilderment by the change in her husband's face. He had seated himself near the farther lamp and was absorbed in the perusal of his letters. But was it something he had found in them, or merely the shifting of her own point of view that had restored his features to their normal aspect? The longer she looked, the more definitely the change affirmed itself. The lines of tension had vanished, and such traces of fatigue as lingered were of the kind easily attributable to steady mental effort. He glanced up, as if drawn by her gaze, and met her eyes with a smile. I'm dying for my tea, you know, and here's a letter for you, he said. She took the letter he held out in exchange for the cup she proffered him, and returning to her seat, broke the seal with the languid gesture of the reader whose interests are all enclosed in the circle of one cherished presence. Her next conscious motion was that of starting to her feet, the letter falling to them as she rose, while she held out to her husband a newspaper clipping. Ned, what's this? What does it mean? He had risen at the same instant, almost as if hearing her cry before she uttered it, and for a perceptible space of time he and she studied each other, like adversaries watching for an advantage, across the space between her chair and his desk. What's what? You fairly made me jump, Boyne said at length, moving towards her with a sudden half-exasperated laugh. The shadow of apprehension was on his face again. Not now a look of fixed foreboding, but a shifting vigilance of lips and eyes that gave her the sense of feeling himself invisibly surrounded. Her hand shook so that she could hardly give him the clipping. This article from the Waukesha Sentinel, that a man named Elwell has brought suit against you, that there was something wrong about the Blue Star Mine. I can't understand more than half. They continued to face each other as she spoke, and to her astonishment she saw that her words had the almost immediate effect of dissipating the strained watchfulness of his look. "Oh, that!" He glanced down the printed slip and then folded it with the gesture of one who handles something harmless and familiar. "What is the matter with you this afternoon, Mary? I thought you'd had bad news." She stood before him with her indefinable terror subsiding slowly under the reassurance of his tone. "You knew about this, then? It's all right?" "Certainly I knew about it, and it's all right." "But what is it? I don't understand. What does this man accuse you of?" Pretty nearly every crime in the calendar." Boyne had tossed the clipping down and thrown himself into an armchair near the fire. "Do you want to hear the story? It's not particularly interesting, just a squabble over interests in the Blue Star." "But who is this Elwell? I don't know the name." "Oh, he's a fellow I put into it, gave him a hand up. I told you all about him at the time." "Oh, I dare say, I must have forgotten." Vainly she strained back among her memories. "But if you helped him, why does he make this return?" "Probably some shyster lawyer got hold of him and talked him over. It's all rather technical and complicated. I thought that kind of thing bored you." His wife felt a sting of compunction. Theoretically, she deprecated the American wife's detachment from her husband's professional interests, but in practice, she had always found it difficult to fix her attention on Boyne's report of the transactions in which his varied interests involved him. Besides, she had felt during their years of exile that in a community where the amenities of living could be obtained only at the cost of efforts as arduous as her husband's professional labours, such brief leisure as he and she could command should be used as an escape from immediate preoccupations, a flight to the life they always dreamed of living. Once or twice now that his new life had actually drawn its magic circle about them, she had asked herself if she had done right. But hitherto such conjectures had been no more than the retrospective exertions of active fantasy. Now, for the first time, it startled her a little to find out how little she knew of the material foundation on which her happiness was built. She glanced at her husband and was again reassured by the composure of his face, yet she felt the need of more definite grounds for her reassurance. "But doesn't this suit worry you? Why have you never spoken to me about it?" He answered both questions at once. "I didn't speak of it at first because it did worry me, annoyed me rather. But it's all ancient history now. Your correspondent must have got hold of a back number of the Sentinel." She felt a quick thrill of relief. "You mean it's over? He's lost his case?" There was a just perceptible delay in Boyne's reply. "The suit's been withdrawn, that's all." But she persisted as if to exonerate herself from the inward charge of being too easily put off. "Withdrawn it because he saw he had no chance?" "Oh, he had no chance," Boyne answered. She was still struggling with a dimly felt perplexity at the back of her thoughts. "How long ago was it withdrawn?" He paused as if with a slight return of his former uncertainty. "I've just had the news now, but I've been expecting it." "Just now, in one of your letters?" "Yes, in one of my letters." She made no answer and was aware only, after a short interval of waiting, that he had risen and, strolling across the room, had placed himself on the sofa at her side. She felt him, as he did so, pass an arm about her. She felt his hand seek hers and clasp it, and turning slowly, drawn by the warmth of his cheek, she met his smiling eyes. "It's all right? It's all right?" she questioned, through the flood of her dissolving doubts, and "I give you my word it was never righter." He laughed back at her, holding her close. One of the strangest things she was afterwards to recall out of all the next day's strangeness was the sudden and complete recovery of her sense of security. It was in the air when she awoke in her low-ceiled, dusky room. It went with her downstairs to the breakfast table, flashed out at her from the fire, and reduplicated itself from the flanks of the urn and the sturdy flutings of the Georgian teapot. It was as if, in some roundabout way, all her diffused fears of the previous day, with their moment of sharp concentration about the newspaper article, as if this dim questioning of the future and startled return upon the past had between them liquidated the arrears of some haunting moral obligation. If she had indeed been careless of her husband's affairs, it was, her new state seemed to prove, because her faith in him instinctively justified such carelessness, and his right to her faith had now affirmed itself in the very face of menace and suspicion. She had never seen him more untroubled, more naturally and unconsciously himself than after the cross-examination to which she had subjected him. It was almost as if he had been aware of her doubts and had wanted the air cleared as much as she did. It was as clear, thank heaven, as the bright outer light that surprised her almost with a touch of summer when she issued from the house for her daily round of the gardens. She had left Boyne at his desk indulging herself, as she passed the library door, by a last peep at his quiet face, where he bent, pipe in mouth, above his papers, and now she had her own morning's task to perform. The task involved, on such charmed winter days, almost as much happy loitering about the different quarters of her domain as if spring were already at work there. There were such endless possibilities still before her, such opportunities to bring out the latent graces of the old place without a single irreverent touch of alteration, that the winter was all too short to plan what spring and autumn executed. And her recovered sense of safety gave, on this particular morning, a particular zest to her progress through the sweet, still place. She went first to the kitchen garden, where the espaliered pear trees drew complicated patterns on the walls, and pigeons were fluttering and preening about the silvery slated roof of their cote. There was something wrong about the piping of the hothouse, and she was expecting an authority from Dorchester who was to drive out between trains and make a diagnosis of the boiler. But when she dipped into the damp heat of the greenhouses, among the spiced scents and waxy pinks and reds of old-fashioned exotics, even the flora of Ling was in the note. She learned that the great man had not arrived, and the day being too rare to waste in an artificial atmosphere, she came out again and paced along the springy turf of the bowling green to the gardens behind the house. At their farther end rose a grass terrace, looking across the fish pond and yew hedges to the long house front, with its twisted chimney stacks and blue roof angels, all drenched in the pale gold moisture of the air. Seen thus across the level tracery of the gardens, it sent her, from open windows and hospitably smoking chimneys, the look of some warm human presence, of a mind slowly ripened on a sunny wall of experience. She had never before had such a sense of her intimacy with it, such a conviction that its secrets were all beneficent, kept, as they said to children, for one's own good, such a trust in its power to gather up her life and Ned's into the harmonious pattern of the long, long story it sat there weaving in the sun. She heard steps behind her and turned, expecting to see the gardener accompanied by the engineer from Dorchester. But only one figure was in sight, that of a youngish, slightly built man, who, for reasons she could not on the spot have given, did not remotely resemble her notion of an authority on hothouse boilers. The newcomer, on seeing her, lifted his hat and paused with the air of a gentleman, perhaps a traveller, who wishes to make it known that his intrusion is involuntary. Ling occasionally attracted the more cultivated traveller, and Mary half expected to see the stranger dissemble a camera or justify his presence by producing it. But he made no gesture of any sort, and after a moment she asked, in a tone responding to the courteous hesitation of his attitude, "Is there anyone you wish to see?" "I came to see Mr. Boyne," he answered. His intonation, rather than his accent, was faintly American, and Mary, at the note, looked at him more closely. The brim of his soft felt hat cast a shade on his face, which, thus obscured, wore to her short-sighted gaze a look of seriousness, as of a person arriving on business, and civilly but firmly aware of his rights. Past experience had made her equally sensible to such claims, but she was jealous of her husband's morning hours, and doubtful of his having given anyone the right to intrude upon them. "Have you an appointment with my husband?" she asked. The visitor hesitated, as if unprepared for the question. "I think he expects me." he replied. It was Mary's turn to hesitate. You see, this is his time for work. He never sees anyone in the morning. He looked at her a moment without answering. Then, as if accepting her decision, he began to move away. As he turned, Mary saw him pause and glance up at the peaceful house front. Something in his air suggested weariness and disappointment, the dejection of the traveller who has come from far off and whose hours are limited by the timetable. It occurred to her that if this were the case, her refusal might have made his errand vain, and a sense of compunction caused her to hasten after him. "May I ask if you've come a long way?" He gave her the same grave look. "Yes, I've come a long way." "Then, if you go to the house, no doubt my husband will see you. You'll find him in the library." She didn't know why she had added the last phrase, except from a vague impulse to atone for her previous inhospitality. The visitor seemed about to express his thanks, but her attention was distracted by the approach of the gardener with a companion who bore all the marks of being the expert from Dorchester. "This way," she said, waving the stranger to the house, and an instant later she had forgotten him in the absorption of her meeting with the boiler-maker. The encounter led to such far-reaching results that the engineer ended by finding it expedient to ignore his train, and Mary was beguiled into spending the remainder of the morning in absorbed confabulation among the flower-pots. When the colloquy ended, she was surprised to find that it was nearly luncheon time, and she half expected, as she hurried back to the house, to see her husband coming out to meet her. But she found no one in the court but an under-gardener raking the gravel, and the hall, when she entered it, was so silent that she guessed Boyne to be still at work. Not wishing to disturb him, she turned into the drawing-room, and there, at her writing-table, lost herself in renewed calculations of the outlay to which the morning's conference had pledged her. The fact that she could permit herself such follies had not yet lost its novelty, and somehow, in contrast to the vague fears of the previous days, it now seemed an element of her recovered security, of the sense that, as Ned had said, things in general had never been righter. She was still luxuriating in a lavish play of figures when the parlour-maid, from the threshold, roused her with an inquiry as to the expediency of serving luncheon. It was one of their jokes. The Trimmel announced luncheon as if she were divulging a state secret, and Mary, intent upon her papers, merely murmured an absent-minded assent. She felt Trimmel wavering doubtfully on the threshold, as if in rebuke of such unconsidered assent. Then her retreating steps sounded down the passage, and Mary, pushing away her papers, crossed the hall and went to the library door. It was still closed, and she wavered in her turn, disliking to disturb her husband, yet anxious that he should not exceed his usual measure of work. As she stood there, balancing her impulses, Trimmel returned with the announcement of luncheon, and Mary, thus impelled, opened the library door. Boyne was not at his desk, and she peered about her, expecting to discover him before the bookshelves, somewhere down the length of the room, but her call brought no response, and gradually it became clear to her that he was not there. She turned back to the parlour-maid. "Mr. Boyne must be upstairs. Please tell him that luncheon is ready." Trimmel appeared to hesitate between the obvious duty of obedience and an equally obvious conviction of the foolishness of the injunction laid on her. The struggle resulted in her saying, "If you please, madam, Mr. Boyne's not upstairs." "Not in his room, are you sure?" "I'm sure, madam." Mary consulted the clock. "Where is he, then?" "He's gone out," Trimmel announced, with the superior air of one who has respectfully waited for the question that a well-ordered mind would have put first. Mary's conjecture had been right, then. Boyne must have gone to the gardens to meet her, and since she had missed him, it was clear that he had taken the shorter way by the south door instead of going round to the court. She crossed the hall to the French window opening directly on the yew garden, but the parlour-maid, after another moment of inner conflict, decided to bring out, "Please, madam, Mr. Boyne didn't go that way." Mary turned back. "Where did he go? And when?" "He went out of the front door, up the drive, madam." It was a matter of principle with Trimmel never to answer more than one question at a time. "Up the drive? At this hour?" Mary went to the door herself and glanced across the court through the tunnel of bare limes, but its perspective was as empty as when she had scanned it on entering. Did Mr. Boyne leave no message? Trimmle seemed to surrender herself to a last struggle with the forces of chaos. No, madam. He just went out with the gentleman. The gentleman? What gentleman? Mary wheeled about as if to front this new factor. The gentleman who called, madam, said Trimmle resignedly. When did the gentleman call? Do explain yourself, Trimmle. Only the fact that Mary was very hungry and that she wanted to consult her husband about the greenhouses would have caused her to lay so unusual an injunction on her attendant. And even now she was detached enough to note in Trimmle's eyes the dawning defiance of the respectful subordinate who was being pressed too hard. I couldn't exactly say the hour, madam, because I didn't let the gentleman in, she replied with an air of discreetly ignoring the irregularity of her mistress's course. You didn't let him in? No, madam. When the bell rang, I was dressing, and Agnes— Go and ask Agnes, then, said Mary. Trimmle still wore her look of patient magnanimity. Agnes wouldn't know, madam, for she had unfortunately burnt her hand in trimming the wick of the new lamp from town. Trimmle, as Mary was aware, had always been opposed to the new lamp, and so Mrs. Dockett sent the kitchen maid instead. Mary looked again at the clock. It's after 2. Go and ask the kitchen maid if Mr. Boyne left any word. She went into luncheon without waiting, and Trimmle presently brought to her there the kitchen maid's statement that the gentleman had called about 11 o'clock, and that Mr. Boyne had gone out with him without leaving any message. The kitchen maid didn't even know the caller's name, for he had written it on a slip of paper, which he had folded and handed to her, with the injunction to deliver it at once to Mr. Boyne. Mary finished her luncheon still wondering when it was over, and Trimmle had brought the coffee to the drawing-room. Her wonder had deepened to at first a faint tinge of disquietude. It was unlike Boyne to absent himself without explanation at so unwonted an hour, and their difficulty of identifying the visitor whose summons he had apparently obeyed made his disappearance the more unaccountable. Mary Boyne's experience as the wife of a busy engineer, subject to sudden calls and compelled to keep irregular hours, had trained her to the philosophic acceptance of surprises. But since Boyne's withdrawal from business, he had adopted a Benedictine regularity of life, as if to make up for the dispersed and agitated years with their stand-up lunches and dinners rattled down to the joltings of the dining cars. He cultivated the last refinements of punctuality and monotony, discouraging his wife's fancy for the unexpected, and declaring that to a delicate taste there were infinite gradations of pleasure in the recurrences of habit. Still, since no life can completely defend itself from the unforeseen, it was evident that all Boyne's precautions would sooner or later prove unavailing, and Mary concluded that he had cut short a tiresome visit by walking with his caller to the station, or at least accompanying him for part of the way. This conclusion relieved her from further preoccupation, and she went out herself to take up her conference with the gardener. Then she walked to the village post office, a mile or so away, and when she returned towards home, the early twilight was settling in. She had taken a footpath across the downs, and as Boyne meanwhile had probably returned from the station by the high road, there was little likelihood of their meeting. She felt sure, however, of his having reached the house before her, so sure that when she entered it herself, without even pausing to inquire of Trimmle, she made directly for the library. But the library was still empty, and with an unwonted exactness of visual memory she observed that the papers on her husband's desk lay precisely as they had lain when she had gone in to call him to luncheon. Then, of a sudden, she was seized by a vague dread of the unknown. She had closed the door behind her on entering, and, as she stood alone in the long silent room, her dread seemed to take shape and sound, to be there breathing and lurking among the shadows. Her short-sighted eyes strained through them, half discerning an actual presence, something aloof, that watched and knew. And in the recoil from that intangible presence, she threw herself on the bell-rope and gave it a sharp pull. The sharp summons brought Trimmle in precipitately with a lamp, and Mary breathed again at this sobering reappearance of the usual. "You may bring tea if Mr. Boyne is in," she said to justify her ring. "Very well, madam, but Mr. Boyne is not in," said Trimmle, putting down the lamp. "Not in? You mean he's come back and gone out again?" "No, madam, he's never been back." The dread stirred again, and Mary knew that now it had her fast. "Not since he went out with the gentleman?" Not since he went out with the gentleman. But who was the gentleman? Mary insisted, with the shrill note of someone trying to be heard through a confusion of noises. That I couldn't say, madam. Trimmle, standing there by the lamp, seemed suddenly to grow less round and rosy, as though eclipsed by the same creeping shade of apprehension. But the kitchen maid knows. Wasn't it the kitchen maid who let him in? She doesn't know either, madam, for he wrote his name on a folded paper. Mary, through her agitation, was aware that they were both designating the unknown visitor by a vague pronoun, instead of the conventional formula which till then had kept their allusions within the bounds of conformity. And at the same moment her mind caught at the suggestion of the folded paper. But he must have a name. Where's the paper? She moved to the desk and began to turn over the documents that littered it. The first that caught her eyes was an unfinished letter in her husband's hand, with his pen lying across it, as though dropped there at a sudden summons. My dear Parvis. Who was Parvis? I have just received your letter announcing Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no further risk of trouble, it might be safer. She tossed the sheet aside and continued her search, but no folded paper was discoverable among the letters and pages of manuscript which had been swept together in a heap, as if by a hurried or startled gesture. But the kitchen maid saw him. Send her here, she commanded, wondering at her dullness in not thinking sooner of so simple a solution. Trimmle vanished in a flash, as if thankful to be out of the room, and when she reappeared, conducting the agitated underling, Mary had regained her self-possession and had her questions ready. The gentleman was a stranger. Yes, that she understood, but what had he said? And above all, what had he looked like? The first question was easily enough answered, for the disconcerting reason that he had said so little, had merely asked for Mr. Boyne, and scribbling something on a bit of paper, had requested that it should at once be carried in to him. Then you don't know what he wrote? You're not sure it was his name? The kitchen maid was not sure, but supposed it was, since he had written it in answer to her inquiry as to whom she should announce. And when you carried the paper in to Mr. Boyne, what did he say? The kitchen maid did not think that Mr. Boyne had said anything, but she couldn't be sure, for just as she had handed him the paper, and he was opening it, she had become aware that the visitor had followed her into the library, and she had slipped out, leaving the two gentlemen together. But then, if you left them in the library, how do you know that they went out of the house? The question plunged the witness into a momentary inarticulateness, from which she was rescued by Trimmle, who, by means of ingenious circumlocutions, elicited the statement that before she could cross the hall to the back passage, she had heard the two gentlemen behind her and had seen them go out of the front door together. Then, if you saw the strange gentleman twice, you must be able to tell me what he looked like. But with this final challenge to her powers of expression, it became clear that the limit of the kitchen maid's endurance had been reached. The obligation of going to the front door to show in a visitor was in itself so subversive of the fundamental order of things that it had thrown her faculties into hopeless disarray, and she could only stammer out, after various panting efforts, his hat, mum, was different like, as you might say. Different? How different? Mary flashed out, her own mind, in the same instant, leaping back to an image left on it that morning, and then lost under layers of subsequent impressions. His hat had a wide brim, you mean, and his face was pale? A youngish face? Mary pressed her, with a white-lipped intensity of interrogation. But if the kitchen maid found any adequate answer to this challenge, it was swept away for her listener down the rushing current of her own convictions. The stranger in the garden. Why had not Mary thought of him before? She needed no one now to tell her that it was he who had called for her husband and gone away with him. But who was he? And why had Boyne obeyed him? It leaped out at her suddenly like a grin out of the dark that they had often called England so little, such a confoundedly hard place to get lost in. A confoundedly hard place to get lost in. That had been her husband's phrase. And now, with the whole machinery of official investigation sweeping its flashlights from shore to shore and across the dividing straits, now, with Boyne's name blazing from the walls of every town and village, his portrait, how that wrung her, hawked up and down the country like the image of a hunted criminal. Now the little, compact, populous island, so policed, surveyed and administered, revealed itself as a sphinx-like guardian of abysmal mysteries, staring back into his wife's anguished eyes as if with the wicked joy of knowing something they would never know. In the fortnight since Boyne's disappearance, there had been no word of him, no trace of his movements. Even the usual misleading reports that raise expectancy in tortured bosoms had been few and fleeting. No one but the kitchen maid had seen Boyne leave the house, and no one else had seen the gentleman who accompanied him. All inquiries in the neighbourhood failed to elicit the memory of a stranger's presence that day in the neighbourhood of Ling, and no one had met Edward Boyne, either alone or in company, in any of the neighbouring villages, or on the road across the downs, or at either of the two local railway stations. The sunny English noon had swallowed him as completely as if he had gone out into Cimmerian night. Mary, while every official means of investigation was working at its highest pressure, had ransacked her husband's papers for any trace of antecedent complications, of entanglements or obligations unknown to her that might throw a ray into the darkness. But if any such had existed in the background of Boyne's life, they had vanished like the slip of paper on which the visitor had written his name. There remained no possible thread of guidance except, if it were indeed an exception, the letter which Boyne had apparently been in the act of writing when he received his mysterious summons. The letter, read and reread by his wife and submitted by her to the police, yielded little enough to feed conjecture. "I have just heard of Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no further risk of trouble, it might be safer." That was all. The risk of trouble was easily explained by the newspaper clipping which had apprised Mary of the suit brought against her husband by one of his associates in the Blue Star enterprise. The only new information conveyed by the letter was the fact of its showing Boyne, when he wrote it, to be still apprehensive of the results of the suit, though he had told his wife that it had been withdrawn, and though the letter itself proved that the plaintiff was dead. It took several days of cabling to fix the identity of the parvis to whom the fragment was addressed. But even after these inquiries had shown him to be a Waukesha lawyer, no new facts concerning the Elwell suit were elicited. He appeared to have had no direct concern in it, but to have been conversant with the facts merely as an acquaintance and possible intermediary, and he declared himself unable to guess with what object Boyne intended to seek his assistance. This negative information, sole fruit of the first fortnight's search, was not increased by a jot during the slow weeks that followed. Mary knew that the investigations were still being carried on, but she had a vague sense of their gradually slackening as the actual march of time seemed to slacken. It was as though the days, fleeing horror-struck from the shrouded image of the one inscrutable day, gained assurance as the distance lengthened, till at last they fell back into their normal gait, and so, with the human imaginations at work on the dark event. No doubt it occupied them still, but week by week and hour by hour it grew less absorbing, took up less space, was slowly but inevitably crowded out of the foreground of consciousness by the new problems perpetually bubbling up from the cloudy cauldron of human experience. Even Mary Boyne's consciousness gradually felt the same lowering of velocity. It still swayed with the incessant oscillations of conjecture, but they were slower, more rhythmical in their beat. There were even moments of weariness when, like the victim of some poison which leaves the brain clear but holds the body motionless, she saw herself domesticated with the horror, accepting its perpetual presence as one of the fixed conditions of life. These moments lengthened into hours and days, till she passed into a phase of stolid acquiescence. She watched the routine of daily life with the incurious eye of a savage on whom the meaningless processes of civilization make but the faintest impression. She had come to regard herself as part of the routine, a spoke of the wheel revolving with its motion. She felt almost like the furniture of the room in which she sat, an insensate object to be dusted and pushed about with the chairs and tables. And this deepening apathy held her fast at Ling, in spite of the entreaties of friends and the usual medical recommendations of change. A friend supposed that her refusal to move was inspired by the belief that her husband would one day return to the spot from which he had vanished, and a beautiful legend grew up about this imaginary state of waiting. But in reality, she had no such belief. The depths of anguish enclosing her were no longer lighted by flashes of hope. She was sure that Boyne would never come back, that he had gone out of her sight as completely as if death itself had waited that day on the threshold. She had even renounced, one by one, the various theories as to his disappearance which had been advanced by the press, the police, and her own agonized imagination. In sheer lassitude, her mind turned from these alternatives of horror and sank back into the blank fact that he was gone. No, she would never know what had become of him. No one would ever know. But the house knew. The library in which she spent her long, lonely evenings knew. For it was here that the last scene had been enacted, here that the stranger had come and spoken the word which had caused Boyne to rise and follow him. The floor she trod had felt his tread, the books on the shelves had seen his face, and there were moments when the intense consciousness of the old dusky walls seemed about to break out into some audible revelation of their secret. But the revelation never came, and she knew it would never come. Ling was not one of the garrulous old houses that betray the secrets men trusted to them. Its very legend proved that it had always been the mute accomplice, the incorruptible custodian of the mysteries it had surprised. And Mary Boyne, sitting face to face with its silence, felt the futility of seeking to break it by any human means. I don't say it wasn't straight, and yet I don't say it was straight. It was business. Mary, at the words, lifted her head with a start and looked intently at the speaker. When half an hour before a card with Mr. Parvis on it had been brought up to her, she had been immediately aware that the name had been part of her consciousness ever since she had read it at the head of Boyne's unfinished letter. In the library she had found awaiting her a small, sallow man with a bald head and gold eyeglasses, and it sent a tremor through her to know that this was the person to whom her husband's last known thought had been directed. Parvis, civilly, but without vain preamble, in the manner of a man who has his watch in his hand, had set forth the object of his visit. He had run over to England on business, and finding himself in the neighbourhood of Dorchester, had not wished to leave it without paying his respects to Mrs. Boyne, and without asking her, if the occasion offered, what she meant to do about Bob Elwell's family. The words touched the spring of some obscure dread in Mary's bosom. Did her visitor, after all, know what Boyne had meant by his unfinished phrase? She asked for an elucidation of his question, and noticed at once that he seemed surprised at her continued ignorance of the subject. Was it possible that she really knew as little as she said? "I know nothing. You just tell me," she faltered out, and her visitor thereupon proceeded to unfold his story. It threw, even to her confused perceptions and imperfectly initiated vision, a lurid glare on the whole hazy episode of the Blue Star Mine. Her husband had made his money in the brilliant speculation at the cost of getting ahead of someone less alert to seize the chance, and the victim of this ingenuity was young Robert Elwell, who had put him on to the Blue Star scheme. Parvis, at Mary's first cry, had thrown her a sobering glance through his impartial glasses. Bob Elwell wasn't smart enough, that's all. If he had been, he might have turned round and served Boyne the same way. It's the kind of thing that happens every day in business. I guess it's what the scientists call the survival of the fittest, see?" said Mr. Parvis, evidently well pleased at the aptness of his analogy. Mary felt a physical shrinking from the next question she tried to frame. It was as though the words on her lips had a taste that nauseated her. "But then, you accuse my husband of doing something dishonourable." Mr. Parvis surveyed the question dispassionately. "Oh, no, I don't. I don't even say it wasn't straight." He glanced up and down the long lines of books as if one of them might have supplied him with the definition he sought. "I don't say it wasn't straight, and yet I don't say it was straight. It was business." After all, no definition in his category could be more comprehensive than that. Mary sat staring at him with a look of terror. He seemed to her like the indifferent emissary of some evil power. But Mr. Elwell's lawyers apparently didn't take your view, since, I suppose, the suit was withdrawn by their advice. Oh, yes, they knew he hadn't a leg to stand on, technically. It was when they advised him to withdraw the suit that he got desperate. You see, he'd borrowed most of the money he lost in the Blue Star, and he was up a tree. That's why he shot himself when they told him he had no show. The horror was sweeping over Mary in a great deafening wave. He shot himself. He killed himself because of that. Well, he didn't kill himself exactly. He dragged on 2 months before he died. Parvis emitted the statement as unemotionally as a gramophone grinding out its record. You mean that he tried to kill himself and failed? And tried again? Oh, he didn't have to try again, said Parvis grimly. They sat opposite each other in silence, he swinging his eyeglasses thoughtfully about his finger, she motionless, her arms stretched along her knees in an attitude of rigid tension. But if you knew all this, she began at length, hardly able to force her voice above a whisper, how is it that when I wrote you at the time of my husband's disappearance, you said you didn't understand his letter? Parvis received this without perceptible embarrassment. Why, I didn't understand it, strictly speaking, and it wasn't the time to talk about it if I had. The Elwell business was settled when the suit was withdrawn. Nothing I could have told you would have helped you find your husband. Mary continued to scrutinize him. Then why are you telling me now? Still Parvis didn't hesitate. Well, to begin with, I supposed you knew more than you appear to. I mean, about the circumstances of Elwell's death. And then people are talking of it now. The whole matter's been raked up again. And I thought, if you didn't know, you ought to. She remained silent, and he continued. You see, it's only come out lately what a bad state Elwell's affairs were in. His wife's a proud woman, and she fought on as long as she could, going out to work and taking sewing at home when she got too sick. Something with the heart, I believe. But she had his mother to look after, and the children, and she broke down under it and finally had to ask for help. That called attention to the case, and the papers took it up, and a subscription was started. Everybody out there liked Bob Elwell, and most of the prominent names in the place are down on the list, and people began to wonder why. Parvis broke off to fumble in an inner pocket. Here, he continued, here's an account of the whole thing from the Sentinel. A little sensational, of course, but I guess you'd better look it over. He held out a newspaper to Mary, who unfolded it slowly, remembering as she did so the evening when in the same room the perusal of a clipping from the Sentinel had first shaken the depths of her security. As she opened the paper, her eyes shrinking from the glaring headlines, Widow of Boyne's victim forced to appeal for aid, ran down the column of text to 2 portraits inserted in it. The first was her husband's, taken from a photograph made the year they had come to England. It was the picture of him she liked the best, the one that stood on the writing table upstairs in her bedroom. As the eyes in the photograph met hers, she felt it would be impossible to read what was said of him, and closed her lids with the sharpness of the pain. I thought if you felt disposed to put your name down, she heard Parvis continue. She opened her eyes with an effort. They fell on the other portrait. It was that of a youngish man, slightly built, with features somewhat blurred by the shadow of a projecting hat brim. Where had she seen that outline before? She stared at it confusedly, her heart hammering in her ears. Then she gave a cry. This is the man! The man who came for my husband! She heard Parvis start to his feet and was dimly aware that she had slipped backward into the corner of the sofa, that he was bending over her in alarm. She straightened herself and reached out for the paper which she had dropped. It's the man! I should know him anywhere! She persisted in a voice that sounded to her own ears like a scream. Parvis's answer seemed to come to her from far off, down endless, fog-muffled windings. Mrs. Boyne, you're not very well. Shall I call someone? Shall I get a glass of water? No, no, no! She threw herself towards him, her hand frantically clutching the newspaper. I tell you, it's the man. I know him. He spoke to me in the garden. Parvis took the journal from her, directing his glasses to the portrait. It can't be Mrs. Boyne. It's Robert Elwell. Robert Elwell! Her white stare seemed to travel into space. Then it was Robert Elwell who came for him. Came for Boyne. The day he went away from here. Parvis's voice dropped as hers rose. He bent over, laying a fraternal hand on her, as if to coax her gently back into her seat. "Why, Elwell was dead, don't you remember?" Mary sat with her eyes fixed on the picture, unconscious of what he was saying. "Don't you remember Boyne's unfinished letter to me, the one you found on his desk that day? It was written just after he'd heard of Elwell's death." She noticed an odd shake in Parvis's unemotional voice. "Surely you remember," he urged her. Yes, she remembered. That was the profoundest horror of it. Elwell had died the day before her husband's disappearance, and this was Elwell's portrait, and it was the portrait of the man who had spoken to her in the garden. She lifted her head and looked slowly about the library. The library could have borne witness that it was also the portrait of the man who had come in that day to call Boyne from his unfinished letter. Through the misty surgings of her brain, she heard the faint boom of half-forgotten words, words spoken by a leader stare on the lawn of Pangbourne before Boyne and his wife had ever seen the house at Ling, or had imagined that they might one day live there. "This was the man who spoke to me," she repeated. She looked again at Parvis. He was trying to conceal his disturbance under what he probably imagined to be an expression of indulgent commiseration, but the edges of his lips were blue. "He thinks me mad." "But I'm not mad," she reflected, and suddenly there flashed upon her a way of justifying her strange affirmation. She sat quiet, controlling the quiver of her lips, and waiting till she could trust her voice. Then she said, looking straight at Parvis, "Will you answer me one question, please? When was it that Robert Elwell tried to kill himself?" "What? When?" Parvis stammered. "Yes, the date. Please try to remember." She saw that he was growing still more afraid of her. "I have a reason," she insisted. Yes, only I can't remember. About 2 months before, I should say. I want the date," she repeated. Parvis picked up the newspaper. "We might see here," he said, still humouring her. He ran his eyes down the page. "Here it is. Last October She caught the words from him. "The 20th, wasn't it?" With a sharp look at her, he verified, "Yes, the 20th. Then you did know." "I know now." Her gaze continued to travel past him. "Sunday, 20th. That was the day he came first." Parvis's voice was almost inaudible. "Came here first?" "Yes." "You saw him twice, then?" "Yes, twice." She just breathed at him. "He came first on the 20th of October. I remember the date because it was the day we went up Meldon Steep for the first time." She felt a faint gasp of inward laughter at the thought that but for that she might have forgotten. Parvis continued to scrutinize her as if trying to intercept her gaze. "We saw him from the roof," she went on. "He came down the Lime Avenue towards the house. He was dressed just as he is in that picture. My husband saw him first. He was frightened and ran down ahead of me. But there was no one there. He had vanished." "Elwell had vanished," Parvis faltered. "Yes." Their two whispers seemed to grope for each other. "I couldn't think what had happened. I see now. He tried to come then, but he wasn't dead enough. He couldn't reach us. He had to wait for 2 months to die. And then he came back again. And Ned went with him." She nodded at Parvis with a look of triumph of a child who has worked out a difficult puzzle, but suddenly she lifted her hands with a desperate gesture, pressing them to her temples. "Oh my God, I sent him to Ned. I told him where to go. I sent him to this room," she screamed. She felt the walls of books rush towards her like inward falling ruins, and she heard Parvis a long way off, through the ruins, crying to her and struggling to get at her. But she was numb to his touch. She didn't know what he was saying. Through the tumult she heard but one clear note, the voice of Alida Stair speaking on the lawn at Pangbourne. "You won't know till afterward," it said. "You won't know till long, long afterward."
Bewitched by Edith Wharton.
The snow was still falling thickly when Aaron Bosworth, who farmed the land south of Lone Top, drove up in his cutter to Saul Routledge's gate. He was surprised to see two other cutters ahead of him. From them descended two muffled figures. Bosworth, with increasing surprise, recognized Deacon Hibben from North Ashmore and Sylvester Brand, the widower, from the old Bearcliff farm on the way to Lone Top. It was not often that anybody in Hemlock County entered Saul Routledge's gate, least of all in the dead of winter, and summoned, as Bosworth at any rate had been, by Mrs. Routledge, who passed, even in that unsocial region, for a woman of cold manners and solitary character. The situation was enough to excite the curiosity of a less imaginative man than Aaron Bosworth. As he drove in between the broken-down white gateposts topped by fluted urns, the two men ahead of him were leading their horses to the adjoining shed. Bosworth followed and hitched his horse to a post. Then the three tossed off the snow from their shoulders, clapped their numb hands together, and greeted each other. "Hello, Deacon." "Very well, Aaron." They shook hands. "Day, Bosworth," said Sylvester Brand with a brief nod. He seldom put any cordiality into his manner, and on this occasion he was still busy about his horse's bridle and blanket. Aaron Bosworth, the youngest and most communicative of the three, turned back to Deacon Hibben, whose long face, queerly blotched and mouldy-looking, with blinking, peering eyes, was yet less forbidding than Brand's heavily hewn countenance. "Queer our all meeting here up this way. Mrs. Routledge sent me a message to come," Bosworth volunteered. The deacon nodded. "I got a word from her, too. Andy Pond came with it yesterday noon. I hope there's no trouble here." He glanced through the thickening fall of snow at the desolate front of the Routledge house, the more melancholy in its present neglected state, because, like the gateposts, it kept traces of former elegance. Bosworth had often wondered how such a house had come to be built in that lonely stretch between North Ashmore and Cold Corners. People said there had once been other houses like it, forming a little township called Ashmore, a sort of mountain colony created by the caprice of an English royalist officer, one Colonel Ashmore, who had been murdered by the Indians with all his family long before the Revolution. This tale was confirmed by the fact that the ruined cellars of several smaller houses were still to be discovered under the wild growth of the adjoining slopes, and that the communion plate of the moribund Episcopal Church of Cold Corners was engraved with the name of Colonel Ashmore, who had given it to the Church of Ashmore in the year 1723. Of the church itself, no traces remained. Doubtless it had been a modest wooden edifice built on piles, and the conflagration which had burnt the other houses to the ground's edge had reduced it utterly to ashes. The whole place, even in summer, wore a mournful, solitary air, and people wondered why Saul Routledge's father had gone there to settle. "I never knew a place," Deacon Hibben said, "that seemed as far away from humanity, and yet it ain't so in Miles." "Miles ain't the only distance," Aaron Bosworth answered, and the two men, followed by Sylvester Brand, walked across the drive to the front door. People in Hemlock County did not usually come and go by their front doors, but all three men seemed to feel that on an occasion which appeared to be so exceptional, the usual and more familiar approach by the kitchen would not be suitable. They had judged rightly. The deacon had hardly lifted the knocker when the door opened and Mrs. Routledge stood before them. "Walk right in," she said in her usual dead-level tone, and Bosworth, as he followed the others, thought to himself, "Whatever's happened, she's not going to let it show in her face." It was doubtful, indeed, if anything unwonted could be made to show in Prudence Routledge's face, so limited was its scope, so fixed were its features. She was dressed for the occasion in a black calico with white spots, a collar of crochet lace fastened by a gold brooch, and a gray woolen shawl crossed under her arms and tied at the back. In her small, narrow head, the only marked prominence was that of the brow projecting roundly over pale, spectacled eyes. Her dark hair parted above this prominence passed tight and flat over the tips of her ears into a small braided coil at the nape,
and her contracted head looked still narrower from being perched on a long, hollow neck with cord-like throat muscles. Her eyes were of a pale, cold gray. Her complexion was uneven white. Her age might have been anywhere from 35 to 60. The room into which she led the three men had probably been the dining room of the Ashmore house. It was now used as a front parlor, and a black stove planted on a sheet of zinc stuck out from the delicately fluted panels of an old wooden mantel. A newly lit fire smoldered reluctantly, and the room was at once close and bitterly cold. "Auntie Pond," Mrs. Rutledge cried to someone at the back of the house. "Step out and call Mr. Rutledge. You'll likely find him in the woodshed or around the barn somewheres." She rejoined her visitors. "Please, suit yourselves to seats," she said. The three men, with an increasing air of constraint, took the chairs she pointed out. Mrs. Routledge sat stiffly down upon a fourth, behind a rickety beadwork table. She glanced from one to the other of her visitors. "I presume you folks are wondering what it is I asked you to come here for," she said in her dead-level voice. Orrin Bosworth and Deacon Hibben murmured in assent. Sylvester Brand sat silent, his eyes under their great thicket of eyebrows, fixed on the huge boot tip swinging before him. "Well, I allow you didn't expect it was for a party," continued Mrs. Routledge. No one ventured to respond to this chill pleasantry, and she continued, "We're in trouble here, and that's a fact. And we need advice. Mr. Routledge and myself do." She cleared her throat and added in a lower tone, her pitilessly clear eyes looking straight before her, "There is a spell being cast over Mr. Routledge." The deacon looked up sharply, an incredulous smile pinching his thin lips. "A spell? That's what I said. He's bewitched." And the three visitors were silent. Then Bosworth, more at ease or less tongue-tied than the others, asked with an attempt at humor, "Do you use a word in the strict scripture sense, Mrs. Routledge?" She glanced at him before replying, "That's how he uses it." The deacon coughed and cleared his long, rattling throat. "Do you care to give us more particulars before your husband joins us?" Mrs. Routledge looked down at her clasped hands as if considering the question. Bosworth noticed that the inner fold of her lids was of the same uniform white as the rest of her skin, so that when she dropped them, her rather prominent eyes looked like the sightless orbs of a marble statue. The impression was unpleasing, and he glanced away at the text over the mantelpiece, which read, "The soul that sinneth, it shall die." "No," she said at length. "I'll wait." At this moment, Sylvester Brand suddenly stood up and pushed back his chair. "I don't know," he said in his rough bass voice, "as I've got any particular lights on Bible mysteries, and this happens to be the day I was going to go down to Starkfield to close a deal with a man." Mrs. Routledge lifted one of her long, thin hands. Withered and wrinkled by hard work and cold, it was nevertheless of the same leaden white as her face. "You won't be kept long," she said. "Won't you be seated?" Farmer Brand stood irresolute, his purplish underlip twitching. "The deacon here, such things is more in his line." "I want you should stay," said Mrs. Routledge quietly, and Brand sat down again. A silence fell, during which the four persons present seemed all to be listening for the sound of a step, but none was heard, and after a minute or two, Mrs. Routledge began to speak again. "It's down by that old shack on Lamer's Pond. That's where they meet," she said suddenly. Bosworth, whose eyes were on Sylvester Brand's face, fancied he saw a sort of inner flush darken the farmer's heavy leathern skin. Deacon Hibben leaned forward, a glitter of curiosity in his eyes. "They who, Mrs. Routledge?" "My husband, Saul Routledge, and her." Sylvester Brand again stirred in his seat. "Who do you mean by her?" he asked abruptly, as if roused out of some far-off musing. Mrs. Routledge's body did not move. She simply revolved her head on her long neck and looked at him. "Your daughter, Sylvester Brand." The man staggered to his feet with an explosion of inarticulate sounds. My daughter? What the hell are you talking about? My daughter? It's a damned lie. It's... Your daughter Aura, Mr. Brand," said Mrs. Routledge slowly. Bosworth felt an icy chill down his spine. Instinctively, he turned his eyes away from Brand, and they rested on the mildewed countenance of Deacon Hibben. Between the blotches, it had become as white as Mrs. Routledge's, and the deacon's eyes burned in the whiteness like live embers among ashes. Brand gave a laugh, the rusty creaking laugh of one whose springs of mirth are never moved by gaiety. "My daughter Aura," he repeated. "Yes, my dead daughter. That's what he says. Your husband. That's what Mr. Routledge says." Aaron Bosworth listened with a sense of suffocation. He felt as if he were wrestling with long-armed horrors in a dream. He could no longer resist letting his eyes return to Sylvester Brand's face. To his surprise, it had resumed a natural, imperturbable expression. Brand rose to his feet. "Is that all?" he queried contemptuously. "All? Ain't it enough? How long is it since you folks seen Saul Routledge, any of you?" Mrs. Routledge flew out at them. Bosworth, it appeared, had not seen him for nearly a year. The deacon had only run across him once for a minute at the North Ashmore post office the previous autumn, and acknowledged that he wasn't looking any too good then. Brand said nothing, but stood irresolute. "Well, if you wait a minute, you'll see with your own eyes, and he'll tell you with his own words. That's what I've got you here for, to see for yourselves what's come over him. Then you'll talk different," she added, twisting her head abruptly towards Sylvester Brand. The deacon raised a lean hand of interrogation. "Does your husband know we've been sent for in this business, Mrs. Routledge?" Mrs. Routledge signed assent. "It was with his consent, then?" She looked coldly at the questioner. "I guess it had to be," she said. Again, Bosworth felt the chill down his spine. He tried to dissipate the sensation by speaking with an affectation of energy. "Can you tell us, Mrs. Routledge, how this trouble you speak of shows itself? What makes you think—" She looked at him for a moment, then she leaned forward across the rickety beadwork table. A thin smile of disdain narrowed her colorless lips. "I don't think. I know." "Well, but how?" She leaned closer, both elbows on the table, her voice dropping. "I seen him." In the ashen light from the veiling of snow beyond the windows, the deacon's little screwed-up eyes seemed to give out red sparks. "Him and the dead." "Him and the dead." "Saul Routledge and Aura Brand?" "That's so." Sylvester Brand's chair fell backwards with a crash. He was on his feet again, crimson and cursing. "It's a goddamn fiend-begotten lie." Friend Brand," the deacon protested. "Here, let me get out of this. I want to see Saul Routledge himself and tell him—" "Well, here he is," said Mrs. Routledge. The outer door had opened. They heard the familiar stamping and shaking of a man who rids his garments of their last snowflakes before penetrating to the sacred precincts of the best parlor. Then Saul Routledge entered. As he came in, he faced the light from the north window, and Bosworth's first thought was that he looked like a drowned man, fished out from under the ice. Self-drowned, he added. But the snow light plays cruel tricks with a man's color, and even with the shape of his features. It must have been partly that, Bosworth reflected, which transformed Saul Routledge from the straight, muscular fellow he had been a year before into the haggard wretch now before. The deacon sought for a word to ease the horror. "Well now, Saul, you looks as if you'd ought to set right up to the stove. Had a touch of ague, maybe?" The feeble attempt was unavailing. Routledge neither moved nor answered. He stood among them silent, incommunicable, like one risen from the dead. Brand grasped him roughly by the shoulder. "See here, Saul Routledge, what's this dirty lie your wife tells us you've been putting about?" Still Routledge didn't move. "It's no lie," he said. Brand's hand dropped from his shoulder. In spite of the man's rough bullying power, he seemed to be undefinably awed by Routledge's look and tone. "No lie? You gone plumb crazy then, have you?" Mrs. Routledge spoke. "My husband's not lying, nor he ain't gone crazy. Don't I tell you I seen him?" Brand laughed again. "Him and the dead?" "Yes. Down by the Lamer Pond, you say?" "Yes. And when was that, if I might ask?" "Day before yesterday." A silence fell on the strangely assembled group. The deacon at length broke it to say to Mr. Brand, "Brand, in my opinion, we've got to see this thing through." Brand stood for a moment in speechless contemplation. There was something animal and primitive about him, Bosworth thought, as he hung thus, lowering and dim, a little foam beating on the corners of that heavy purplish underlip. He let himself slowly down to his chair. "I'll see it through." The two other men and Mrs. Routledge had remained seated. Sal Routledge stood before them like a prisoner at the bar, or rather like a sick man before the physicians who were to heal him. As Bosworth scrutinized that hollow face, so wan under the dark sunburn, so sucked inward and consumed by some hidden fever, there stole over the sound, healthy man the thought that perhaps, after all, husband and wife spoke the truth, and that they were all at that moment really standing on the edge of some forbidden mystery. Things that the rational mind would reject without a thought seemed no longer so easy to dispose of as one looked at the actual Sal Routledge and remembered the man he had been a year before. Yes, as the deacon said, they would have to see it through. "Sit down then, Saul. Draw up to us, won't you?" the deacon suggested, trying again for a natural tone. Mrs. Routledge pushed a chair forward, and her husband sat down on it. He stretched out his arms and grasped his knees in his brown, bony fingers. In that attitude he remained, turning neither his head nor his eyes. "Well, Saul," the deacon continued, "your wife says you thought maybe we could do something to help you through this trouble, whatever it is." Routledge's gray eyes widened a little. "No, I didn't think that. It was her idea to try what could be done." "I presume so, since you've agreed to our coming, that you don't object to our putting a few questions." Routledge was silent for a moment, then he said with a visible effort, "No, I don't object." "Well, you've heard what your wife says." Routledge made a slight motion of assent. "And what have you got to answer? How do you explain?" Mrs. Routledge intervened. "How can he explain? I seen him." There was a silence. Then Bosworth, trying to speak in an easy, reassuring tone, queried, "That's so, Saul?" "That's so." Brand lifted up his brooding head. "You mean to say, you sit here before us all and say—" The deacon's hand again checked him. "Hold on, friend Brand. We're all of us trying for the facts, ain't we?" He turned to Routledge. "We've heard what Mrs. Routledge says. What's your answer?" "I don't know as there is any answer. She found us." "And you mean to tell me that the person you were with was what you took to be—" The deacon's thin voice grew thinner. "Ora Brand." Saul Routledge nodded. "You knew, or thought you knew, you were meeting with the dead?" Routledge bent his head again. The snow continued to fall in a steady, unwavering sheet against the window, and Bosworth felt as if a winding sheet were descending from the sky to envelop them all in a common grave. "Think what you're saying. It's against our religion. Ora, poor child, died over a year ago. I saw you at her funeral, Saul. How can you make such a statement?" "What else can he do?" thrust in Mrs. Routledge. There was another pause. Bosworth's resources had failed him, and Brand once more sat plunged in dark meditation. The deacon laid his quivering fingertips together and moistened his lips. "Was the day before yesterday the first time?" he asked. The movement of Routledge's head was negative. "Not the first. Then when—" "Nigh on a year ago, I reckon." "God, and you mean to tell us it ever since?" "Well, look at him," said his wife. The three men lowered their eyes. After a moment, Bosworth, trying to collect himself, glanced at the deacon. "Why not ask Saul to make his own statement, if that's what we're here for?" "That's so," the deacon assented. He turned to Routledge. "Will you try and give us your idea of how it began?" There was another silence. Then Routledge tightened his grasp on his gaunt knees, and still looking straight ahead with his curiously clear, unseeing gaze, "Well," he said, "I guess it begun a way back, afore even I was married to Mrs. Routledge." He spoke in a low, automatic tone, as if some invisible agent were dictating his words, or even uttering them for him. "You know," he added, "Ora and me was to have been married." Sylvester Brand lifted his head. Straighten that statement out first, please, he interjected. What I mean is, we kept company, but Aura, she was very young. Mr. Brand here, he sent her away. She was gone nigh to 3 years, I guess. When she come back, I was married. That's right, Brand said, relapsing once more into his sunken attitude. And after she came back, did you meet her again? The deacon continued. Alive? Routledge questioned. A perceptible shudder ran through the room. Well, of course, said the deacon nervously. Routledge seemed to consider. Once I did, only once. There was a lot of other people round, at Cold Corners Fair it was. Did you talk with her then? Only a minute. What did she say? His voice dropped. She said she was sick and knew she was going to die. And when she was dead, she'd come back to me. And what did you answer? Nothing. Did you think anything of it at the time? Well, no. Not till I heard she was dead, I didn't. After that, I thought of it. And I guess she drew me. He moistened his lips. Drew you down to that abandoned house by the pond? Routledge made a faint motion of assent, and the deacon added, How did you know it was there she wanted you to come? She just drew me. There was a long pause. Bosworth felt on himself and the other two men the oppressive weight of the next question to be asked. Mrs. Routledge opened and closed her narrow lips once or twice like some beached shellfish gasping for the tide. Routledge waited. Well now, Saul, won't you go on with what you was telling us, the deacon at length suggested. That's all. There's nothing else. The deacon lowered his voice. She just draws you. Yes. Often. That's as it happens. But if it's always there she draws you, man, haven't you the strength to keep away from the place? For the first time, Routledge wearily turned his head towards his questioner. A spectral smile narrowed his colorless lips. Ain't any use. She follows after me. There was another silence. What more could they ask then and there? Mrs. Routledge's presence checked the next question. The deacon seemed hopelessly to revolve the matter. At length he spoke in a more authoritative tone. These are forbidden things. You know that, Saul. Have you tried prayer? Routledge shook his head. Will you pray with us now? Routledge cast a glance of freezing indifference on his spiritual adviser. If you folks want to pray, I'm agreeable, he said. But Mrs. Routledge intervened. Prayer ain't no good. In this kind of thing, it ain't no manner use. You know it ain't. I called you here, Deacon, because you remember the last case in this parish. 30 years ago it was, I guess, but you remember. Lefferts Nash, did praying help him? I was a little girl then, but I used to hear my folks talk of it winter nights. Lefferts Nash and Hannah Corey. They drove a stake through her breast. That's what cured him. Oh, Aaron Bosworth exclaimed. Sylvester Brand raised his head. Speaking of that old story, as if this was the same sort of thing. Ain't it? Ain't my husband pining away the same as Lefferts Nash did? The deacon here knows. The deacon stirred anxiously in his chair. These are forbidden things, he repeated. Supposing your husband is quite sincere in thinking himself haunted, as you might say, well, even then, what proof have we that the dead woman is the specter of that poor girl? Proof? Don't he say so? Didn't she tell him? Ain't I seen him? Mrs. Routledge almost screamed. The three men sat silent, and suddenly the wife burst out. A stake through the breast. That's the old way, and it's the only way. The deacon knows it. It's against our religion to disturb the dead. Ain't it against your religion to let the living perish as my husband is perishing? She sprang up with one of her abrupt movements and took the family Bible from the whatnot in the corner of the parlor. Putting the book on the table, she moistened the livid fingertip. She turned the pages rapidly till she came to one which she laid her hand on like a stony paperweight. See here, she said, and read out in her level chanting voice, Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. That's in Exodus, that's where it is, she added, leaving the book open as if to confirm the statement. Bosworth continued to glance anxiously from one to the other of the four people about the table. He was younger than any of them, and had had more contact with the modern world down in Starkfield in the bar of the Fielding house. He could hear himself laughing with the rest of the men at such old wives' tales. But it was not for nothing that he had been born under the icy shadow of Lone Top, and had shivered and hungered as a lad through the bitter Hemlock County winters. After his parents died, and he had taken hold of the farm himself, he had got more out of it by using improved methods, and by supplying the increasing throng of summer boarders over Stotesbury way with milk and vegetables. He had been made a select man of North Ashmore, for so young a man he had standing in the county. But the roots of the old life were still in him. He could remember as a little boy going twice a year with his mother to that bleak hill farm out beyond Sylvester Brand's, where Mrs. Bosworth's aunt, Cressidora Cheney, had been shut up for years in a cold, clean room with iron bars in the windows. When little Orrin first saw Aunt Cressidora, she was a small, white old woman whom her sisters used to make decent for visitors the day that Orrin and his mother were expected. The child wondered why there were bars on the window. Like a canary bird, he said to his mother. The phrase made Mrs. Bosworth reflect. I do believe they keep Aunt Cressidora too lonesome, she said. And the next time she went up to the mountain with the little boy, he carried to his great aunt a canary in a little wooden cage. It was a great excitement. He knew it would make her happy. The old woman's motionless face lit up when she saw the bird, and her eyes began to glitter. It belongs to me, she said instantly, stretching her soft, bony hand over the cage. Of course it does, Aunt Cressy, said Mrs. Bosworth, her eyes filling. But the bird, startled by the shadow of the old woman's hand, began to flutter and beat its wings distractedly. At the sight, Aunt Cressidora's calm face suddenly became a coil of twitching features. You she-devil, you! She cried in a high, squealing voice, and thrusting her hand into the cage, she dragged out the terrified bird and wrung its neck. She was plucking the hot body and squealing, she-devil, she-devil, as they drew little Orrin from the room. On the way down the mountain, his mother wept a great deal and said, You must never tell anybody that poor Auntie's crazy, or the men would come and take her down to the asylum at Starkfield, and the shame of it would kill us all. Now promise. The child promised. He remembered the scene now with its deep fringe of mystery, secrecy, and rumor. It seemed related to a great many other things below the surface of his thoughts, things which stole up anew, making him feel that all the old people he had known and who believed in these things might after all be right. Hadn't a witch been burned at North Ashmore? Didn't the summer folk still drive over in jolly buckbird loads to see the meeting house where the trial had been held, the pond where they had ducked her and she had floated? Deacon Hibben believed. Bosworth was sure of it. If he didn't, why did people from all over the place come to him when their animals had queer sicknesses, or when there was a child in the family that had to be kept shut up because it fell down flat and foamed? Yes, in spite of his religion, Deacon Hibben knew. And Brand? Well, it came to Bosworth in a flash. That North Ashmore woman who was burned had the name of Brand, the same stock, no doubt. There had been Brands in Hemlock County ever since the white men had come there, and Orrin, when he was a child, remembered hearing his parents say that Sylvester Brand hadn't ever ought to have married his own cousin because of the blood. Yet the couple had had two healthy girls, and when Mrs. Brand pined away and died, nobody suggested that anything had been wrong with her mind. And Vanessa and Aura were the handsomest girls anywhere around. Brand knew it, and scrimped and saved all he could to send Aura, the eldest, down to Starkfield to learn bookkeeping. When she's married, I'll send you, he used to say to little Venny, who was his favorite. But Aura never married. She was away 3 years, during which Venny ran wild on the slopes of Lone Top, and when Aura came back, she sickened and died, poor girl. Since then, Brand had grown more savage and morose. He was a hard-working farmer, but there wasn't much to be got out of those barren Bearcliff acres. He was said to have taken to drink since his wife's death. Now and then men ran across him in the dives of Stotesbury, but not often. And between times he labored hard on his stony acres and did his best for his daughters. In the neglected graveyard of Cold Corners, there was a slanting headstone marked with his wife's name. Near it, a year since, he had laid his eldest daughter, and sometimes at dusk in the autumn, the village people saw him walk slowly by turn in between the graves and stand looking down on the two stones. But he never brought a flower there or planted a bush, nor Venny either. She was too wild and ignorant. Mrs. Routledge repeated. That's in Exodus. The three visitors remained silent, turning about their hats in reluctant hands. Routledge faced them, still with that empty, pellucid gaze which frightened Bosworth. What was he seeing? Ain't any of you folks got the grit? His wife burst out again, half hysterically. Deacon Hibben held up his hand. That's no way, Mrs. Routledge. This ain't a question of having grit. What we want first of all is proof. That's so, said Bosworth, with an explosion of relief, as if the words had lifted something black and crouching from his breast. Involuntarily, the eyes of both men had turned to Brand. He stood there, smiling grimly, but did not speak. Ain't it so, Brand? The deacon prompted him. Proof that spooks walk? The other sneered. Well, I presume you want this business settled, too. The old farmer squared his shoulders. Yes, I do, but I ain't a spiritualist. How the hell are you going to settle it? Deacon Hibben hesitated, then he said in a low, incisive tone, I don't see but one way, Mrs. Routledge's. There was a silence. What? Brand sneered again. Spying? The deacon's voice sank lower. If the poor girl does walk, that's your child, wouldn't you be the first to want her laid quiet? We all know there have been such cases, mysterious visitations. Can any one of us here deny it? I seen him, Mrs. Routledge interjected. There was another heavy pause. Suddenly, Brand fixed his gaze on Routledge. See here, Saul Routledge, you've got to clear up this damn calumny, or you'll know why. You say my dead girl comes to you, he labored with his breath and then jerked out. When? You tell me that, and I'll be there. Routledge's head drooped a little, and his eyes wandered to the window. Round about sunset, mostly. You know beforehand? Routledge made a sign of assent. Well then, tomorrow will it be? Routledge made the same sign. Brand turned to the door. I'll be there. That was all he said. He strode out between them without another glance or word. Deacon Hibben looked at Mrs. Routledge. We'll be there too, he said, as if she had asked him, but she had not spoken. And Bosworth saw her thin body was trembling all over. He was glad when he and Hibben were out again in the snow. And to give him time to unhitch his horse, they made a pretense of hanging about in the doorway while Bosworth searched his pockets for a pipe he had no mind to light. But Brand turned back to them as he lingered. You'll meet me down by Lamer's Pond tomorrow, he suggested. I want witnesses. Round about sunset. They nodded their acquiescence, and he got into his sleigh, gave the horse a cut across the flanks, and drove off under the snow-smothered hemlocks. The other two men went to the shed. What do you make of this business, Deacon? Bosworth asked to break the silence. The deacon shook his head. The man's a sick man, that's sure. Something's sucking the life clean out of him. But already in the biting outer air, Bosworth was getting himself under better control. Looks to me like a bad case of the ague, as you said. Well, ague of the mind, then. It's his brain that's sick. Bosworth shrugged. He ain't the first in Hemlock County. That's so, the deacon agreed. It's a worm in the brain, Solitude is. Well, we'll know this time tomorrow, maybe, said Bosworth. He scrambled into his sleigh and was driving off in his turn when he heard his companion calling after him. The deacon explained that his horse had cast a shoe. Would Bosworth drive him down to the forge near North Ashmore, if it wasn't too much out of his way? He didn't want the mare slipping about on the freezing snow, and he could probably get the blacksmith to drive him back and shoe her in Routledge's shed. Bosworth made room for him under the bearskin, and the two men drove off, pursued by a puzzled whinny from the deacon's old mare. The road they took was not the one that Bosworth would have followed to reach his own home, but he didn't mind that. The shortest way to the forge passed close by Lamer's Pond, and Bosworth, since he was in for the business, was not sorry to look the ground over. They drove on in silence. The snow had ceased, and a green sunset was spreading upward into the crystal sky. A stinging wind, barbed with ice flakes, caught them in the face on the open ridges, but when they dropped down into the hollow by Lamer's Pond, the air was soundless and empty as an unswung bell. They jogged along slowly, each thinking his own thoughts. That's the house, the tumble-down shack over there, I suppose, the deacon said, as the road drew near the edge of the frozen pond. Yes, that's the house. A queer hermit fellow built it years ago, my father used to tell me. Since then, I don't believe it's ever been used but by the gypsies. Bosworth had reined in his horse and sat looking to the pine trunks purpled by the sunset at the crumbling structure. Twilight already lay under the trees, though day lingered in the open. Between two sharply patterned pine boughs, he saw the evening star, like a white boat in a sea of green. His gaze dropped from that fathomless sky and followed the blue-white undulations of the snow. It gave him a curious, agitated feeling to think that here, in this icy solitude, in the tumble-down house he had so often passed without heeding it, a dark mystery, too deep for thought, was being enacted. Down that very slope, coming from the graveyard at cold corners, the being they called Aura must pass toward the pond. His heart began to beat stiflingly. Suddenly, he gave an exclamation. Look! He had jumped out of the cutter and was stumbling up the bank toward the slope of snow. On it, turned in the direction of the house by the pond, he had detected a woman's footprints, 2, then 3, then more. The deacon scrambled out after him, and they stood and stared. God, barefoot! Hibben gasped. Then it is the dead. Bosworth said nothing, but he knew that no live woman would travel with naked feet across that freezing wilderness. Here, then, was the proof the deacon had asked for. They held it. What should they do with it? Supposing we was to drive up nearer, round the turn of the pond till we get close to the house, the deacon proposed in a colourless voice. Maybe then. Postponement was a relief. They got into the sleigh and drove on. 200 or 300 yards further down the road, a mere lane under the steep bushy banks, turned sharply to the right, following the bend of the pond. As they rounded the turn, they saw Brand's cutter ahead of them. It was empty, the horse tied to a tree trunk. The two men looked at each other again. This was not Brand's nearest way home. Evidently, he had been actuated by the same impulse which had made them rein in their horse by the pond side, and then hasten on to the deserted hovel. Had he, too, discovered those spectral footprints? Perhaps it was for that very reason that he had left his cutter and vanished in the direction of the house. Bosworth found himself shivering all over under his bearskin. I wish to God the dark wasn't coming on, he muttered. He tethered his own horse near Brand's, and without a word, he and the deacon plowed through the snow in the track of Brand's huge feet. They had only a few yards to walk to overtake him. He didn't hear them following him, and when Bosworth spoke his name and he stopped short and turned, his heavy face was dim and confused, like a darker blot on the dusk. He looked at them dully, but without surprise. I wanted to see the place, he merely said. The deacon cleared his throat. Just take a look. Yes, we thought so, but I guess there won't be anything to see. He attempted a chuckle. The other did not seem to hear him, but labored on, ahead through the pines. The three men came out together in the cleared space before the house. As they emerged from beneath the trees, they seemed to have left night behind. The evening star shed a luster on the speckless snow, and Brand, in that lucid circle, stopped with a jerk and pointed to the same light footprints turned towards the house, the track of a woman in the snow. He stood still, his face working. Bare feet, he said. The deacon piped up in a quavering voice. The feet of the dead. Brand remained motionless. The feet of the dead, he echoed. Deacon Hibben laid a frightened hand on his arm. Come away now, Brand, for the love of God, come away. The father hung there, gazing down at those light tracks on the snow, light as a fox or squirrel trails they seemed, on the white immensity. Bosworth thought to himself, the living couldn't walk so light. Not even Aura Brand couldn't have when she lived. The cold seemed to have entered into his very marrow. His teeth were chattering. Brand swung about on them abruptly. Now, he said, moving on as if to an assault, his head bowed forward on his bull neck. Now, not in there, gasped the deacon. What's the use? It was tomorrow, he said. He shook like a leaf. It's now, said Brand. He went up to the door of the crazy house, pushed it inward, and meeting with an unexpected resistance, thrust his heavy shoulder against the panel. The door collapsed like a playing card, and Brand stumbled after it into the darkness of the hut. The others, after a moment's hesitation, followed. Bosworth was never quite sure in what order the events that succeeded took place. Coming in out of the snow dazzle, He seemed to be plunging into total blackness. He groped his way across the threshold, caught a sharp splinter of the fallen door in his palm, seemed to see something white and wraith-like surge up out of the darkest corner of the hut, and then heard a revolver shot at his elbow, and a cry. Brand had turned back and was staggering past him out into the lingering daylight. The sunset, suddenly flushing through the trees, crimsoned his face like blood. He held a revolver in his hand and looked about him in his stupid way. "They do walk then," he said, and began to laugh. He bent his head to examine his weapon. "Better here than in the churchyard. They shan't dig her up now," he shouted out. The two men caught him by the arms, and Bosworth got the revolver away from him. The next day, Bosworth's sister Loretta, who kept house for him, asked him when he came in for his midday dinner if he had heard the news. Bosworth had been sawing wood all the morning, and in spite of the cold and driving snow, which had begun again in the night, he was covered in an icy sweat, like a man getting over a fever. "What news?" "Venny Brand's down sick with pneumonia. The deacon's been there. I guess she's dying." Bosworth looked at her with listless eyes. She seemed far off from him, miles away. "Venny Brand," he echoed. "You never liked her, Orrin?" "She's a child. I never knew much about her." "Well," repeated his sister with the guileless relish of the unimaginative for bad news, "I guess she's dying." After a pause, she added, "It'll kill Sylvester Brand, all alone up there." Bosworth got up and said, "I've got to see to poulticing the Gray's fetlock." He walked out into the steadily falling snow. Venny Brand was buried 3 days later. The deacon read the service. Bosworth was one of the pallbearers. The whole countryside turned out, for the snow had stopped falling, and at any season the funeral offered an opportunity for an outing that was not to be missed. Besides, Venny Brand was young and handsome. At least some people thought her handsome, though she was so swarthy, and her dying like that so suddenly had the fascination of tragedy. They say her lungs filled right up. Seems she'd had a bronchial trouble before. I always said both them girls was frail. Look at Aura, how she took and wasted away. And it's colder all outdoors up there to Brand's. Their mother, too, she pined away just the same. They don't ever make old bones on the mother's side of the family. That's that young Bedlow over there, and they say Venny was engaged to him. Oh, Mrs. Routledge, excuse me. Step right into the pew. There's a seat for you alongside of Grandma." Mrs. Routledge was advancing with deliberate steps down the narrow aisle of the bleak wooden church. She had on her best bonnet and monumental structure, which no one had seen out of her trunk since old Mrs. Silsey's funeral 3 years before. All the women remembered it. Under its perpendicular pile, her narrow face, swaying on the long, thin neck, seemed whiter than ever, but her air of fretfulness had been composed into a suitable expression of mournful immobility. "Looks as if the stonemason had carved her to put atop of Venny's grave," Bosworth thought, as she glided past him, and then shivered at his own sepulchral fancy. When she bent over her hymn book, her lowered lids reminded him again of marble eyeballs. The bony hands clasping the book were bloodless. Bosworth had never seen such hands since he had seen old Anne Cressidora Cheney strangle a canary bird because it fluttered. The service was over. The coffin of Venny Brand had been lowered into her sister's grave, and the neighbors were slowly dispersing. Bosworth, as pallbearer, felt obliged to linger and say a word to the stricken father. He waited till Brand had turned from the grave with the deacon at his side. The three men stood together for a moment, but none of them spoke. Brand's face was the closed door of a vault, barred with wrinkles like bands of iron. Finally, the deacon took his hand and said, "The Lord gave." Brand nodded and turned away toward the shed where the horses were hitched. Bosworth followed him. "Let me drive along home with you," he suggested. Brand did not so much as turn his head. "Home? What home?" he said, and the other fell back. Loretta Bosworth was talking with the other women while the men unblanketed their horses and backed the cutters out into the heavy snow. As Bosworth waited for her, a few feet off, he saw Mrs. Routledge's tall bonnet, lording it above the group. Andy Pond, the Routledge farmhand, was backing out the sleigh. "Saul in here today, Mrs. Routledge, is he?" One of the village elders piped, turning a benevolent old tortoise head about on a loose neck and blinking up into Mrs. Routledge's marble face. Bosworth heard her measure out her answer in slow, incisive words. No, Mr. Routledge, he ain't here. He would have come for certain, but his Aunt Minorca Cummins has been buried down to Stokesbury this very day, and he had to go down there. Don't it sometimes seem as if we was all walking right in the shadow of death? As she walked towards the cutter in which Andy Pond was already seated, the deacon went up to her with visible hesitation. Involuntarily, Bosworth also moved nearer. He heard the deacon say, "I'm glad to hear that Saul is able to be up and around." She turned her small head on her rigid neck and lifted the lids of marble. "Yes, I guess he'll sleep quieter now. And her too, maybe, now she don't lay there alone any longer," she added in a low voice with a sudden twist of her chin toward the fresh black stain in the graveyard snow. She got into the cutter and said in a clear tone to Andy Pond, "As long as we're down here, I don't know but what I'll just call round and get a box of soap at Hiram Pringle's."
The Pomegranate Seed by Edith Wharton. Chapter 1. Charlotte Ashby paused on her doorstep. Dark had descended on the brilliancy of the March afternoon, and the grinding, rasping street life of the city was at its highest. She turned her back on it, standing for a moment in the old-fashioned, marble-flagged vestibule before she inserted her key in the lock. The sash curtains drawn across the panes of the inner door softened the light within to a warm blur, through which no details showed. It was the hour when, in the first months of her marriage to Kenneth Ashby, she had most liked to return to that quiet house, in a street long since deserted by business and fashion. The contrast between the soulless roar of New York, its devouring blaze of lights, the oppression of its congested traffic, congested houses, lives, minds, and this veiled sanctuary she called home, always stirred her profoundly. In the very heart of the hurricane, she had found her tiny islet, or thought she had. And now, in the last months, everything was changed, and she always wavered on the doorstep and had to force herself to enter. While she stood there, she called up the scene within, the hall hung with old prints, the ladder-like stairs, and on the left, her husband's long, shabby library, full of books and pipes and worn armchairs inviting to meditation. How she had loved that room. Then, upstairs, her own drawing-room, in which, since the death of Kenneth's first wife, neither furniture nor hangings had been changed, because there had never been money enough, but which Charlotte had made her own by moving furniture about and adding more books, another lamp, a table for the new reviews. Even on the occasion of her only visit to the first Mrs. Ashby, a distant, self-centered woman whom she had known very slightly, she had looked about her with an innocent envy, feeling it to be exactly the drawing-room she would have liked for herself. And now, for more than a year, it had been hers to deal with as she chose. The room to which she hastened back at dusk on winter days, where she sat reading by the fire, or answering the notes at the pleasant, roomy desk, or going over her stepchildren's copybooks, till she heard her husband's step. Sometimes friends dropped in, sometimes, oftener, she was alone, and she liked that best, since it was another way of being with Kenneth, thinking over what he had said when they had parted in the morning, imagining what he would say when he sprang up the stairs, found her by herself, and caught her to him. Now, instead of this, she thought of one thing only, a letter she might or might not find on the hall table. Until she had made sure whether or not it was there, her mind had no room for anything else. The letter was always the same, a square greyish envelope with Kenneth Ashby, Esquire, written on it in bold but faint characters. From the first, it had struck Charlotte as peculiar that anyone who wrote such a firm hand should trace the letters so lightly. The address was always written as though there were not enough ink in the pen, or the writer's wrists were too weak to bear upon it. Another curious thing was that in spite of its masculine curves, the writing was so visibly feminine. Some hands are sexless, some masculine. At first glance, the writing on the grey envelope, for all its strength and assurance, was without doubt a woman's. The envelope never bore anything but the recipient's name, no stamp, no return address. The letter was presumably delivered by hand. But by whose? No doubt it was slipped into the letterbox, whence the parlourmaid, when she closed the shutters and lit the lights, probably extracted it. At any rate, it was always in the evening, after dark, that Charlotte saw it lying there. She thought of the letter in the singular as it, because, though there had been several since her marriage, 7 to be exact, they were so alike in appearance that they had become merged in one another in her mind, become one letter, become it. The first had come the day after their return from their honeymoon, a journey prolonged to the West Indies, from which they had returned to New York after an absence of more than 2 months. Re-entering the house with her husband late on that first evening, they had dined at his mother's, she had seen, alone on the hall table, the grey envelope. Her eye fell on it before Kenneth's, and her first thought was, "Why, I've seen that writing before." But where? She could not recall. The memory was just definite enough for her to identify the script whenever it looked up at her faintly from the same pale envelope. But on that first day, she would have thought no more of the letter if, when her husband's glance lit on it, she had not chanced to be looking at him. It all happened in a flash. His seeing the letter, putting out his hand for it, raising it to his short-sighted eyes to decipher the faint writing, and then abruptly withdrawing the arm he had slipped through Charlotte's and moving away to the hanging light, his back turned towards her. She had waited for a sound, an exclamation, waited for him to open the letter. But he had slipped it into his pocket without a word and followed her into the library. And there they had sat down by the fire and lit their cigarettes, and he had remained silent, his head thrown back broodingly against the armchair, his eyes fixed on the hearth, and presently had passed his hand over his forehead and said, "Wasn't it unusually hot at my mother's tonight? I've got a splitting head. Mind if I take myself off to bed?" That was the first time. Since then, Charlotte had never been present when he had received the letter. It usually came before he got home from his office, and she had to go upstairs and leave it lying there. But even if she hadn't seen it, she would have known it had come by the change in his face when he joined her, which on those evenings he seldom did before they met for dinner. Evidently, whatever the letter contained, he wanted to be by himself to deal with it. And when he reappeared, he looked years older. Looked emptied of life and courage, and hardly conscious of her presence. Sometimes he was silent for the rest of the evening, and if he spoke, it was usually to hint some criticism of her household arrangements, suggest some change in the domestic administration, to ask a little nervously if she didn't think Joyce's nursery governess was rather young and flighty, or she herself always saw to it that Peter, whose throat was delicate, was properly wrapped up when he went to school. At such times, Charlotte would remember the friendly warning she had received when she became engaged to Kenneth Ashby. "Marrying a heartbroken widower, isn't that rather risky? You know Elsie Ashby absolutely dominated him." And how she had jokingly replied, "He may be glad of a little liberty for a change." And in this respect, she had been right. She had needed no one to tell her during the first months that her husband was perfectly happy with her. When they came back from their protracted honeymoon, the same friends said, "What have you done to Kenneth? He looks 20 years younger." And this time she answered with careless joy, "I suppose I've got him out of his groove." But what she noticed, after the grey letters began to come, was not so much his nervous, tentative fault-finding, which always seemed to be uttered against his will, as the look in his eyes when he joined her after receiving one of the letters. The look was not unloving, not even indifferent. It was the look of a man who had been so far away from ordinary events that when he returns to familiar things, they seem strange. She minded that more than the fault-finding. Though she had been sure from the first that the handwriting on the grey envelope was a woman's, it was long before she associated the mysterious letters with any sentimental secret. She was too sure of her husband's love, too confident of filling his life for such an idea to occur to her. It seemed far more likely that the letters, which certainly did not appear to cause him any sentimental pleasure, were addressed to the busy lawyer rather than to the private person. Probably they were from some tiresome client. Women, he had often told her, were nearly always tiresome as clients, who did not want her letters opened by his secretary, and therefore had them carried to his house. Yes, but in that case, the unknown female must be unusually troublesome, judging from the effect her letters produced. Then again, though his professional discretion was exemplary, it was odd that he had never uttered an impatient comment, never remarked to Charlotte in a moment of expansion that there was a nuisance of a woman who kept badgering him about a case that had gone against her. He had made more than one semi-confidence of the kind, of course without giving names or details. But concerning this mysterious correspondent, his lips were sealed. There was another possibility, what is euphemistically called an old entanglement. Charlotte Ashby was a sophisticated woman. She had few illusions about the intricacies of the human heart. She knew that there were often old entanglements. But when she had married Kenneth Ashby, her friends, instead of hinting at such a possibility, had said, "You've got your work cut out for you. Marrying a Don Juan is a sinecure to it. Kenneth's never looked at another woman since he first saw Elsie Corder. During all the years of their marriage, he was more like an unhappy lover than a comfortably contented husband. He'll never let you move an armchair or change the place of a lamp, or whatever you venture to do. He'll mentally compare with what Elsie would have done in your place." Except for an occasional nervous mistrust as to her ability to manage the children, a mistrust gradually dispelled by her good humour and the children's obvious fondness for her, none of these forebodings had come true. The desolate widower, of whom his nearest friends said that only his absorbing professional interests had kept him from suicide after his first wife's death, had fallen in love 2 years later with Charlotte Gorse, and after an impetuous wooing had married her and carried her off on a tropical honeymoon, and ever since he had been as tender and lover-like as during those first radiant weeks. Before asking him to marry him, he had spoken to her frankly of his great love for his first wife and his despair after her sudden death. But even then, he had assumed no stricken attitude or implied that life offered no possibility of renewal. He had been perfectly simple and natural, and had confessed to Charlotte that from the beginning he had hoped the future held new gifts for him. And when, after their marriage, they returned to the house where his 12 years with his first wife had been spent, he had told Charlotte at once that he was sorry he couldn't afford to do the place over for her, but that he knew every woman had her own views about furniture and all sorts of household arrangements a man would never notice, and had begged her to make any changes she saw fit without bothering to consult him. As a result, she made as few as possible. But his way of beginning their new life in the old setting was so frank and unembarrassed that it put her immediately at her ease, and she was almost sorry to find that the portrait of Elsie Ashby, which used to hang over the desk in his library, had been transferred in their absence to the children's nursery. Knowing herself to be the indirect cause of this banishment, she spoke of it to her husband, but he answered, "Oh, I thought they ought to grow up with her looking down on them." The answer moved Charlotte and satisfied her, and as time went by she had to confess that she felt more at home in her house, more at ease and in confidence with her husband, since that long, coldly beautiful face on the library wall no longer followed her with guarded eyes. It was as if Kenneth's love had penetrated to the secret she hardly acknowledged to her own heart, her passionate need to feel herself the sovereign even of his past. With all this stored-up happiness to sustain her, it was curious that she had lately found herself yielding to a nervous apprehension. But there the apprehension was, and on this particular afternoon, perhaps because she was more tired than usual, or because of the trouble of finding a new cook, or for some other ridiculously trivial reason, moral or physical, she found herself unable to react against the thought. Skyscrapers, advertisements, telephones, wireless, airplanes, movies, motors, and all the rest of the 20th century, and on the other side of the door, something I can't explain, can't relate to them, something as old as the world, as mysterious as life. Nonsense, what am I worrying about? There hasn't been a letter for 3 months now, and not since the day we came back from the country after Christmas. Queer that they always seem to come after our holidays. Why should I imagine that there's going to be one tonight? No reason why. But that was the worst of it. One of the worst. That there were days when she would stand there cold and shivering with a premonition of something inexplicable, intolerable, to be faced on the other side of the curtained panes. And when she opened the door and went in, there would be nothing. And on other days, when she felt the same premonitory chill, it was justified by the sight of the grey envelope. So that ever since the last had come, she had taken to feeling cold and premonitory every evening, because she never opened the door without thinking that the letter might be there. Well, she'd had enough of it, that was certain. She couldn't go on like that. If her husband turned white and had a headache on the days when the letter came, he seemed to recover afterward. But she couldn't. With her, the strain had become chronic, and the reason was not far to seek. Her husband knew from whom the letter came and what was in it. He was prepared beforehand for whatever he had to deal with, and master of the situation, however bad, whereas she was shut out in the dark with her conjectures. "I can't stand it! I can't stand it another day!" she exclaimed aloud as she put her key in the lock. She turned the key and went in, and there, on the table, lay the letter. Chapter 2. She was almost glad of the sight. It seemed to justify everything, to put a seal of definiteness on the whole blurred business. A letter for her husband, a letter from a woman, no doubt another vulgar case of old entanglement. What a fool she had been ever to doubt it, to rack her brains for less obvious explanations. She took up the envelope with a steady, contemptuous hand, looked closely at the faint letters, held it against the light, and just discerned the outline of the folded sheet within. She knew that now she would have no peace till she found out what was written on that sheet. Her husband had not come in. He seldom got back from his office before 6:30 or 7, and it was not yet 6. She would have time to take the letter up to the drawing-room, hold it over the tea kettle, which at that hour always simmered by the fire in expectation of her return, solve the mystery, and replace the letter where she had found it. No one would be the wiser, and her gnawing uncertainty would be over. The alternative, of course, was to question her husband, but to do that seemed even more difficult. She weighed the letter between thumb and finger, looked at it again under the light, started up the stairs with the envelope, and came down again and laid it on the table. "No, I evidently can't," she said, disappointed. What should she do then? She couldn't go up alone to that warm, welcoming room, pour out her tea, look over her correspondence, glance at a book or a review, not with that letter lying below, and the knowledge that in a little while her husband would come in, open it, and turn into the library alone, as he always did on the days when the grey envelope came. Suddenly, she decided. She would wait in the library and see for herself, see what happened between him and the letter when they thought themselves unobserved. She wondered the idea had never occurred to her before. By leaving the door ajar and sitting in the corner behind it, she could watch him unseen. Well then, she would watch him. She drew a chair into the corner, sat down, her eyes on the crack, and waited. As far as she could remember, it was the first time she had ever tried to surprise another person's secret, but she was conscious of no compunction. She simply felt as if she were fighting her way through a stifling fog that she must at all costs get out of. At length, she heard Kenneth's latchkey and jumped up. The impulse to rush out and meet him had nearly made her forget why she was there, but she remembered in time and sat down again. From her post, she covered the whole range of his movements, saw him enter the hall, draw the key from the door and take off his hat and overcoat. Then he turned to throw his gloves on the hall table, and at that moment he saw the envelope. The light was full on his face, and what Charlotte first noted there was a look of surprise. Evidently, he had not expected the letter, had not thought of the possibility of its being there that day. But though he had not expected it, now that he saw it, he knew well enough what it contained. He didn't open it immediately, but stood motionless, the colour slowly ebbing from his face. Apparently, he couldn't make up his mind to touch it, but at length he put out his hand, opened the envelope, and moved with it into the light. In doing so, he turned his back on Charlotte, and she saw only his bent head and slightly stooping shoulders. Apparently, all the writing was on one page, for he didn't turn the sheet, but continued to stare at it for so long that he must have reread it a dozen times. Or so it seemed to the woman breathlessly watching him. At length, she saw him move. He raised the letter still closer to his eyes, as though he had not yet fully deciphered it. Then he lowered his head, and she saw his lips touch the sheet. "Kenneth!" she exclaimed, and went out into the hall. The letter clutched in his hand. Her husband turned and looked at her. "Where were you?" he said, in a low, bewildered voice, like a man waked out of his sleep. "In the library, waiting for you." She tried to steady her voice. "What's the matter? What's in that letter? You look ghastly." "Ghastly? I'm sorry. I've had a hard day at the office, one or two complicated cases. I look dog-tired, I suppose." "You didn't look tired when you came in. It was only when you opened that letter." He had followed her into the library, and they stood gazing at each other. Charlotte noticed how quickly he had regained his self-control. His profession had trained him to rapid mastery of face and voice. She saw at once that she would be at a disadvantage in any attempt to surprise his secret, but at the same moment she lost all desire to maneuver, to trick him into betraying anything he wanted to conceal. Her wish was still to penetrate the mystery, but only that she might help him bear the burden it implied. "Even if it is another woman," she thought. "Kenneth," she said, her heart beating excitedly, "I waited here on purpose to see you come in. I wanted to watch you while you opened that letter." His face, which had paled, turned to dark red. Then it paled again. "That letter? Why especially that letter?" "Because I've noticed that whenever one of those letters comes, it seems to have such a strange effect on you." A line of anger she had never seen before came out between his eyes, and she said to herself, "The upper part of his face is too narrow. This is the first time I've ever noticed it." She heard him continue, in the cool and faintly ironic tone of the prosecuting lawyer making a point. "Ah, so you're in the habit of watching people open their letters when they don't know you're there." He weighed this out for a moment. Then, "The intervals have not been regular," he said. "Oh, I dare say you've kept a better account of the dates than I have," she retorted, her magnanimity vanishing at his tone. "All I know is that every time that woman writes to you—" "Why do you assume it's a woman?" "It's a woman's writing. Do you deny it?" He smiled. "No, I don't deny it. I asked only because the writing is generally supposed to look more like a man's." Charlotte passed this over impatiently. And this woman, what does she write to you about?" Again, he seemed to consider a moment. About business. Legal business? In a way, yes. Business in general. You look after her affairs for her? Yes. You've looked after them for a long time? Yes. A very long time. Kenneth, dearest, won't you tell me who she is? No, I can't. He paused and brought out, as if with a certain hesitation, a professional secrecy. The blood rushed from Charlotte's heart to her temples. Don't say that, don't. Why not? Because I saw you kiss the letter. The effect of the words was so disconcerting that she instantly repented having spoken them. Her husband, who had submitted to her cross-questioning with a sort of contemptuous composure, as though he were humouring an unreasonable child, turned on her a face of terror and distress. For a minute he seemed unable to speak. Then, collecting himself with an effort, he stammered out, "The writing is very faint. You must have seen me holding the letter close to my eyes to decipher it." "No, I saw you kissing it." He was silent. "Didn't I see you kissing it?" He sank back with indifference. "Perhaps. Kenneth, you stand there and say that to me. What possible difference can it make to you? The letter is on business, as I told you. Do you suppose I'd lie about it? The writer is a very old friend whom I haven't seen for a long time. Men don't kiss business letters, even from women who are very old friends, unless they have been their lovers and still regret them." He shrugged his shoulders slightly and turned away, as if he considered the discussion at an end and were faintly disgusted at the turn it had taken. "Kenneth!" Charlotte moved towards him and caught hold of his arm. He paused with a look of weariness and laid his hand over hers. "Won't you believe me?" he asked gently. "How can I? I've watched these letters come to you. For months now they've been coming, ever since we came back from the West Indies. One of them greeted me on the very day we arrived. And after each one of them, I see their mysterious effect on you. I see you disturbed, unhappy, as if someone were trying to estrange you from me. No, dear, not that. Never." She drew back and looked at him with passionate entreaty. "Well then, prove it to me, darling. It's so easy." He forced a smile. "It's not easy to prove anything to a woman who's once taken an idea into her head. You've only got to show me the letter." His hand slipped from hers and he drew back and shook his head. "You won't?" "I can't." "Then the woman who wrote it is your mistress?" "No, dear, no." "Not now, perhaps. I suppose she's trying to get you back and you're struggling out of pity for me. My poor Kenneth, I swear to you, she never was my mistress." Charlotte felt the tears rushing to her eyes. "Ah, that's worse then. That's hopeless. The prudent ones are the kind that keep their hold on a man. We all know that." She lifted her hands and hid her face in them. Her husband remained silent. He offered neither consolation nor denial. And at length, wiping away her tears, she raised her eyes almost timidly to him. "Kenneth, think, we've been married such a short time. Imagine what you're making me suffer. You say you can't show me this letter. You refuse even to explain it. I've told you the letter is on business. I will swear to that too. A man will swear to anything to screen a woman. If you want me to believe you, at least tell me her name. If you do that, I promise you I won't ask to see the letter." There was a long interval of suspense, during which she felt her heart beating against her ribs in quick, admonitory knocks, as if warning her of the danger she was incurring. "I can't," he said at length. "Not even her name?" "No." "You can't tell me anything more?" "No." Again a pause. This time they seemed both to have reached the end of their arguments and to be helplessly facing each other across a baffling waste of incomprehension. Charlotte stood breathing rapidly, her hands against her breast. She felt as if she had run a hard race and missed the goal, She had meant to move her husband and had succeeded only in irritating him. And this era of reckoning seemed to change him into a stranger, a mysterious, incomprehensible being whom no argument or entreaty of hers could reach. The curious thing was that she was aware in him of no hostility or even impatience, but only of a remoteness, an inaccessibility far more difficult to overcome. She felt herself excluded, ignored, blotted out of his life. But after a moment or two, looking at him more calmly, she saw that he was suffering as much as she. His distant, guarded face was drawn with pain. The coming of the grey envelope, though it always cast a shadow, had never marked him as deeply as this discussion with his wife. Charlotte took heart, perhaps, after all. She had not spent her last shaft. She drew nearer and once more laid her hand on his arm. Poor Kenneth, if you knew how sorry I am for you. She thought he winced slightly at this expression of sympathy, but he took her hand and pressed it. I can think of nothing worse than to be incapable of loving long, she continued, to feel the beauty of a great love, and to be too unstable to bear its burden. He turned on her a look of wistful reproach. Oh, don't say that of me. Unstable. She felt herself at last on the right track, and her voice trembled with excitement as she went on. Then, what about me and this other woman? Haven't you already forgotten Elsie twice within the year? She seldom pronounced his first wife's name. It did not come naturally to her tongue. She flung it out now, as if she were flinging some dangerous explosive into the open space between them, and drew back a step, waiting to hear the mine go off. Her husband didn't move. His expression grew sadder, but showed no resentment. I have never forgotten Elsie, he said. Charlotte could not repress a faint laugh. Then, you poor dear, between the three of us. There are not, he began, and then broke off and put his hand on his forehead. Not what? I'm sorry. I don't believe I know what I'm saying. I've got a blinding headache. He looked wan and furrowed enough for the statement to be true, but she was exasperated by his evasion. Ah, yes, the grey envelope headache. She saw the surprise in his eyes. I'd forgotten how closely I've been watched, he said coldly. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go and try an hour in the dark to see if I can get rid of this neuralgia. She wavered, then said with desperate resolution, I'm sorry your head aches, but before you go, I want to say that sooner or later, this question must be settled between us. Someone is trying to separate us, and I don't care what it costs me to find out who it is. She looked him steadily in the eyes. If it costs me your love, I don't care. If I can't have your confidence, I don't want anything from you. He still looked at her wistfully. Give me time. Time for what? It's only a word to say. Time to show you that you haven't lost my love or my confidence. Well, I'm waiting. He turned towards the door and then glanced back hesitatingly. Oh, do wait, my love, he said, and went out of the room. She heard his tired step on the stairs and the closing of his bedroom door above. Then she dropped into a chair and buried her face in her folded arms. Her first movement was one of compunction. She seemed to herself to have been hard, inhuman, unimaginative. Think of telling him that I didn't care if my insistence cost me his love. The lying rubbish! She started up to follow him and unsay the meaningless words. But she was checked by a reflection. He had had his way after all. He had eluded all attacks on his secret, and now he was shut up alone in his room, reading that other woman's letter. Chapter 3. She was still reflecting on this when the surprised parlourmaid came in and found her. No, Charlotte said, she wasn't going to dress for dinner. Mr. Ashby didn't want to dine. He was very tired and had gone up to his room to rest. Later, she would have something brought on a tray to the drawing-room. She mounted the stairs to her bedroom. Her dinner dress was lying on the bed, and at the sight, the quiet routine of her daily life took hold of her, and she began to feel as if the strange talk she had just had with her husband must have taken place in another world, between two beings that were not Charlotte Gorse and Kenneth Ashby, but phantoms projected by her fevered imagination. She recalled the year since her marriage, her husband's constant devotion, his persistent, almost too insistent tenderness, the feeling he had given her at times of being too eagerly dependent on her, too searchingly close to her, as if there were not air enough between her soul and his. It seemed preposterous, as she recalled all this, that a few moments ago she should have been accusing him of an intrigue with another woman. But then, what? Again, she was moved by the impulse to go up to him, beg his pardon, and to try and laugh away the misunderstanding. But she was restrained by the fear of forcing herself upon his privacy. He was troubled and unhappy, oppressed by some grief or fear, and he had shown her that he wanted to fight out his battle alone. It would be wiser, as well as more generous, to respect his wish. Only how strange, how unbearable to be there, in the next room to his, and feel herself at the other end of the world. In her nervous agitation, she almost regretted not having had the courage to open the letter and put it back on the hall table before he came in. At least she would have known what his secret was, and the bogey might have been laid, for she was beginning now to think of the mystery as something conscious, malevolent, a secret persecution from which he quailed, yet from which he could not free himself. Once or twice in his evasive eyes she thought she had detected a desire for help, an impulse of confession, instantly restrained and suppressed. It was as if he felt she could have helped him if she had known, and yet had been unable to tell her. There flashed through her mind the idea of going to his mother. She was very fond of old Mrs. Ashby, a firm-fleshed, clear-eyed old lady, with an astringent bluntness of speech which responded to the forthright and simple in Charlotte's own nature. There had been a tacit bond between them ever since the day when Mrs. Ashby Senior, coming to lunch for the first time with her new daughter-in-law, had been received by Charlotte downstairs in the library, and glancing up at the empty wall above her son's desk, had remarked laconically, "Elsie gone, eh?" adding, at Charlotte's murmured explanation, "Nonsense. Don't have her back. Two's company." Charlotte, at this reading of her thoughts, could hardly refrain from exchanging a smile of complicity with her mother-in-law, and it seemed to her now that Mrs. Ashby's almost uncanny directness might pierce to the core of this new mystery. But here again she hesitated, for the idea almost suggested a betrayal. What right had she to call in anyone, even so close a relation, to surprise a secret which her husband was trying to keep from her? Perhaps by and by he'll talk to his mother of his own accord, she thought, and then ended. But what does it matter? He and I must settle it between us. She was still brooding over the problem when there was a knock on the door and her husband came in. He was dressed for dinner and seemed surprised to see her sitting there with her evening dress lying unheeded on the bed. "Aren't you coming down? I thought you weren't well and had gone to bed," she faltered. He forced a smile. "I'm not particularly well, but we'd better go down." His face, though still drawn, looked calmer than when he had fled upstairs an hour earlier. There it is. He knows what's in the letter, and has fought his battle out again, whatever it is, she reflected, while I'm still in darkness. She rang and gave a hurried order that dinner should be served as soon as possible, just a short meal, whatever could be got ready quickly, as both she and Mr. Ashby were rather tired and not very hungry. Dinner was announced, and they sat down to it. At first, neither seemed able to find a word to say. Then Ashby began to make conversation with an assumption of ease that was more oppressive than his silence. "How tired he is! How terribly overtired!" Charlotte said to herself, pursuing her own thoughts while he rambled on about municipal politics, aviation, an exhibition of modern French painting, the health of his old aunt, and the installing of the automatic telephone. Good heavens, how tired he is! When they dined alone, they usually went into the library after dinner, and Charlotte curled herself up on the divan with her knitting while he settled down in his armchair under the lamp and lit a pipe. But this evening, by tacit agreement, they avoided the room in which their strange talk had taken place and went up to Charlotte's drawing room. They sat down near the fire, and Charlotte said, "Your pipe?" After he put down his hardly tasted coffee, he shook his head. "No, not tonight. You must go to bed early. You look terribly tired. I'm sure they overwork you at the office." "I suppose we all overwork at times." She rose and stood before him with sudden resolution. "Well, I'm not going to have you use up your strength slaving in that way. It's absurd. I can see you're ill." She bent over him and laid her hand on his forehead. "My poor Kenneth, prepared to be taken away soon on a long holiday." He looked up at her, startled. "A holiday?" "Certainly. Didn't you know I was going to carry you off at Easter? We're going to start in a fortnight on a month's voyage to somewhere or other, on any one of the big cruising steamers." She paused and bent closer, touching his forehead with her lips. "I'm tired too, Kenneth." He seemed to pay no heed to her last words, but sat, his hands on his knees, his head drawn back a little from her caress, and looked up at her with a stare of apprehension. "Again, my dear, we can't. I can't possibly go away." "I don't know why you say again, Kenneth. We haven't taken a real holiday this year. At Christmas, we spent a week with the children in the country. Yes, but this time I mean away from the children, from servants, from the house, from everything that's familiar and fatiguing. Your mother will love to have Joyce and Peter with her." He frowned and slowly shook his head. "No, dear, I can't leave them with my mother." "Why, Kenneth, how absurd. She adores them. You didn't hesitate to leave them with her for over 2 months when we went to the West Indies." He drew a deep breath and stood up uneasily. That was different." "Different? Why? I mean, at that time I didn't realize—" He broke off as if to choose his words and then went on. "My mother adores the children, as you say, but she isn't always very judicious. Grandmothers always spoil children, and sometimes she talks to them without thinking." He turned to his wife with an almost pitiful gesture of entreaty. "Don't ask me to, dear." Charlotte mused. It was true that the elder Mrs. Ashby had a fearless tongue, but she was the last woman in the world to say or hint anything before her grandchildren at which the most scrupulous parent could take offence. Charlotte looked at her husband in perplexity. "I don't understand." He continued to turn on her the same troubled and entreating gaze. "Don't try to," he muttered. "Not try to?" "Not now, not yet." He put up his hands and pressed them against his temples. "Can't you see that there's no use in insisting? I can't go away, no matter how much I might want to." Charlotte still scrutinized him gravely. "The question is, do you want to?" He returned her gaze for a moment, then his lips began to tremble, and he said, hardly above his breath, "I want anything you want. And yet—" "Don't ask me. I can't leave. I can't." "You mean you can't go away out of reach of those letters?" Her husband had been standing before her in an uneasy, half-hesitating attitude. Now he turned abruptly away and walked once or twice up and down the length of the room, his head bent, his eyes fixed on the carpet. Charlotte felt her resentfulness rising with her fears. "It's that," she persisted. "Why not admit it? You can't live without them." He continued his troubled pacing of the room. Then he stopped short, dropped into a chair, and covered his face with his hands. From the shaking of his shoulders, Charlotte saw that he was weeping. She had never seen a man cry, except her father after her mother's death when she was a little girl, and she remembered still how the sight had frightened her. She was frightened now. She felt that her husband was being dragged away from her into some mysterious bondage, and that she must use up her last atom of strength in the struggle for his freedom and for hers. "Kenneth, Kenneth," she pleaded, kneeling down beside him, "won't you listen to me? Won't you try to see what I'm suffering? I'm not unreasonable, darling, really not. I don't suppose I should ever have noticed the letter if it hadn't been for their effect on you."
It's not my way to pry into other people's affairs, and even if the effect had been different, yes, listen to me. If I'd seen that the letters made you happy, that you were watching eagerly for them, counting the days between their coming, that you wanted them, that they gave you something I haven't known how to give. Why, Kenneth, I don't say I shouldn't have suffered from that too, but it would have been in a different way. And I should have had the courage to hide what I felt, and the hope that someday you'd come to feel about me as you did about the writer of the letters. But what I can't bear to see is how you dread them, how they make you suffer, and yet how you can't live without them, and won't go away lest you should miss one during our absence. Or perhaps, she added, her voice breaking into a cry of accusation, perhaps it's because she's actually forbidden you to leave. Kenneth, you must answer me. Is that the reason? Is it because she's forbidden you that you won't go away with me? She continued to kneel at his side, and raising her hands, she drew his gently down. She was ashamed of her persistence, ashamed of uncovering that baffled, disordered face, yet resolved that no such scruple should arrest her. Her eyes were lowered, the muscles of his face quivered. She was making him suffer even more than she suffered herself, yet this no longer restrained her. Kenneth, is it that? She won't let us go away together. Still he didn't speak or turn his eyes to her, and a sense of defeat swept over her. After all, she thought, the struggle was a losing one. You needn't answer. I see I'm right, she said. Suddenly, as she rose, he turned and drew her down again. His hands caught hers and pressed them so tightly that she felt her rings cutting into her flesh. There was something frightened, convulsive in his hold. It was the clutch of a man who felt himself slipping over a precipice. He was staring up at her now, as if salvation lay in the face she bent above him. Of course we'll go away together. We'll go wherever you want, he said in a low, confused voice, and putting his arm about her, he drew her close and pressed her lips to his. Chapter 4. Charlotte had said to herself, I shall sleep tonight. But instead she sat before her fire into the small hours, listening for any sound that came from her husband's room. But he, at any rate, seemed to be resting after the tumult of the evening. Once or twice she stole to the door, and in the faint light that came in from the street through his open window, she saw him stretched out in heavy sleep, the sleep of weakness and exhaustion. He's ill, she thought. He's undoubtedly ill, and it's not overwork. It's this mysterious persecution. She drew a breath of relief. She had fought through the weary fight, and the victory was hers, at least for the moment. If only they could have started at once, started for anywhere. She knew it would be useless to ask him to leave before the holidays, and meanwhile the secret influence, as to which she was still completely in the dark, would continue to work against her, and she would have to renew the struggle day after day until they started on their journey. But after that, everything would be different. If she could get her husband away under other skies and all to herself, she never doubted her power to release him from the evil spell he was under. Lulled to quiet by the thought, she too slept at last. When she awoke, it was long past her usual hour, and she sat up in bed surprised and vexed at having overslept herself. She always liked to be down to share her husband's breakfast by the library fire, but a glance at the clock made it clear that he must have started long since for his office. To make sure, she jumped out of the bed and went into his room, but it was empty. No doubt he had looked in on her before leaving, seen that she still slept, and gone downstairs without disturbing her, and their relations were sufficiently lover-like for her to regret having missed their morning hour. She rang and asked if Mr. Ashby had already gone. Yes, nearly an hour ago, the maid said. He had given orders that Mrs. Ashby should not be waked, and that the children should not come to her until she sent for them. Yes, he'd gone up to the nursery himself to give the order. All this sounded usual enough, and Charlotte hardly knew why she asked. "And did Mr. Ashby leave no other message?" "Yes," the maid said, "he did. She was so sorry she'd forgotten. He told her, just as he was leaving, to say to Mrs. Ashby that he was going to see about their passages, and would she please be ready to sail tomorrow." Charlotte echoed the woman's "tomorrow?" and sat staring at her incredulously. "Tomorrow? You're sure he said to sail tomorrow?" "Oh, ever so sure, ma'am. I didn't know how I could have forgotten to mention it." "Well, it doesn't matter. Dry my bath, please." Charlotte sprang up, dashed through her dressing, and caught herself singing at her image in the glass as she sat brushing her hair. It made her feel young again to have scored such a victory. The other woman vanished to a speck on the horizon, as this one, who ruled the foreground, smiled back at the reflection of her lips and eyes. He loved her, then he loved her as passionately as ever. He had divined what she had suffered, had understood that their happiness depended on their getting away at once and finding each other again after yesterday's desperate groping in the fog. The nature of the influence that had come between them didn't much matter to Charlotte now. She had faced the phantom and dispelled it. Courage, that's a secret. If only people who are in love weren't always so afraid of risking their happiness by looking it in the eyes. As she brushed back her light, abundant hair, it waved electrically above her head like the palms of victory. Ah, well, some women knew how to manage men and some didn't, and only the fair, she gaily paraphrased, deserved the brave. Certainly she was looking very pretty. The morning danced along like a cockle shell on a bright sea, such a sea as they would soon be speeding over. She ordered a particularly good dinner, saw the children off to their classes, had their trunks brought down, consulted with the maid about getting out summer clothes, for of course they will be heading for heat and sunshine, and wondered if she oughtn't to take Kenneth's flannel suits out of the camphor. But how absurd, she reflected, that I don't yet know where we're going. She looked at the clock, saw that it was close on noon, and decided to call him up at his office. There was a slight delay. Then she heard his secretary's voice saying that Mr. Ashby had looked in for a moment early and left again, almost immediately. Oh, very well. Charlotte would ring up later. How soon was he likely to be back? The secretary answered that she couldn't tell. All they knew in the office was that when he left, he had said he was in a hurry because he had to go out of town. Out of town? Charlotte hung up the receiver and sat blankly gazing into new darkness. Why had he gone out of town? And where had he gone? And of all days, why should he have chosen the eve of their suddenly planned departure? She felt a faint shiver of apprehension. Of course, he'd gone to see that woman, no doubt to get her permission to leave. He was as completely in bondage as that, and Charlotte had been fatuous enough to see the palms of victory on her forehead. She burst into a laugh and, walking across the room, sat down again before her mirror. What a different face she saw. The smile on her pale lips seemed to mock the rosy vision of the other Charlotte. But gradually her colour crept back. After all, she had a right to claim the victory, since her husband was doing what she wanted, not what the other woman exacted of him. It was natural enough, in view of his abrupt decision to leave the next day, that he should have arrangements to make, business matters to wind up. It was not even necessary to suppose that his mysterious trip was a visit to the writer of the letters. He might simply have gone to see a client who lived out of town. Of course, they wouldn't tell Charlotte at the office. The secretary had hesitated before even imparting even such meagre information as the fact of Mr. Ashby's absence. Meanwhile, she would go on with her joyful preparations, content to learn later in the day of what particular island of the blessed she was to be carried. The hours wore on, or rather were swept forward on a rush of eager preparations. At last the entrance of the maid, who came to draw the curtains, roused Charlotte from her labours, and she saw to her surprise that the clock marked 5, and she didn't yet know where they were going the next day. She rang up her husband's office and was told that Mr. Ashby had not been there since the early morning. She asked for his partner, But the partner could add nothing to her information, for he himself, his suburban train having been behind time, had reached the office after Mr. Ashby had come and gone. Charlotte stood perplexed. Then she decided to telephone to her mother-in-law. Of course, Kenneth, on the eve of a month's absence, must have gone to see his mother. The mere fact that the children, in spite of his vague objections, would certainly have to be left with old Mrs. Ashby, made it obvious that he would have all sorts of matters to decide with her. At another time, Charlotte might have felt a little hurt at being excluded from their conference, but nothing mattered but that she had won the day, that her husband was still hers and not another woman's. Gaily she called up Mrs. Ashby, heard her friendly voice, and began, "Well, did Kenneth's news surprise you? What do you think of our elopement?" Almost instantly, before Mrs. Ashby could answer, Charlotte knew what her reply would be. Mrs. Ashby had not seen her son. She had had no word from him, and did not know what her daughter-in-law meant. Charlotte stood silent in the intensity of her surprise. But then, where has he been? She thought. Then, recovering herself, she explained their sudden decision to Mrs. Ashby, and in doing so gradually regained her own self-confidence, her conviction that nothing could again come between Kenneth and herself. Mrs. Ashby took the news calmly and approvingly. She too had thought that Kenneth looked worried and overtired, and she agreed with her daughter-in-law that in such cases change was the surest remedy. "I'm always so glad when he gets away." Elsie hated travelling. She was always finding pretexts to prevent his going anywhere. With you, thank goodness, it's different. Nor was Mrs. Ashby surprised at his not having had time to let her know of his departure. He must have been in a rush from the moment the decision was taken. No doubt he'd drop in before dinner. 5 minutes' talk was all they really needed. "I hope you'll gradually cure Kenneth of his mania for going over and over a question that could be settled in a dozen words. He never used to be like that. And if he carried the habit into his professional work, he'd soon lose all his clients. Yes, do come in for a minute, dear, if you have time. No doubt he'll turn up while you're here." The tonic ring of Mrs. Ashby's voice echoed on reassuringly in the silent room, while Charlotte continued her preparations. Towards 7 the telephone rang, and she darted to it. Now she would know. But it was only from the conscientious secretary to say that Mr. Ashby hadn't been back, or sent any word, and before the office closed, she thought she ought to let Mrs. Ashby know. Oh, that's all right. Thanks a lot," Charlotte called out cheerfully, and hung up the receiver with a trembling hand. But perhaps by this time, she reflected, he was at his mother's. She shut her drawers and cupboards, put on her hat and coat, and called up to the nursery that she was going out for a minute to see the children's grandmother. Mrs. Ashby lived nearby, and during her brief walk through the cold spring dusk, Charlotte imagined that every advancing figure was her husband's. But she didn't meet him on the way, and when she entered the house she found her mother-in-law alone. Kenneth had neither telephoned nor come. Old Mrs. Ashby sat by her bright fire, her knitting needles flashing steadily through her active old hands, and her mere bodily presence gave reassurance to Charlotte. Yes, it was certainly odd that Kenneth had gone off for the whole day without letting any of them know, but after all it was to be expected. A busy lawyer held so many threads in his hand that any sudden change of plan would oblige him to make all sorts of unforeseen arrangements and adjustments. He might have gone to see some client in the suburbs and been detained there. His mother remembered his telling her that he had charge of the legal business of a queer old recluse somewhere in New Jersey who was immensely rich but too mean to have a telephone. Very likely Kenneth had been stranded there. But Charlotte felt a nervousness gaining on her. When Mrs. Ashby asked her at what hour they were sailing the next day, she had to say that she didn't know, that Kenneth had simply sent her word he was going to take their passages. The uttering of the words again brought home to her the strangeness of the situation. Even Mrs. Ashby conceded that it was odd, but she immediately added that it only showed what a rush he was in. "But, Mother, it's nearly 8 o'clock. He must realize that I've got to know when we're starting tomorrow. Oh, the boat probably doesn't sail till evening. Sometimes I have to wait till midnight for the tide. Kenneth's probably counting on that. After all, he has a level head." Charlotte stood up. It's not that. Something's happened to him. Mrs. Ashby took off her spectacles and rolled up her knitting. If you begin to let yourself imagine things. Aren't you in the least anxious? I never am till I have to be. I wish you'd ring for dinner, my dear. You'll stay and dine. He's sure to drop in here on his way home. Charlotte called up her own house. No, the maid said. Mr. Ashby hadn't come in and hadn't telephoned. She would tell him as soon as he came that Mrs. Ashby was dining at his mother's. Charlotte followed her mother-in-law into the dining room and sat with parched throat before her empty plate, while Mrs. Ashby dealt calmly and efficiently with a short but carefully prepared repast. "You'd better eat something, child, or you'll be as bad as Kenneth. Yes, a little more asparagus, please, Jane." She insisted on Charlotte's drinking a glass of sherry and nibbling a bit of toast. Then they returned to the drawing-room, where the fire had been made up, and the cushions in Mrs. Ashby's armchair shaken out and smoothed. How safe and familiar it all looked. And out there, somewhere in the uncertainty and mystery of the night, lurked the answer to the two women's conjectures, like an indistinguishable figure prowling on the threshold. At last, Charlotte got up and said, "I had better go back. At this hour, Kenneth will certainly go straight home." Mrs. Ashby smiled indulgently. "It's not very late, my dear. It doesn't take 2 sparrows long to dine." "It's after 9, Charlotte bent down to kiss her. "The fact is, I can't keep still." Mrs. Ashby pushed aside her work and rested her 2 hands on the arms of her chair. "I'm going with you," she said, helping herself up. Charlotte protested that it was too late, that it wasn't necessary, that she would call up as soon as Kenneth came in, but Mrs. Ashby had already rung for her maid. She was slightly lame and stood resting on her stick while her wraps were brought. "If Mr. Kenneth turns up, tell him he'll find me at his own house," she instructed the maid, as the 2 women got into the taxi which had been summoned. During the short drive, Charlotte gave thanks that she was not returning home alone. There was something warm and substantial in the mere fact of Mrs. Ashby's nearness, something that corresponded with the clearness of her eyes and the texture of her fresh, firm complexion. As the taxi drew up, she laid her hand encouragingly on Charlotte's. "You'll see, there'll be a message." The door opened at Charlotte's ring, and the 2 entered. Charlotte's heart beat excitedly. The stimulus of her mother-in-law's confidence was beginning to flow through her veins. You'll see, Mrs. Ashby repeated. The maid, who opened the door, said, "No, Mr. Ashby hadn't come in, and there had been no message from him." "You're sure the telephone's not out of order?" his mother suggested. And the maid said, "Well, it certainly wasn't half an hour ago, but she'd just go and ring up to make sure." She disappeared, and Charlotte turned to take off her hat and cloak. As she did so, her eyes lit on the whole table, and there lay a grey envelope, her husband's name faintly traced on it. "Oh," she cried out, suddenly aware that for the first time in months she had entered her house without wondering if one of the grey letters would be there. "What is it, my dear?" Mrs. Ashby asked, with a glance of surprise. Charlotte didn't answer. She took up the envelope and stood staring at it, as if she could force her gaze to penetrate to what was within. Then an idea occurred to her. She turned and held out the envelope to her mother-in-law. "Do you know that writing?" she asked. Mrs. Ashby took the letter. She had to feel with her other hand for her eyeglasses, and when she had adjusted them, she lifted the envelope to the light. "Why?" she exclaimed, and then stopped. Charlotte noticed that the letter shook in her usually firm hand. "But this is addressed to Kenneth," Mrs. Ashby said at length, in a low voice. Her tone seemed to imply that she felt her daughter-in-law's question to be slightly indiscreet. "Yes, but no matter," Charlotte spoke with sudden decision. "I want to know. Do you know the writing?" Mrs. Ashby handed back the letter. "No," she said distinctly. The 2 women had turned to the library. Charlotte switched on the electric light and shut the door. She still held the envelope in her hand. "I'm going to open it," she announced. She caught her mother-in-law's startled glance. "But, dearest, a letter not addressed to you. My dear, you can't." "As if I cared about that now." She continued to look intently at Mrs. Ashby. "This letter may tell me where Kenneth is." Mrs. Ashby's glossy bloom was effaced by a quick pallor. Her firm cheeks seemed to shrink and wither. "Why should it? What makes you believe? It can't possibly." "Know the writing?" Charlotte held her eyes steadily on that altered face. "Ah, then you do know the writing," she flashed back. "Know the writing? How should I? With all my son's correspondence, what I do know is—" Mrs. Ashby broke off and looked at her daughter-in-law entreatingly, almost timidly. Charlotte caught her by the wrist. "Mother, what do you know? Tell me. You must." "That I don't believe any good ever came of a woman's opening her husband's letters behind his back." The words sounded to Charlotte's irritated ears as flat as a phrase culled from a book of moral axioms. She laughed impatiently and dropped her mother-in-law's wrist. "Is that all? No good can come of this letter, opened or unopened. I know that well enough. But whatever ill comes, I mean to find out what's in it." Her hands had been trembling as they held the envelope, but now they grew firm, and her voice also. She still gazed intently at Mrs. Ashby. "This is the 9th letter addressed in the same hand that has come for Kenneth since we've been married. Always these same grey envelopes. I've kept count of them, because after each one he's been like a man who's had some dreadful shock. It takes him hours to shake off their effect. I've told him so. I've told him I must know from whom they come, because I can see they're killing him. He won't answer my questions. He says he can't tell me anything about the letters, but last night he promised to go away with me, to get away from them." Mrs. Ashby, with shaking steps, had gone to one of the armchairs and sat down in it, her head drooping forward on her breast. "Ah," she murmured, "so now you understand. Did he tell you it was to get away from them?" "He said to get away, to get away. He was sobbing so that he could hardly speak, but I told him I knew that was why." "And what did he say?" "He took me in his arms and said he'd go wherever I wanted." "Ah, thank God," said Mrs. Ashby. There was a silence, during which she continued to sit with bowed head and eyes averted from her daughter-in-law. At last she looked up and spoke. "Are you sure there have been as many as 9? "Perfectly. This is the 9th. I've kept count." "And he has absolutely refused to explain?" "Absolutely." Mrs. Ashby spoke through pale, contracted lips. "When did they begin to come? Do you remember?" Charlotte laughed again. "Remember? The first one came the night we got back from our honeymoon." "All that time?" Mrs. Ashby lifted her head and spoke with sudden energy. "Then, yes. Open it." The words were so unexpected that Charlotte felt the blood in her temples, and her hands began to tremble again. She tried to slip her finger under the flap of the envelope, but it was so tightly stuck that she had to hunt on her husband's writing table for his ivory letter opener. As she pushed about the familiar objects his own hands had so lately touched, they sent through her the icy chill emanating from the little personal effects of someone newly dead. In the deep silence of the room, the tearing of the paper as she slit the envelope sounded like a human cry. She drew out the sheet and carried it to the lamp. "Well?" Mrs. Ashby asked below her breath. Charlotte didn't move or answer. She was bending over the page, with wrinkled brow, holding it nearer and nearer to the light. Her sight must be blurred, or else dazzled by the reflection of the lamplight on the smooth surface of the paper, for strain her eyes as she would, she could discern only a few faint strokes, so faint and faltering as to be nearly indecipherable. "I can't make it out," she said. "What do you mean, dear?" "The writing's too indistinct. Wait." She went back to the table and, sitting down close to Kenneth's reading lamp, slipped the letter under a magnifying glass. All this time she was aware that her mother-in-law was watching her intently. "Well?" Mrs. Ashby breathed. "Well, it's no clearer. I can't read it." "You mean the paper's an absolute blank?" "No, not quite. There is writing on it. I can make out something like mine, and come. It might become." Mrs. Ashby stood up abruptly. Her face was even paler than before. She advanced to the table and, resting her 2 hands on it, drew a deep breath. "Let me see," she said, as if forcing herself to a hateful effort. Charlotte felt the contagion of her whiteness. She knows, she thought. She pushed the letter across the table. Her mother-in-law lowered her head over it in silence, but without touching it with her pale, wrinkled hands. Charlotte stood watching her, as she herself, when she had tried the letter, had been watched by Mrs. Ashby. The latter fumbled for her glasses, held them to her eyes, and bent still closer to the outspread page in order, as it seemed, to avoid touching it. The light of the lamp fell directly on her old face, and Charlotte reflected what depths of the unknown may lurk under the clearest and most candid lineaments. She had never seen her mother-in-law's features express any but simple and sound emotions, cordiality, amusement, a kindly sympathy, now and again a flash of wholesome anger. Now they seemed to wear a look of fear and hatred, of incredulous dismay and almost cringing defiance. It was as if the spirits warring within her had distorted her face to their own likeness. At length she raised her head. I can't, she said in a voice of childish distress. "You can't make it out either?" She shook her head, and Charlotte saw 2 tears roll down her cheeks. "Familiar as the writing is to you?" Charlotte insisted with twitching lips. Mrs. Ashby did not take up the challenge. "I can make out nothing. But you do know the writing." Mrs. Ashby lifted her head timidly. Her anxious eyes stole with a glance of apprehension around the quiet, familiar room. "How can I tell? I was startled at first." "Startled by the resemblance?" "Well, I thought—" "You'd better say it out, Mother. You knew at once it was her writing." "Oh, wait, my dear, wait." "Wait for what?" Mrs. Ashby looked up. Her eyes, travelling slowly past Charlotte, were lifted to the blank wall behind her son's writing table. Charlotte, following the glance, burst into a shrill laugh of accusation. "I needn't wait any longer. You've answered me now. You're looking straight at the wall where her picture used to hang." Mrs. Ashby lifted her hand with a murmur of warning. "Shh! Oh, you needn't imagine that anything can ever frighten me again," Charlotte cried. Her mother-in-law still leaned against the table. Her lips moved plaintively. "But we're going mad. We're both going mad. We both know such things are impossible." Her daughter-in-law looked at her with a pitying stare. "I've known for a long time now that everything was possible. Even this. Yes, exactly this. But this letter, after all, there's nothing in this letter. Perhaps there would be to him. How can I tell? I remember his saying to me once that if you were used to a handwriting, the faintest stroke of it became legible. Now I see what he meant. He was used to it. But the few strokes that I can make out are so pale. No one could possibly read that letter." Charlotte laughed again. "I suppose everything's pale about a ghost," she said stridently. "Oh, my child, don't say it." "Why shouldn't I say it, when even the bare walls cry it out? What difference does it make if her letters are illegible to you and me? If even you can see her face on that blank wall, why shouldn't he read her writing on this blank paper? Don't you see that she's everywhere in this house? And the closer to him because to everyone else she's become invisible." Charlotte dropped into a chair and covered her face with her hands. A turmoil of sobbing shook her from head to foot. At length, a touch on her shoulder made her look up, and she saw her mother-in-law bending over her. Mrs. Ashby's face seemed to have grown still smaller and more wasted, but it had resumed its usual quiet look. Through all her tossing anguish, Charlotte felt the impact of that resolute spirit. Tomorrow, you'll see, there'll be some explanation tomorrow. Charlotte cut her short. An explanation? Who's going to give it, I wonder? Mrs. Ashby drew back and straightened herself heroically. Kenneth himself will, she cried out in a strong voice. Charlotte said nothing, and the old woman went on. But meanwhile, we must act. We must notify the police, now, without a moment's delay. We must do everything. Charlotte stood up slowly and stiffly. Her joints felt as cramped as an old woman's, exactly as if we thought it could do any good to anything. Resolutely, Mrs. Ashby cried, "Yes!" and Charlotte went up to the telephone and unhooked the receiver.
Kerfol by Edith Wharton, published 1916. "You ought to buy it," said my host. "It's just the place for a solitary-minded devil like you, and it would be rather worthwhile to own the most romantic house in Brittany. The present people are dead broke, and it's going for a song. You ought to buy it." It was not with the least idea of living up to the character my friend Larrivain ascribed to me. As a matter of fact, under my unsociable exterior, I have always had secret yearnings for domesticity, that I took his hint one autumn afternoon and went to Kerfol. My friend was motoring over to Quimper on business. He dropped me on the way at a crossroads on a heath and said, "First turn to the right and second to the left, and straight ahead till you see an avenue. If you meet the peasants, don't ask your way. They don't understand French, and they would pretend they did and mix you up. I'll be back for you here by sunset, and don't forget the tombs in the chapel." I followed Larrivain's directions with a hesitation occasioned by the usual difficulty of remembering whether he had said the first turn to the right and second to the left, or the contrary. If I had met a peasant, I should certainly have asked, and probably been sent astray, but I had the desert landscape to myself, and so stumbled on the right turn and walked across the heath till I came to an avenue. It was so unlike any other avenue I have ever seen that I instantly knew it must be the avenue. The grey-trunked trees sprang up straight to a great height, and then interwove their pale grey branches in a long tunnel through which the autumn light fell faintly. I know most trees by name, but I haven't to this day been able to decide what those trees were. They had the tall curve of elms, the tenuity of poplars, the ashen colour of olives under a rainy sky, and they stretched ahead of me for half a mile or more without a break in their arch. If ever I saw an avenue that unmistakably led to something, it was the avenue at Kerfol. My heart beat a little as I began to walk down it. Presently the trees ended, and I came to a fortified gate and a long wall. Between me and the wall was an open space of grass, with other grey avenues radiating from it. Behind the wall were tall slate roofs mossed with silver, a chapel belfry, the top of a keep, a moat filled with wild shrubs and brambles surrounded the place. The drawbridge had been replaced by a stone arch, and the portcullis by an iron gate. I stood for a long time on the hither side of the moat, gazing about me, and letting the influence of the place sink in. I said to myself, if I wait long enough, the guardian will turn up and show me the tombs, and I rather hoped he wouldn't turn up too soon. I sat down on a stone and lit a cigarette. As soon as I'd done it, it struck me as a puerile and portentous thing to do, with that great blind house looking down at me, and all the empty avenues converging on me. It may have been the depth of the silence that made me so conscious of my gesture. The squeak of my match sounded as loud as the scraping of a brake, and I almost fancied I heard it fall when I tossed it onto the grass. But there was more than that. A sense of irrelevance, of littleness,
of futile bravado in sitting there puffing my cigarette smoke into the face of such a past. I knew nothing of the history of Kerfol. I was new to Brittany, and Larrivan had never mentioned the name to me till the day before, but one couldn't as much glance at the pile without feeling in it a long accumulation of history. What kind of history I was not prepared to guess. Perhaps only that sheer weight of many associated lives and deaths which gives a majesty to all old houses. But the aspect of Kerfol suggested something more, a perspective of stern and cruel memories stretching away like its own grey avenues into a blur of darkness. Certainly no house had ever more completely and finally broken with the present. As it stood there, lifting its proud roofs and gables to the sky, it might have been its own funeral monument. Tombs in the chapel! The whole place is a tomb, I reflected. I hoped more and more that the guardian wouldn't come. The details of the place, however striking, would seem trivial compared with its collective impressiveness, and I wanted only to sit there and be penetrated by the weight of its silence. "It's the very place for you," Larrivan had said, and I was overcome by the almost blasphemous frivolity of suggesting to any living being that Kerfol was the place for him. Is it possible that anyone could not see? I wondered. I didn't finish the thought. What I meant was undefinable. I stood up and wandered toward the gate. I was beginning to want to know more, not to see more. I was by now so sure it was not a question of seeing, but to feel more. Feel all the place had to communicate. But to get in, one will have to rout out the keeper, I thought reluctantly, and hesitated. Finally, I crossed the bridge and tried the iron gate. It yielded, and I walked through the tunnel formed by the thickness of the chemin de ronde. At the farther end, a wooden barricade had been laid across the entrance, and beyond it was a court enclosed in noble architecture. The main building faced me, and I now saw that one half was a mere ruined front with gaping windows through which the wild growths of the moat and the trees of the park were visible. The rest of the house was still in its robust beauty. One end abutted on the round tower, the other on the small traceried chapel, and in an angle of the building stood a graceful well-head crowned with mossy urns. A few roses grew against the walls, and on an upper window-sill I remember noticing a pot of fuchsias. My sense of the pressure of the invisible began to yield to my architectural interest. The building was so fine that I felt a desire to explore it for its own sake. I looked about the court, wondering in which corner the guardian lodged. Then I pushed open the barrier and went in. As I did so, a dog barred my way. He was such a remarkable, beautiful little dog that for a moment he made me forget the splendid place he was defending. I was not sure of his breed at the time, but I have since learned that it was Chinese and that he was of a rare variety called the sleeve dog. He was very small and golden brown, with large brown eyes and a ruffled throat. He looked like a large tawny chrysanthemum. I said to myself, these little beasts always snap and scream, and somebody'll be out in a minute. The little animal stood before me, forbidding, almost menacing. There was anger in his large brown eyes, but he made no sound. He came no nearer. Instead, as I advanced, he gradually fell back, and I noticed that another dog, a vague, rough, brindled thing, had limped up on a lame leg. There'll be a hubbub now, I thought, for at the same moment a third dog, a long-haired white mongrel, slipped out of a doorway and joined the others. All three stood looking at me with grave eyes, but not a sound came from them. As I advanced, they continued to fall back on muffled paws, still watching me. At a given point they'll all charge at my ankles. It's one of the jokes that dogs who live together put up on one, I thought. I was not alarmed, for they were neither large nor formidable, but they let me wander about the court as I pleased, following me at a little distance, always the same distance, and always keeping their eyes on me. Presently I looked across at the ruined facade and saw that in one of its empty window frames another dog stood, a white pointer with one brown ear.
He was an old grave dog, much more experienced than the others, and he seemed to be observing me with a deeper intentness. "I'll hear from him," I said to myself. But he stood in the window frame, against the trees of the park, and continued to watch me without moving. I stared back at him for a time to see if the sense that he was being watched would not rouse him. Half the width of the court lay between us, and we gazed at each other silently across it. But he didn't stir, and at last I turned away. Behind me I found the rest of the pack, with a newcomer added, a small black greyhound with pale agate-coloured eyes. He was shivering a little, and his expression was more timid than that of the others. I noticed that he kept a little behind them, and still there was not a sound. I stood there for fully 5 minutes, the circle about me, waiting, as they seemed to be waiting. At last I went up to the little golden-brown dog and stooped to pat him. As I did so, I heard myself give a nervous laugh. The little dog did not start, or growl, or take his eyes from me. He simply slipped back about a yard, and then paused and continued to look at me. "Oh, hang it!" I exclaimed, and walked across the court toward the well. As I advanced, the dogs separated and slid away into different corners of the court. I examined the urns on the well, tried a locked door or two, and looked up and down the dumb facade. Then I faced about toward the chapel. When I turned, I perceived that all the dogs had disappeared, except the old pointer, who still watched me from the window. It was rather a relief to be rid of that cloud of witnesses. I began to look about me for a way to the back of the house. Perhaps there'll be somebody in the garden, I thought. I found a way across the moat, scrambled over a wall smothered in brambles, and got into the garden. A few lean hydrangeas and geraniums pined in the flower beds, and the ancient house looked down on them indifferently. Its garden side was plainer and severer than the other. The long granite front, with its few windows and steep roof, looked like a fortress prison. I walked around the farther wing, went up some disjointed steps, and entered the deep twilight of a narrow and incredibly old box walk. The walk was just wide enough for one person to slip through, and its branches met overhead. It was like the ghost of a box walk, its lustrous green all turning to the shadowy greyness of the avenues. I walked on, the branches hitting me in the face and springing back with a dry rattle, and at length I came out onto the grassy top of the chemin de ronde. I walked along it to the gate tower, looking down into the court which was just below me. Not a human being was in sight, and neither were the dogs. I found a flight of steps in the thickness of the wall and went down them, and when I emerged again into the court, there stood the circle of dogs, the golden-brown one a little ahead of the others, the black greyhound shivering in the rear. "Oh, hang it, you uncomfortable beasts, you!" I exclaimed, my voice startling me with a sudden echo. The dogs stood motionless, watching me. I knew by this time that they would not try to prevent my approaching the house, and the knowledge left me free to examine them. I had a feeling that they must be horribly cowed to be so silent and inert, yet they didn't look hungry or ill-treated. Their coats were smooth, and they were not thin, except the shivering greyhound. It was more as if they had lived a long time with people who never spoke to them or looked at them, as though the silence of the place had gradually benumbed their busy, inquisitive natures. And this strange passivity, this almost human lassitude, seemed to me sadder than the misery of starved and beaten animals. I should have liked to rouse them for a minute, to coax them into a game or a scamper, but the longer I looked into their fixed and weary eyes, the more preposterous the idea became. With the windows of that house looking down on us, how could I have imagined such a thing? The dogs knew better. They knew what the house would tolerate and what it would not. I even fancied that they knew what was passing through my mind and pitied me for my frivolity. But even that feeling probably reached them through a thick fog of listlessness. I had an idea that their distance from me was as nothing to my remoteness from them. The impression they produced was that of having in common one memory so deep
and dark, that nothing that had happened since was worth either a growl or a wag. "I say," I broke out abruptly, addressing myself to the dumb circle, "do you know what you look like, the whole lot of you? You look as if you'd seen a ghost, that's how you look. I wonder if there is a ghost here, and nobody but you left for it to appear to." The dogs continued to gaze at me, without moving. It was dark when I saw Larivain's motor lamps at the crossroads, and I wasn't exactly sorry to see them. I had the sense of having escaped from the loneliest place in the whole world, and of not liking loneliness to that degree, as much as I had imagined I should. My friend had brought his solicitor back from Quimper for the night, and seated beside a fat and affable stranger, I felt no inclination to talk of Kerfol. But that evening, when Larivain and the solicitor were closeted in the study, Madame de Larivain began to question me in the drawing-room. "Well, are you going to buy Kerfol?" she asked, tilting up her gay chin from her embroidery. "Haven't decided yet. Fact is, I couldn't get into the house," I said, as if I had simply postponed my decision and meant to go back for another look. "You couldn't get in? Why, what's happened? The family are mad to sell the place, and the old guardian has orders." "Very likely, but the old guardian wasn't there." "What a pity. He must have gone to market. But his daughter?" "There was nobody about. At least I saw no one." "How extraordinary. Literally nobody?" "Nobody but a lot of dogs, a whole pack of them, who seem to have the place to themselves." Madame de Larivain let the embroidery slip to her knee and folded her hands on it. For several minutes she looked at me, thoughtfully. "A pack of dogs? You saw them?" "Saw them? I saw nothing else." "How many?" She dropped her voice a little. "I've always wondered." I looked at her with surprise. I had supposed the place to be familiar to her. "Have you never been to Kerfol?" I asked. "Oh, yes, often, but never on that day." "What day?" "I'd quite forgotten, and so had Hervé, I'm sure. If we'd remembered, we never should have sent you today. But then, after all, one doesn't half believe that sort of thing, does one?" "What sort of thing?" I asked, involuntarily sinking my voice to the level of hers. Inwardly, I was thinking, I knew there was something. Madame de Larivain cleared her throat and produced a reassuring smile. "Didn't Hervé tell you the story of Kerfol? An ancestor of his was mixed up in it. You know, every Breton house has its ghost story, and some of them are rather unpleasant." "Yes, but those dogs?" "Well, those dogs are the ghosts of Kerfol. At least the peasants say there's one day in the year when a lot of dogs appear there, and that day the keeper and his daughter go off to Morlaix and get drunk. The women in Brittany drink dreadfully." She stooped to match a silk. Then she lifted her charming, inquisitive Parisian face. "Did you really see a lot of dogs?" "There isn't one at Kerfol," she said. 2. Larivain the next day hunted out a shabby calf volume from the back of an upper shelf of his library. "Yes, here it is. What does it call itself? A History of the Assizes of the Duchy of Brittany, Quimper, 1702. The book was written about 100 years later than the Kerfol affair, but I believe the account is transcribed pretty literally from the judicial records. Anyhow, it's a queer reading. And there's a Hervé de Larivain mixed up in it. Not exactly my style, as you'll see, but then he's only a collateral. Here, take the book up to bed with you. I don't exactly remember the details, but after you've read it, I'll bet anything you'll leave your light burning all night." I left my light burning all night, as he had predicted, but it was chiefly because, till near dawn, I was absorbed in my reading. The account of the trial of Anne de Cornault, wife of the Lord of Kerfol, was long and closely printed. It was, as my friend had said, probably an almost literal transcription of what took place in the courtroom, and the trial lasted nearly a month. Besides, the type of the book was very bad. At first I thought of translating the old record, but it's full of wearisome repetitions, and the main lines of the story are forever straying off into side issues. So I've tried to disentangle it and give it here in a simpler form. At times, however, I have reverted to the text because no other words could have conveyed so exactly the sense of what I felt at Kerfol.
and nowhere have I added anything of my own. 3. It was the year 16 that Yves de Cornault, lord of the domain of Kerfol, went to the pardon of Locronan to perform his religious duties. He was a rich and powerful noble, then in his 62nd year, but hale and sturdy, a great horseman and hunter, and a pious man. So all his neighbours attested. In appearance he was short and broad, with a swarthy face, legs slightly bowed from the saddle, a hanging nose and broad hands with black hairs on them. He had married young and lost his wife and son soon after, and since then had lived alone at Kerfol. Twice a year he went to Morlaix, where he had a handsome house by the river, and spent a week or 10 days there. And occasionally he rode to Rennes on business. Witnesses were found to declare that during these absences he led a life different from the one he was known to lead at Kerfol, where he busied himself with his estate, attended mass daily, and found his only amusement in hunting the wild boar and waterfowl. But these rumours are not particularly relevant, and it is certain that among people of his own class in the neighbourhood he passed for a stern and even austere man, observant of his religious obligations and keeping strictly to himself. There was no talk of any familiarity with the women on his estate, though at that time the nobility were very free with their peasants. Some people said he had never looked at a woman since his wife's death, but such things are hard to prove, and the evidence on this point was not worth much. Well, in his 62nd year, Yves de Cornault went to the pardon at La Cronan, and saw there a young lady of Douarnenez who had ridden over pillion behind her father to do her duty to the saint. Her name was Anne de Barrigan, and she came of good old Breton stock, but much less great and powerful than that of Yves de Cornault. And her father had squandered his fortune at cards, and lived almost like a peasant in his little granite manor on the moors. I have said I would add nothing of my own to this bold statement of a strange case, but I must interrupt myself here to describe the young lady who rode up to the lich gate of Le Cronan, at the very moment when the Baron de Cornault was also dismounting there. I take my description from a faded drawing in red crayon, sober and truthful enough to be by a late pupil of de Clouet, which hangs in Larivin's study and is said to be a portrait of Anne de Barrigan. It is unsigned and has no mark of identity, but the initials A.B. and the date 16, the year after her marriage. It represents a young woman with a small oval face, almost pointed, yet wide enough for a full mouth, with a tender depression at the corners. The nose is small, and the eyebrows are set rather high, far apart, and as lightly penciled as the eyebrows in a Chinese painting. The forehead is high and serious, and the hair, which one feels to be fine and thick and fair, is drawn off it and lies close, like a cap. The eyes are neither large nor small, hazel probably, with a look at once shy and steady. A pair of beautiful long hands are crossed below the lady's breast. The chaplain of Kerfol and other witnesses averred that when the Baron came back from Le Cronan, he jumped from his horse, ordered another to be instantly saddled, called to a young page to come with him, and rode away that same evening to the south. His steward followed the next morning with coffers laden on a pair of pack mules. The following week Yves de Cornault rode back to Kerfol, sent for his vassals and tenants, and told them he was to be married at All Saints to Anne de Barrigan of Douarnenez, and on All Saints' Day the marriage took place. As to the next few years, the evidence on both sides seemed to show that they passed happily for the couple. No one was found to say that Yves de Cornault had been unkind to his wife, and it was plain to all that he was content with his bargain. Indeed, it was admitted by the chaplain and other witnesses for the prosecution that the young lady had a softening influence on her husband, and that he became less exacting with his tenants, less harsh to peasants and dependents, and less subject to the fits of gloomy silence which had darkened his widowhood. As to his wife, the only grievance her champions could call up in her behalf was that Kerfol was a lonely place, and that when her husband was away on business at Rennes or Morlaix, whither she was never taken, she was not allowed as much as to walk in the park unaccompanied. But No one asserted that she was unhappy, though one servant woman said she had surprised her crying, and had heard her say that she was a woman accursed to have no child and nothing in life to call her own. But that was a natural enough feeling in a wife attached to her husband, and certainly it must have been a great relief to Yves de Cornault that she bore no son. Yet he never made her feel her childlessness as a reproach. She admits this in her evidence, but seemed to try to make her forget it by showering gifts and favours on her. Rich though he was, he had never been open-handed, but nothing was too fine for his wife in the way of silks or gems or linen or whatever else she fancied. Every wandering merchant was welcome at Kerfol, and when the master was called away he never came back without bringing his wife a handsome present, something curious and particular from Morlaix or Rennes or Quimper. One of the waiting women gave, in cross-examination, an interesting list of 1 year's gifts, which I copy. From Morlaix, a carved ivory junk with Chinamen at the oars, that a strange sailor had brought back as a votive offering for Notre-Dame de la Clarté, above Ploumanac. From Quimper, an embroidered gown worked by the nuns for the Assumption. From Rennes, a silver rose that opened and showed an amber virgin with a crown of garnets. From Morlaix again, a length of Damascus velvet, shot with gold, bought of a Jew from Syria. And for Michaelmas, that same year, from Rennes, a necklet or bracelet of round stones, emeralds and pearls and rubies, strung like beads on a fine gold chain. This was the present that pleased the lady best, the woman said. Later on, as it happened, it was produced at the trial, and appears to have struck the judges and the public as a curious and valuable jewel. The very same winter the Baron absented himself again, this time as far as Bordeaux, and on his return he brought his wife something even odder and prettier than the bracelet. It was a winter evening when he rode up to Kerfol, and walking into the hall found her sitting by the hearth, her chin on her hand, looking into the fire. He carried a velvet box in his hand, and setting it down, lifted the lid, and let out a little golden-brown dog. Anne de Cornault exclaimed with pleasure as the little creature bounded toward her. "Oh, it looks like a bird or a butterfly," she cried as she picked it up, and the dog put its paws on her shoulders and looked at her with eyes like a Christian's. After that she would never have it out of her sight, and petted and talked to it as if it had been a child, as indeed it was the nearest thing to a child she was to know. Yves de Cornault was much pleased with his purchase. The dog had been brought to him by a sailor from an East India merchantman, and the sailor had bought it of a pilgrim in a bazaar in Jaffa, who had stolen it from a nobleman's wife in China, a perfectly permissible thing to do, since the pilgrim was a Christian and the nobleman a heathen doomed to hellfire. Yves de Cornault had paid a long price for the dog, for they were beginning to be in demand at the French court, and the sailor knew he had got hold of a good thing. But Anne's pleasure was so great that to see her laugh and play with the little animal, her husband would doubtless have given twice the sum. So far, all the evidence is at one and the narrative plain sailing, but now the steering becomes difficult. I will try to keep as nearly as possible to Anne's own statements, though toward the end, the poor thing. Well, to go back. The very year after the little brown dog was brought to Kerfol, Yves de Cornault, one winter night, was found dead at the head of a narrow flight of stairs leading down from his wife's rooms to a door opening on the court. It was his wife who found him and gave the alarm, so distracted, poor wretch, with fear and horror, for his blood was all over her, that at first the roused household could not make out what she was saying, and thought she'd suddenly gone mad. But there, sure enough, at the top of the stairs lay her husband, stone dead, and head foremost, the blood from his wounds dripping down to the steps below him. He had been dreadfully scratched and gashed about the face and throat, as if with curious pointed weapons, and one of his legs had a deep tear in it, which had cut an artery and probably caused his death. But how did he come there, and who had murdered him? His wife declared that she had been asleep in her bed, and hearing his cry had rushed out to find him lying on the stairs, but this was immediately questioned. In the first place, it was proved that from her room she could not have heard the struggle on the stairs, owing to the thickness of the walls and the length of the intervening passage. Then it was evident that she had not been in bed and asleep, since she was dressed when she roused the house, and her bed had not been slept in. Moreover, the door at the bottom of the stairs was ajar, and it was noticed by the chaplain, an observant man, that the dress she wore was stained with blood about the knees, and that there were traces of small blood-stained hands low down on the staircase walls, so that it was conjectured that she had really been at the postern door when her husband fell, and, feeling her way up to him in the darkness on her hands and knees, had been stained by his blood dripping down on her. Of course, it was argued on the other side that the blood marks on her dress might have been caused by her kneeling down by her husband when she rushed out of her room, but there was the open door below, and the fact that the finger marks in the staircase all pointed upward. The accused held to her statement for the first 2 days, in spite of its improbability. But on the 3rd day, word was brought to her that Hervé de Lanrivain, a young nobleman of the neighbourhood, had been arrested for complicity in the crime. 2 or 3 witnesses thereupon came forward to say that it was known throughout the country that Lanrivain had formerly been on good terms with the Lady of Corneau, but that he had been absent from Brittany for over a year, and people had ceased to associate their names. The witnesses who made this statement were not of a very reputable sort. One was an old herb-gatherer suspected of witchcraft, another a drunken clerk from a neighbouring parish, the third a half-witted shepherd who could be made to say anything, and it was clear that the prosecution was not satisfied with its case, and would have liked to find more definite proof of Lanrivain's complicity than the statement of the herb-gatherer, who swore to having seen him climbing the wall of the park on the night of the murder. One way of patching out incomplete proofs in those days was to put some sort of pressure, moral or physical, on the accused person. It is not clear what pressure was put on Anne de Corneau, but on the 3rd day, when she was brought in court, she appeared weak and wandering, and after being encouraged to collect herself and speak the truth on her honour and the wounds of her blessed Redeemer, she confessed that she had in fact gone down the stairs to speak with Hervé de Lanrivain, who denied everything, and had been surprised there by the sound of her husband's fall. That was better, and the prosecution rubbed its hands with satisfaction. The satisfaction increased when various dependents living at Kerfol were induced to say, with apparent sincerity, that during the year or 2 preceding his death, their master had once more grown uncertain and irascible, and subject to the fits of brooding silence which his household had learned to dread before his 2nd marriage. This seemed to show that things had not been going well at Kerfol, though no one could be found to say that there had been any signs of open disagreement between husband and wife. Anne de Corneau, when questioned as to her reason for going down at night to open the door to Hervé de Lanrivain, made an answer which must have sent a smile round the court. She said it was because she was lonely and wanted to talk with the young man. Was this the only reason? She was asked, and replied, "Yes, by the cross over your lordship's heads." "But why at midnight?" the court asked. "Because I could see him in no other way." I can see the exchange of glances across the ermine collars under the crucifix. Anne de Corneau, further questioned, said that her married life had been extremely lonely. Desolate was the word she used. It was true that her husband seldom spoke harshly to her, but there were days when he didn't speak at all. It was true that he had never struck or threatened her, but he kept her like a prisoner at Kerfol, and when he rode away to Morlaix or Quimper or Rennes, he set so close a watch on her that she couldn't pick a flower in the garden without having a waiting woman at her heels. "I am no queen to need such honours," she once said to him, and he had answered that a man who has a treasure does not leave the key in the lock when he goes out. "Then take me with you," she urged. But to this he said that towns were pernicious places, and young wives better off at their own firesides. "But what did you want to say to Hervé de Lanrivain?" the court asked, and she answered, "To ask him to take me away." "Ah, you confess that you went down to him with adulterous thoughts?" "No." "Then why did you want him to take you away?" "Because I was afraid for my life."
Of whom were you afraid? Of my husband. Why were you afraid of your husband? Because he had strangled my little dog. Another smile must have passed around the courtroom in days when any nobleman had the right to hang his peasants, and most of them exercised it. Pinching a pet animal's windpipe was nothing to make a fuss about. At this point, one of the judges, who appears to have had a certain sympathy for the accused, suggested that she should be allowed to explain herself in her own way, and she thereupon made the following statement. The first years of her marriage had been lonely, but her husband had not been unkind to her. If she had had a child, she would not have been unhappy, but the days were long and it rained too much. It was true that her husband, whenever he went away and left her, brought her a handsome present on his return, but this did not make up for the loneliness. At least nothing had, till he brought her the little brown dog from the East. After that, she was much less unhappy. Her husband seemed pleased that she was so fond of the dog. He gave her leave to put her jewelled bracelet around its neck and to keep it always with her. One day she had fallen asleep in her room with the dog at her feet, as his habit was. Her feet were bare and resting on his back. Suddenly she was waked by her husband. He stood beside her, smiling not unkindly. "You look like my great-grandmother, Juliane de Crono, lying in the chapel with her feet on a little dog," he said. The analogy sent a chill through her, but she laughed and answered, "Well, when I'm dead you must put me beside her, carved in marble, with my dog at my feet." "Oh, we'll wait and see," he said, laughing also, but with his black brows close together. "The dog is the emblem of fidelity." "And do you doubt my right to lie with mine at my feet?" "When I'm in doubt, I find out," he answered. "I'm an old man," he added, "and people say I make you lead a lonely life. But I swear you shall have your monument, if you earn it." "And I swear to be faithful," she returned, "if only for the sake of having my little dog at my feet." Not long afterward he went on business to the Quimper Assizes, and while he was away his aunt, the widow of a great nobleman of the duchy, came to spend the night at Kerfol, on her way to the pardon of Sainte Barbe. She was a woman of piety and consequence, and much respected by Yves de Crono. But when she proposed to Anne to go with her to Sainte Barbe, no one could object, and even the chaplain declared himself in favour of the pilgrimage. So Anne set out for Sainte Barbe, and there, for the first time, she talked with Hervé de Larrivin. He had come once or twice to Kerfol with his father, but she never before exchanged a dozen words with him. They didn't talk for more than 5 minutes now. It was under the chestnuts, as the procession was coming out of the chapel. He said, "I pity you," and she was surprised, for she had not supposed that anyone thought her an object of pity. He added, "Call for me when you need me," and she smiled a little, but was glad afterward, and thought often of the meeting. She confessed to having seen him 3 times afterward, not more. How or where she wouldn't say. One had the impression that she feared to implicate someone. Their meetings had been rare and brief, and at the last he had told her that he was starting the next day for a foreign country, on a mission which was not without peril and might keep him for many months absent. He asked her for a remembrance, and she had none to give him but the collar about the little dog's neck. She was sorry afterward that she'd given it, but he was so unhappy at going that she had not the courage to refuse. Her husband was away at the time. When he returned a few days later, he picked up the animal to pet it and noticed that its collar was missing. His wife told him that the dog had lost it in the undergrowth of the park, and that she and her maids had hunted a whole day for it. It was true, she explained to the court, that she had made the maids search for the necklet. They all believed the dog had lost it in the park. Her husband made no comment, and that evening at supper he was in his usual mood, between good and bad. You could never tell which. He talked a good deal, describing what he'd seen and done in Rennes, but now and then he stopped and looked hard at her. And when she went to bed, she found a little dog strangled on a pillow. The little thing was dead, but still warm. She stooped to lift it, and her distress turned to horror when she discovered that it had been strangled by twisting twice round its throat the necklet she had given to Larrivin.
The next morning at dawn, she buried the dog in the garden and hid the necklet in her breast. She said nothing to her husband then or later, and he said nothing to her, but that day he had a peasant hanged for stealing a faggot in the park, and the next day he nearly beat to death a young horse he was breaking. Winter set in, and the short days passed, and the long nights one by one, and she heard nothing of Hervé de Larriven. It might be that her husband had killed him, or merely that he had been robbed of the necklet. Day after day, by the hearth, among the spinning maids, night after night, alone on her bed, she wondered and trembled. Sometimes at table her husband looked across at her and smiled, and then she felt sure that Larriven was dead. She dared not try to get news of him, for she was sure her husband would find out if she did. She had an idea that he could find out anything. Even when a witch woman who was a noted seer and could show you the whole world in her crystal came to the castle for a night's shelter, and the maids flocked to her, Anne held back. The winter was long and black and rainy. One day, in Yves de Cornault's absence, some gypsies came to Kerfol with a troop of performing dogs. Anne bought the smallest and cleverest, a white dog with a feathery coat and one blue and one brown eye. It seemed to have been ill-treated by the gypsies and clung to her plaintively when she took it from them. That evening her husband came back, and when she went to bed, she found the dog strangled on her pillow. After that she said to herself that she would never have another dog, but one bitter cold evening a poor lean greyhound was found whining at the castle gate, and she took him in and forbade the maids to speak of him to her husband. She hid him in a room that no one went to, and smuggled food to him from her own plate, made him a warm bed to lie on, and petted him like a child. Yves de Cornault came home, and the next day she found the greyhound strangled on her pillow. She wept in secret, but said nothing, and resolved that even if she met a dog dying of hunger, she would never bring him into the castle. But one day she found a young sheepdog, a brindled puppy with good blue eyes, lying with a broken leg in the snow of the park. Yves de Cornault was at Rennes, and she brought the dog in, warmed and fed it, tied up its leg and hid it in the castle till her husband's return. The day before, she gave it to a peasant woman who lived a long way off, and paid her handsomely to care for it and say nothing. But that night she heard a whining and scratching at her door, and when she opened it, the lame puppy, drenched and shivering, jumped up on her with little sobbing barks. She hid him in her bed, and the next morning was about to have him taken back to the peasant woman, when she heard her husband ride into the court. She shut the dog in a chest and went down to receive him. An hour or two later, when she returned to her room, the puppy lay strangled on her pillow. After that, she dared not make a pet of any other dog, and her loneliness became almost unendurable. Sometimes when she crossed the court of the castle and thought no one was looking, she stopped to pat the old pointer at the gate. But one day, as she was caressing him, her husband came out of the chapel, and the next day the old dog was gone. This curious narrative was not told in one sitting of the court, or received without impatience and incredulous comment. It was plain that the judges were surprised by its puerility, and that it didn't help the accused in the eyes of the public. It was an odd tale, certainly, but what did it prove? That Yves de Cornault disliked dogs, and that his wife, to gratify her own fancy, persistently ignored this dislike. As for pleading this trivial disagreement as an excuse for her relations, whatever their nature, with her supposed accomplice, the argument was so absurd that her own lawyer manifestly regretted having let her make use of it, and tried several times to cut short her story. But she went on to the end, with a kind of hypnotized insistence, as though the scenes she evoked were so real to her that she had forgotten where she was and imagined herself to be reliving them. At length, the judge, who had previously shown a certain kindness to her, said, leaning forward a little, one may suppose, from his row of dozing colleagues, "Then you would have us believe that you murdered your husband because he would not let you keep a pet dog." "I did not murder my husband." "Who did then? Hervé de Larriven?" "No." "Who then?" Can you tell us?" "Yes, I can tell you. The dogs." At that point, she was carried out of the court in a swoon. It was evident that her lawyer tried to get her to abandon this line of defence. Possibly her explanation, whatever it was, had seemed convincing when she poured it out to him in the heat of their first private colloquy, but now that she was exposed to the cold daylight of judicial scrutiny and the banter of the town, he was thoroughly ashamed of it, and would have sacrificed her without a scruple to save his professional reputation. But the obstinate judge, who, perhaps after all, was more inquisitive than kindly, evidently wanted to hear the story out, and she was ordered the next day to continue her deposition. She said that after the disappearance of the old watchdog, nothing particular happened for a month or two. Her husband was much as usual. She didn't remember any special incident. But one evening a peddler woman came to the castle and was selling trinkets to the maids. She had no heart for trinkets, but she stood looking on while the women made their choice, and then, she didn't know how, but the peddler coaxed her into buying for herself a pear-shaped pomander with a strong scent in it. She had once seen something of the kind on a gypsy woman. She had no desire for the pomander and didn't know why she'd bought it. The peddler said that whoever wore it had the power to read the future, but she didn't really believe that, or care much either. However, she bought the thing and took it up to her room, where she sat, turning it about in her hand. Then the strange scent attracted her, and she began to wonder what kind of spice was in the box. She opened it, and found a grey bean rolled in a strip of paper, and on the paper she saw a sign she knew, and a message from Hervé de Larrivain, saying that he was at home again, and would be at the door in the court that night after the moon had set. She burned the paper and sat down to think. It was nightfall, and her husband was at home. She had no way of warning Larrivain, and there was nothing to do but wait. At this point I fancy the drowsy courtroom beginning to wake up. Even to the oldest hand on the bench there must have been a certain relish in picturing the feelings of a woman on receiving such a message at nightfall from a man living 20 miles away, to whom she had no means of sending a warning. She was not a clever woman, I imagine, and as the first result of her cogitation she appears to have made the mistake of being, that evening, too kind to her husband. She couldn't ply him with wine according to the traditional expedient, for though he drank heavily at times, he had a strong head, and when he drank beyond its strength it was because he chose to, and not because a woman coaxed him. Not his wife, at any rate. She was an old story by now. As I read the case, I fancy there was no feeling for her left in him but the hatred occasioned by his supposed dishonour. At any rate, she tried to call up her old graces, but early in the evening he complained of pains and fever and left the hall to go up to the closet where he sometimes slept. His servant carried him a cup of hot wine and brought back word that he was sleeping and not to be disturbed, and an hour later, when Anne lifted the tapestry and listened at his door, she heard his loud, regular breathing. She thought it might be a faint, and stayed a long time barefooted in a passage, her ear to the crack, but the breathing went on too steadily and naturally to be other than that of a man in a sound sleep. She crept back to her room reassured, and stood in the window, watching the moon set through the trees of the park. The sky was misty and starless, and after the moon went down the night was as black as pitch. She knew the time had come, and stole along the passage, past her husband's door, where she stopped again to listen to his breathing, to the top of the stairs. There she paused a moment and assured herself that no one was following her. Then she began to go down the stairs into the darkness. They were so steep and winding that she had to go very slowly for fear of stumbling. Her one thought was to get the door unbolted, tell Larrivain to make his escape, and hasten back to her room. She had tried the bolt earlier in the evening and managed to put a little grease on it, but nevertheless when she drew it, it gave a squeak, not loud, but it made her heart stop, and the next minute overhead she heard a noise. "What noise?" the prosecution interposed. "My husband's voice, calling out my name and cursing me." "What did you hear after that?" "A terrible scream and a fall." Where was Hervé de Narivin at this time? He was standing outside in the court. I just made him out in the darkness. I told him for God's sake to go, and then I pushed the door shut. What did you do next? I stood at the foot of the stairs and listened. What did you hear? I heard dogs, snarling and panting, visible discouragement of the bench, boredom of the public, and exasperation of the lawyer for the defence. Dogs again. But the inquisitive judge insisted. What dogs? She bent her head and spoke so low that she had to be told to repeat her answer. I don't know. How do you mean you don't know? I don't know what dogs. The judge again intervened. Try to tell us exactly what happened. How long did you remain at the foot of the stairs? Only a few minutes. And what was going on meanwhile, overhead? The dogs kept on snarling and panting. Once or twice he cried out. I think he moaned once. Then he was quiet. Then what happened? Then I heard a sound like the noise of a pack when the wolf is thrown to them, gulping and lapping. There was a groan of disgust and repulsion through the court, and another attempted intervention by the distracted lawyer, but the inquisitive judge was still inquisitive. And all the while you did not go up? Yes, I went up then to drive them off. The dogs? Yes. Well, when I got there it was quite dark. I found my husband's flint and steel and struck a spark. I saw him lying there. He was dead. And the dogs? The dogs were gone. Gone? Where to? I don't know. There was no way out, and there are no dogs at Kerfol. She straightened herself to her full height, threw her arms above her head, and fell down on the stone floor with a long scream. There was a moment of confusion in the courtroom. Someone on the bench was heard to say, "This is clearly a case for the ecclesiastical authorities." And the prisoner's lawyer doubtless jumped at the suggestion. After this, the trial loses itself in a maze of cross-questioning and squabbling. Every witness who was called corroborated Anne de Cornaux's statement that there were no dogs at Kerfol, and had been none for several months. The master of the house had taken quite a dislike to dogs. There was no denying it. But on the other hand, at the inquest, there had been a long and bitter discussion as to the nature of the dead man's wounds. One of the surgeons called in had spoken of marks that looked like bites. The suggestion of witchcraft was revived, and the opposing lawyers hurled tomes of necromancy at each other. At last Anne de Cornaux was brought back into court at the instance of the same judge, and asked if she knew where the dog she spoke of could have come from. On the body of her Redeemer she swore that she did not. Then the judge put his final question. If the dogs you think you heard had been known to you, do you think you would have recognized them by their barking? Yes. Did you recognize them? Yes. What dogs do you take them to have been? My dead dogs, she said in a whisper. She was taken out of court, not to reappear there again. There was some kind of ecclesiastical investigation, and the end of the business was that the judges disagreed with each other and with the ecclesiastical committee, and that Anne de Cornaux was finally handed over to the keeping of her husband's family, who shut her up in the keep of Kerfol, where she is said to have died many years later, a harmless madwoman. So ends the story. As for that of Hervé de Narivin, I had only to apply to his collateral descendant for its subsequent details. The evidence against the young man being insufficient and his family influence in the duchy considerable, he was set free and left soon afterwards for Paris. He was probably in no mood for a worldly life, and he appears to have come almost immediately under the influence of the famous Monsieur Arnaud d'Andilly and the gentlemen of Port-Royal. A year or two later, he was received into their order, and, without achieving any particular distinction, he followed its good and evil fortunes till his death some 20 years later. Narivin showed me a portrait of him by a pupil of Philippe de Champaigne, sad eyes, an impulsive mouth, and a narrow brow. Poor Hervé de Narivin! It was a grey ending. Yet, as I looked at his stiff and sallow effigy, in the dark dress of the Jansenists,
I almost found myself envying his fate. After all, in the course of his life, two great things had happened to him. He had loved romantically, and he must have talked with Pascal.
Mr. Jones by Edith Wharton. Lady Jane Link was unlike other people. When she heard that she had inherited Bells, the beautiful old place which had belonged to the Links of Thuddony for something like 600 years, the fancy took her to go and see it, unannounced. She was staying at a friend's nearby in Kent, and the next morning she borrowed a motor and slipped away alone to Thuddony Blazes, the adjacent village. It was a lustrous, motionless day. Autumn bloom lay on the Sussex Downs, on the heavy trees of the Weald, on streams moving indolently far off across the marshes. Further still, Dungeness, a fitful streak, floated on an immaterial sea, which was perhaps, after all, only sky. In the softness, Thuddony Blazes slept. A few aged houses bowed around a duck pond, a silvery spire, orchards thick with dew. Did Thuddony Blazes ever wake? Lady Jane left the motor to the care of the geese on a miniature common, pushed open a white gate into a field, the griffoned portals being padlocked, and struck across the park towards a group of carved chimney stacks. No one seemed aware of her. In a dip of the land, the long low house, its ripe brick masonry overhanging a moat, deeply sunk about its roots, resembled an aged cedar spreading immemorial red branches. Lady Jane held her breath and gazed. A silence distilled from years of solitude lay on lawns and gardens. No one had lived at Bells since the last Lord Thuddony, then a penniless younger son, had forsaken it 60 years before to seek his fortune in Canada. And before that, he and his widowed mother, distant poor relations, were housed in one of the lodges, and the great place, even in their day, had been as mute and solitary as the family vault. Lady Jane, daughter of another branch to which an earldom and considerable possessions had accrued, had never seen Bells, hardly heard its name. A succession of deaths and the whim of an old man she had never known now made her heir to all this beauty, and as she stood and looked, she was glad she had come to it from so far, from impressions so remote and different. It would be dreadful to be used to it, to be thinking already about the state of the roof and the cost of the heating system. Till this, her 35th year, Lady Jane had led an active, independent and decided life. One of several daughters moderately but sufficiently provided for, she had gone early from home, lived in London lodgings, travelled in tropic lands, spent studious summers in Spain and Italy, and written 2 or 3 brisk, business-like little books about cities usually dealt with sentimentally. And now, just back from a summer in the south of France, she stood ankle-deep in wet bracken and gazed at Bells lying there under a September sun that looked like moonlight. "I shall never leave it," she ejaculated, her heart swelling as if she had taken the vow to a lover. She ran down the last slope of the park and entered the faded formality of gardens with clipped yews as ornate as architecture and holly hedges as solid as walls. Adjoining the house rose a low, deep buttressed chapel. Its door was ajar, and she thought this of good augury. Her forebears were waiting for her. In the porch she remarked fly-blown notices of services, an umbrella stand, a dishevelled doormat. No doubt the chapel served as a village hall. The thought gave her a sense of warmth and neighbourliness. Across the damp flags of the chancel, monuments and brasses showed through a traceried screen. She examined them curiously. Some hailed her with vocal memories, others whispered out of the remote and the unknown. It was a shame to know so little about her own family, but neither Crofts nor Links had ever greatly distinguished themselves. They had gathered substance simply by holding on to what they had and slowly accumulating privileges and acres. Mostly by clever marriages, Lady Jane thought, with a faint contempt. At that moment, her eyes lit on one of the less ornate monuments, a plain sarcophagus of grey marble niched in the wall and surmounted by the bust of a young man with a fine, arrogant head, a Byronic throat, and tossed back curls. Peregrine Vincent Theobald Link, Baron Clouds, 15th Viscount Thudney of Bells, Lord of the Manors of Thudney, Thudney Blazes, Upper Link, Link Linnet. So it ran, with the usual tedious enumerations of honours, titles, court and county offices, ending with, born on May the 1st, 1790, perished of the plague at Aleppo in 1828, and underneath, in small cramped characters, as if crowded as an afterthought into an insufficient space, also his wife. That was all. No names, dates, honours, epithets for the Viscountess Thudney. Did she too die of the plague at Aleppo, or did they also imply her actual presence in the sarcophagus, which her husband's pride had no doubt prepared for his own last sleep, little guessing that some Syrian drain was to receive him? Lady Jane racked her memory in vain. All she knew was that the death without issue of this Lord Thudney had caused the property to revert to the Croft Links, and so, in the end, brought her to the chancel step where shyly she knelt a moment, vowing to the dead to carry on their trust. She passed on to the entrance court and stood at last at the door of her new home, a blunt tweed figure in heavy mud-stained shoes. She felt as intrusive as a tripper, and her hand hesitated on the doorbell. I ought to have brought someone with me, she thought, an odd admission on the part of a young woman who, when she was doing her books of travel, had prided herself on forcing single-handed the most closely guarded doors. But those other places, as she looked back, seemed easy and accessible compared to Bell's. She rang, and a tinkle answered, carried on by a flurried echo, which seemed to ask what in the world was happening. Lady Jane, through the nearest window, caught the spectral vista of a long room with shrouded furniture. She couldn't see its farther end, but she had the feeling that someone stationed there might very well be seeing her. Just at first, she thought, I shall have to invite people here to take the chill off. She rang again, and the tinkle again prolonged itself, but no one came. At last she reflected that the caretakers probably lived at the back of the house, and pushing open a door in the courtyard wall, she worked her way round to what seemed a stable yard. Against the purple brick sprawled a neglected magnolia, bearing one late flower as big as a planet. Lady Jane rang at a door marked Service. This bell, though also languid, had a wakefuller sound, as if it were more used to being rung, and still knew what was likely to follow. And after a delay, during which Lady Jane again had the sense of being peered at, from above, through a lowered blind, a bolt shot, and a woman looked out. She was youngish, unhealthy, respectable, and frightened, and she blinked at Lady Jane like someone waking out of sleep. "Oh," said Lady Jane, "do you think I might visit the house?" "The house?" "I'm staying near here. I'm interested in old houses. Mightn't I take a look?" The young woman drew back. "The house isn't shown." "Oh, but not to... Jane weighed the case. "You see," she explained, "I know some of the family, the Northumberland branch." "You're related, madam?" "Well, distantly, yes." It was exactly what she had not meant to say, but there seemed no other way. The woman twisted her apron strings in perplexity. "Come, you know," Lady Jane urged, producing half a crown. The woman turned pale. "I couldn't, madam, not without asking." It was clear that she was sorely tempted. "Well, ask, won't you?" Lady Jane pressed the tip into a hesitating hand. The young woman shut the door and vanished. She was away so long that the visitor concluded her half-crown had been pocketed, and there was an end, and she began to be angry with herself, which was more often her habit than to be so with others. "Well, for a fool, Jane, you're a complete one," she grumbled. A returning footstep, listless, reluctant, the tread of one who was not going to let her in. It began to be rather comic. The door opened, and the young woman said in her dull sing-song, "Mr. Jones says that no one is allowed to visit the house." She and Lady Jane looked at each other for a moment, and Lady Jane read the apprehension in the other's eye. "Mr. Jones? Oh. Yes, of course, keep it." She waved away the woman's hand. "Thank you, madam." The door closed again, and Lady Jane stood and gazed up at the inexorable face of her own home.
But you didn't get in. You actually came back without so much as a peep. Her story was received that evening at dinner with mingled mirth and incredulity. But my dear, you mean to say you asked to see the house and they wouldn't let you? Who wouldn't? Lady Jane's hostess insisted. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones? He said no one was allowed to visit it. Who on earth is Mr. Jones? The caretaker, I suppose. I didn't see him. Didn't see him either. But I never heard such nonsense. Why in the world didn't you insist? Yes, why didn't you? They all chorused, and she could only answer a little lamely. I think I was afraid. Afraid? You, darling? There was fresh hilarity. Of Mr. Jones? I suppose so. She joined in the laugh, yet she knew it was true. She had been afraid. Edward Stramer, the novelist, an old friend of her family, had been listening with an air of abstraction, his eyes on his empty coffee cup. Suddenly, as the mistress of the house pushed back her chair, he looked across the table at Lady Jane. It's odd. I've just remembered something. Once, when I was a youngster, I tried to see bells. Over 30 years ago it must have been. He glanced at his host. Your mother drove me over, and we were not let in. There was a certain flatness in this conclusion, and someone remarked that bells had always been known as harder to get into than any other house thereabouts. Yes, said Stramer, but the point is that we were refused in exactly the same words. Mr. Jones said no one was allowed to visit the house. Ah, he was in possession already, 30 years ago. Unsociable fellow Jones. Well, Jane, you've got a good watchdog. They moved to the drawing room, and the talk drifted to other topics. But Stramer came and sat down beside Lady Jane. It is queer, though, that at such a distance of time we should have been given exactly the same answer. She glanced up at him curiously. Yes, and you didn't try to force your way in either. Oh, no, it was impossible. So I felt, she agreed. Well, next week, my dear, I hope we shall see it all, in spite of Mr. Jones, their hostess intervened, catching their last words as she moved toward the piano. I wonder if we shall see Mr. Jones, said Stramer. Bell's was not nearly as large as it looked. Like many old houses, it was very narrow and but 1 story high, with servants' rooms in the low attic, and much space wasted in crooked passages and superfluous stairs. If she closed the great salon, Jane thought, she might live there comfortably with the small staff, which was the most she could afford. It was a relief to find the place less important than she had feared, for already, in the first hour of arrival, she had decided to give up everything else for Bell's. Her previous plans and ambitions, except such as might fit in with living there, had fallen from her like a discarded garment, and things she had hardly thought about, or had shrugged away with the hasty subversiveness of youth, were already laying quiet hands on her, all the lives from which her life had issued, with what they bore of example or admonishment. The very shabbiness of the house moved her more than splendours, made it, after its long abandonment, seem full of the careless daily coming and going of people long dead, people to whom it had not been a museum or a page of history, but cradle, nursery, home, and sometimes, no doubt, a prison. If those marble lips in the chapel could speak, if she could hear some of their comments on the old house, which had spread its silent shelter over their sins and sorrows, their follies and submissions, a long tale to which she was about to add another chapter, subdued and humdrum beside some of those earlier annals, yet probably freer and more varied than the unchronicled lives of the great-aunts and great-grandmothers buried there so completely that they must have hardly known when they passed from their beds to their graves, piled up like dead leaves, Jane thought, layers and layers of them, to preserve something forever budding underneath. Well, all those piled-up lives had at least preserved the old house in its integrity, and that was worthwhile. She was satisfied to carry on such a trust. She sat in the garden looking up at the rosy walls, iridescent with damp and age. She decided which windows should be hers, which rooms given to the friends from Kent who were motoring over, Stramer among them, for a modest housewarming. Then she got up and went in. The hour had come for domestic questions, for she had arrived alone, unsupported even by the old family housemaid her mother had offered her. She preferred to start afresh, convinced that her small household could be staffed from the neighbourhood. Mrs. Clem, the rosy-cheeked old person who had curtsied her across the threshold, would doubtless know. Mrs. Clem, summoned to the library, curtsied again. She wore black silk, gathered and spreading as to skirt, flat and perpendicular as to bodice. On her glossy false front was a black lace cap with ribbons, which had faded from violet to ash colour, and a heavy watch chain descended from the lava brooch under her crochet collar. Her small round face rested on the collar like a red apple on a white plate, neat, smooth, circular, with a pursed-up mouth, eyes like black seeds, and round, ruddy cheeks with the skin so taut that one had to look close to see that it was as wrinkled as an old piece of crackly. Mrs. Clem was sure there would be no trouble about servants. She herself could do a little cooking, though her hand might be a bit out, but there was her niece to help, and she was quite of her ladyship's opinion that there was no need to get in strangers. They were mostly a poor lot, and besides, they might not take to bells. There were persons who didn't. Mrs. Clem smiled a sharp little smile like the scratch of a pin as she added that she hoped her ladyship wouldn't be one of them. As for underservants, well, a boy perhaps. She had a great nephew she might send for. But about women and under housemaids, if her ladyship thought they couldn't manage as they were, well, she really didn't know. Thudney Blazes, oh, she didn't think so. There was more dead than living at Thudney Blazes. Everyone was leaving there, or in the churchyard. One house after another being shut. Death was everywhere, wasn't it, my lady? Mrs. Clem said it with another of her short, sharp smiles, which provoked the appearance of a frosty dimple. But my niece Georgina is a hard worker, my lady. Her that let you in the other day. That didn't, Lady Jane corrected. Oh, my lady, it was too unfortunate. If only your ladyship had have said. Poor Georgina had ought to have seen, but she never did have her wits about her, not for answering the door. But she was only obeying orders. She went to ask Mr. Jones. Mrs. Clem was silent. Her small hands, wrinkled and resolute, fumbled with the folds in her apron, and her quick eyes made the circuit of the room and then came back to Lady Jane's. Just so, my lady, but as I told her, she ought to have known. And who is Mr. Jones? Mrs. Clem's smile snapped out again, deprecating, respectful. Well, my lady, he's more dead than living too, if I may say so, was her surprising answer. Is he? I'm sorry to hear that. But who is he? Well, my lady, he's my great-uncle, as it were, my grandmother's own brother, you might say. Ah, I see, Lady Jane considered her with growing curiosity. He must have reached a great age, then. Yes, my lady, he has that, though I'm not, Mrs. Clem added, the dimple showing, as old myself as your ladyship might suppose. Living at Bells all these years has been aging to me. It would be to anybody. I suppose so, and yet, Lady Jane continued, Mr. Jones has survived, has stood it well, as you certainly have. Oh, not as well as I have, Mrs. Clem interjected, as if resentful of the comparison. At any rate, he still mounts guard, mounts it as well as he did 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Mrs. Clem echoed, her hands dropping from her apron to her sides. Wasn't he here 30 years ago? Oh, yes, my lady, certainly. He's never once been away that I know of. What a wonderful record. And what exactly are his duties? Mrs. Clem paused again, her hands still motionless in the folds of her skirt. Lady Jane noticed that the fingers were tightly clenched, as if to check an involuntary gesture. He began as pantry boy, then footman, then butler, my lady. But it's hard to say, isn't it, what an old servant's duties are when he stayed on in the same house so many years? Yes, and that house was always empty. Just so, my lady. Everything came to depend on him, one thing after another. His late lordship thought the world of him. His late lordship, but he was never here. He spent all his life in Canada. Mrs. Clem seemed slightly disconcerted. Certainly, my lady, her voice said. Who are you to set me right as to the chronicles of Bells? But by letter, my lady, I can show you the letters, and there was his lordship before the 16th Viscount. He did come here once. Ah, did he? Lady Jane was embarrassed to find how little she knew of them all. She rose from her seat. They were lucky, all these absentees, to have someone to watch over their interests so faithfully. I should like to see Mr. Jones, to thank him. Will you take me to him now? Now? Mrs. Clem moved back a step or two. Lady Jane fancied her cheeks paled a little under their ruddy varnish. Oh, not today, my lady. Why? Isn't he well enough? Not nearly. He's between life and death, as it were, Mrs. Clem repeated, as if the phrase were the nearest approach she could find to a definition of Mr. Jones's state. Would he even know who I was? Mrs. Clem considered a moment. I don't say that, my lady. Her tone implied that to do so might appear disrespectful. He'd know you, my lady, but you wouldn't know him. She broke off and added hastily, I mean for what he is. He's in no state for you to see him. He's so very ill, poor man. And is everything possible being done? Oh, everything, and more too, my lady. But perhaps, Mrs. Clem suggested with a clink of the keys, this will be a good time for your ladyship to take a look about the house. If your ladyship has no objection, I should like to begin with the linen. Mr. Jones, Stramer queried a few days later as they sat, Lady Jane and the party from Kent, about an improvised tea table in a recess of one of the great holly hedges. The day was as hushed and warm as that on which she had first come to Bells, and Lady Jane looked up with a smile of ownership at the old walls, which seemed to smile back, the windows which now looked at her with friendly eyes. Mr. Jones? Who's Mr. Jones? The others asked. Only Stramer recalled their former talk. Lady Jane hesitated. Mr. Jones is my invisible guardian, or rather the guardian of Bells. They remembered then. Invisible? You mean to say you haven't seen him yet? Not yet. Perhaps I never shall. He's very old and very ill, I'm afraid. And he still rules here? Oh, absolutely. The fact is, Lady Jane added, I believe he's the only person left who really knows all about Bells. Jane, my dear, that big shrub over there against the wall, I verily believe it's a Templetonia retusa. Oh, it is! Did anyone ever hear of it standing in English winter? Gardeners all, they dashed off towards the shrub in its sheltered angle. I shall certainly try it on the south wall at Dipway, cried the hostess from Kent. Tea over, they moved on to inspect the house. The short autumn day was drawing to a close, but the party had been able to come only for an afternoon, instead of staying over the weekend, and having lingered so long in the gardens, they had only time indoors to puzzle out what they could through the shadows. Perhaps Lady Jane thought it was the best hour to see a house like Bells so long abandoned and not yet warmed into new life. The fire she had lit in the salon sent its radiance to meet them, giving the great room an air of expectancy and welcome. The portraits, the Italian cabinets, the shabby armchairs and rugs all looked as if life had but lately left them. Perhaps Mrs. Clem is right in advising me to live here and close the blue parlour. My dear, what a fine room! Pity it faces north. Of course you'll have to shut it in the winter. It would cost a fortune to heat. Lady Jane hesitated. I don't know, I had meant to. But there seems to be no other. No other in all this house? They laughed, and one of the visitors going ahead and crossing a panelled anteroom cried out, But here, a delicious room, windows south, yes, and west, the warmest of the house. This is perfect. They followed, and the blue room echoed with exclamations. Those charming curtains with the parrots, and the blue of that petit point fire screen. But Jane, of course you must live here. Look at this citron wood desk. Lady Jane stood on the threshold. It seems that the chimney smokes hopelessly. Hopelessly? Nonsense. Have you consulted anybody? I'll send you a wonderful man. Besides, if you put in one of those one-pipe heaters at Dipway, Stramer was looking over Lady Jane's shoulder. What does Mr. Jones say about it? He says no one has ever been able to use this room, not for ages. It was the housekeeper who told me. She's his great niece, and seems simply to transmit his oracles. Stramer shrugged. Well, he's lived at Bells longer than you have. Perhaps he's right. How absurd, one of the ladies cried. The housekeeper and Mr. Jones probably spend their evenings here and don't want to be disturbed. Look, ashes on the hearth. What did I tell you? Lady Jane echoed the laugh as they turned away. They had still to see the library damp and dilapidated, the panelled dining room, the breakfast parlour, and such bedrooms as had any old furniture left, not many, for the late lords of Bells at one time or another had evidently sold most of its removable treasures. When the visitors came down, their motors were waiting. A lamp had been placed in the hall, but the rooms beyond were lit only by the broad, clear band of western sky showing through uncurtained casements. On the doorstep, one of the ladies exclaimed that she had lost her handbag. No, she remembered. She had laid it on the desk in the blue room. Which way was the blue room? I'll get it, Jane said, turning back. She heard Stramer following. He asked if he should bring a lamp. "Oh no, I can see." She crossed the threshold of the blue room, guided by the light from its western window. Then she stopped. Someone was in the room already. She felt, rather than saw, another presence. Stramer behind her paused also. He did not speak or move. What she saw, or thought she saw, was simply an old man with bent shoulders, turning away from the citron wood desk. Almost before she had received the impression, there was no one there. Only the slightest stir of the needlework curtain over the farther door. She heard no step or other sound. "There's the bag," she said, as if the act of speaking and saying something obvious were a relief. In the hall, her glance crossed Stramer's, but failed to find there a reflection of what her own had registered. He shook hands, smiling. "Well, goodbye. I commit you to Mr. Jones's care. Only don't let him say that you're not shown to visitors." She smiled. "Come back and try," and then shivered a little as the lights of the last motor vanished beyond the great black hedges. Lady Jane had exulted in her resolve to keep Bells to herself till she and the old house should have had time to make friends. But after a few days, she recalled the uneasy feeling which had come over her as she stood on the threshold after her first tentative ring. Yes, she had been right in thinking she would have to have people about her to take the chill off. The house was too old, too mysterious, too much withdrawn into its own secret past for her poor little present to fit into it without uneasiness. But it was not a time of year when among Lady Jane's friends it was possible to find people free. Her own family were all in the north and impossible to dislodge. One of her sisters, when invited, simply sent her back a list of shooting dates, and her mother wrote, "Why not come to us? What can you have to do all alone in that empty house at this time of year? Next summer we're all coming." Having tried one or two friends with the same result, Lady Jane bethought her of Stramer. He was finishing a novel, she knew, and at such times he liked to settle down somewhere in the country where he could be sure of not being disturbed. Bells was a perfect asylum, and though it was probable that some other friend had anticipated her and provided the requisite seclusion, Lady Jane decided to invite him. "Do bring your work and stay till it's finished, and don't be in a hurry to finish. I promise that no one shall bother you." And she added, half nervously, "Not even Mr. Jones." As she wrote, she felt an absurd impulse to blot the words out. He might not like it, she thought, and the he did not refer to Stramer. Was the solitude already making her superstitious? She thrust the letter into an envelope and carried it herself to the post office at Thuddeney Blazes. 2 days later, a wire from Stramer announced his arrival. He came on a cold, stormy afternoon just before dinner, and as they went up to dress, Lady Jane called after him, "We shall sit in the blue parlour this evening." The housemaid Georgiana was crossing the passage with hot water for the visitor. She stopped and cast a vacant glance at Lady Jane. The latter met it and said carelessly, "You hear, Georgiana, the fire in the blue parlour." While Lady Jane was dressing, she heard a knock and saw Mrs. Clem's round face just inside the door, like a red apple on a garden wall. "Is there anything wrong about the salon, my lady? Georgiana understood that I want a fire in the blue parlour. Yes, what's wrong with the salon is that one freezes there." "But the chimney smokes in the blue parlour." "Well, we'll give it a trial, and if it does, I'll send for someone to arrange it." "Nothing can be done, my lady. Everything's been tried, and—" Lady Jane swung around suddenly. She had heard Stramer singing a cheerful hunting song in a cracked voice in his dressing room at the other end of the corridor. "That will do, Mrs. Clem. I want the fire in the blue parlour." "Yes, my lady." The door closed on the housekeeper. "So you decided on the salon after all," Stramer said as Lady Jane led the way there after their brief repast. "Yes, I hope you won't be frozen. Mr. Jones swears that the chimney in the blue parlour isn't safe, so until I can fetch the mason over from Strawbridge—" "Oh, I see." Stramer drew up to the blaze in the great fireplace. "We're very well off here, though heating this room is going to be ruinous. Meanwhile, I note that Mr. Jones still rules." Lady Jane gave a slight laugh. "Tell me," Stramer continued, as she bent over the mixing of the Turkish coffee, "what is there about him? I'm getting curious." Lady Jane laughed again and heard the embarrassment in her laugh. "So am I." "Why, you don't mean to say you haven't seen him yet?" No, he's still too ill. What's the matter with him? What's the doctor say? They won't see the doctor. But look here. If things take a worse turn, I don't know, but mightn't you be held to be negligent? What can I do? Mrs. Clem says he has a doctor who treats him by correspondence. I don't see that I can interfere. Isn't there someone beside Mrs. Clem whom you can consult? She considered, certainly, as yet, she had not made much effort to get into relations with her neighbours. I expected the vicar to call, but I've inquired there's no vicar any longer at Thudney Blazes. A curate comes from Strawbridge every other Sunday, and the one who comes now is new. Nobody about the place seems to know him. But I thought the chapel here was in use. It looked so when you showed it to us the other day. I thought so too. It used to be the parish church of Link Linnet and Lower Link, but it seems that was years ago. The parishioners objected to coming so far, and there weren't enough of them. Mrs. Clem says that nearly everybody has died off or left. It's the same at Thudney Blazes. Stramer glanced about the great room with its circle of warmth and light by the hearth, and the sullen shadows huddled at its farther end, as if hungrily listening. With this emptiness at the centre, life was bound to cease gradually on the outskirts. Lady Jane followed his glance. Yes, it's all wrong. I must try to wake the place up. Why not open it to the public? Have a visitors' day? She thought a moment. In itself, the suggestion was distasteful. She could imagine few things that would bore her more. Yet to do so might be a duty, a first step toward re-establishing relations between the lifeless house and its neighbourhood. Secretly, she felt that even the coming and going of indifferent unknown people would help to take the chill from these rooms, to brush from their walls the dust of too heavy memories. "Who's that?" asked Stramer. Lady Jane started in spite of herself and glanced over her shoulder, but he was only looking past her at a portrait, which a dart of flame from the hearth had momentarily called from its obscurity. "That's Lady Thudney." She got up and went toward the picture with a lamp. "Might be an Opie, don't you think? It's a strange face under the smirk of the period." Stramer took the lamp and held it up. The portrait was that of a young woman in a short-waisted muslin gown caught beneath the breast by a cameo. Between clusters of beribboned curls, a long fair oval looked out dumbly, inexpressively, in a stare of frozen beauty. "It's as if the house had been too empty even then," Lady Jane murmured. "I wonder which she was. Oh, I know. It must be also his wife." Stramer stared. "It's the only name on a monument, the wife of Peregrine Vincent Theobald, who perished of the plague at Aleppo in 1828. Perhaps she was very fond of him, and this was painted when she was an inconsolable widow. They didn't dress like that as late as 1828. Stramer, holding the lamp closer, deciphered the inscription on the board of the lady's India scarf. Juliana, Viscountess Thudney, 1818. She must have been inconsolable before his death, then. Lady Jane smiled. Let's hope she grew less so after it. Stramer passed the lamp across the canvas. Do you see where she was painted? In the blue parlour. Look, the old panelling, and she's leaning on the citron wood desk. They evidently used the room in winter then. The lamp paused on the background of the picture, a window framing snow-laden paths and hedges in icy perspective. Curious, Stramer said, and rather melancholy, to be painted against that wintry desolation. I wish you could find out more about her. Have you dipped into your archives? No, Mr. Jones. They won't allow that either. Yes, but he's lost the key of the muniment room. Mrs. Clem has been trying to get a locksmith. Surely the neighbourhood could still produce one. There was one at Thudney Blazes, but he died the week before I came. Of course. Of course? Well, in Mrs. Clem's hands, keys get lost, chimneys smoke, locksmiths die. Stramer stood, light in hand, looking down the shadowy length of the salon. I say, let's go and see what's happening now in the blue parlour. Lady Jane laughed. A laugh seemed easy with another voice nearby to echo it. Let's. She followed him out of the salon, across the hall in which a single candle burned on a far-off table, and past the staircase, yawning like a black funnel above them. In the doorway of the blue parlour, Stramer paused. Now then, Mr. Jones. It was stupid, but Lady Jane's heart gave a jerk. She hoped the challenge would not evoke the shadowy figure she had half seen that other day. Lord, it's cold. Stramer stood looking about him. Those ashes are still on the hearth. Well, it's all very queer. He crossed over to the citron wood desk. There's where she sat for her picture. And in this very armchair, look. Oh, don't, Lady Jane exclaimed. The words slipped out unawares. Don't what? Try those drawers, she wanted to reply, for his hand was stretched towards the desk. I'm frozen. I think I'm starting a cold. Do come away, she grumbled, backing toward the door. Stramer lighted her out without comment. As the lamplight slid along the walls, Lady Jane fancied that the needlework curtain over at the farther door stirred, as it had that other day, but it may have been the wind rising outside. The salon seemed like home when they got back to it. There is no Mr. Jones. Stramer proclaimed it triumphantly when they met the next morning. Lady Jane had motored off early to Strawbridge in quest of a mason and a locksmith. The quest had taken longer than she had expected, for everybody in Strawbridge was busy on jobs nearer by and unaccustomed to the idea of going to Bells, with which the town seemed to have had no communication within living memory. The younger workmen didn't even know where the place was, and the best Lady Jane could do was to coax a locksmith's apprentice to come with her, on the understanding that he would be driven back to the nearest station as soon as his job was over. As for the mason, he had merely taken note of her request, and promised half-heartedly to send someone when he could. Rather off our beat, though. She returned, discouraged and somewhat weary, as Stramer was coming downstairs after his morning's work. No Mr. Jones, she echoed. Not a trace. I've been trying the old Glams experiment, situating his room by its window. Luckily, the house is smaller. Lady Jane smiled. Is that what you call locking yourself up with your work? I can't work, that's the trouble. Not till this is settled. Bells is a fidgety place. Yes, she agreed. Well, I wasn't going to be beaten, so I went to try to find the head gardener. But there isn't. No, Mrs. Clem told me. The head gardener died last year. That woman positively glows with life whenever she announces a death. Have you noticed? Yes, Lady Jane had. Well, I said to myself that if there wasn't a head gardener, there must be an underling, at least one. I'd seen somebody in the distance raking leaves, and I ran him down. Of course, he'd never seen Mr. Jones. You mean that poor old half-blind Jacob? He couldn't see anybody. Perhaps not. At any rate, he told me that Mr. Jones wouldn't let the leaves be buried for leaf mould, and I forget why. Mr. Jones' authority extends even to the gardens. Yet you say he doesn't exist. Wait, Jacob's half-blind, but he's been here for years and knows more about this place than you'd think. I got him talking about the house, and I pointed to one window after another, and he told me each time whose the room was or had been, but he couldn't situate Mr. Jones. I beg your ladyship's pardon. Mrs. Clem was on the threshold, cheeks shining, skirt rustling, her eyes like drills. The locksmith your ladyship brought back, I understand it was for the lock of the muniment room. Well, he's lost one of his tools and can't do anything without it, so he's gone. The butcher's boy gave him a lift back. Lady Jane caught Stramer's faint chuckle. She stood and stared at Mrs. Clem, and Mrs. Clem stared back, deferential but unflinching. Gone? Very well. I'll motor after him. Oh, my lady, it's too late. The butcher's boy had his motorcycle. Besides, what could he do? Break the lock, exclaimed Lady Jane, exasperated. Oh, my lady! Mrs. Clem's intonation marked the most respectful incredulity. She waited another moment and then withdrew, while Lady Jane and Stramer considered each other. But this is absurd, Lady Jane declared when they had lunched, waited on as usual by the flustered Georgiana. I'll break in that door myself if I have to. Be careful, please, Georgiana, she added. I was speaking of doors, not dishes. For Georgiana had let fall with a crash the dish she was removing from the table. She gathered up the pieces in her tremulous fingers and vanished. Jane and Stramer returned to the salon. Queer, the novelist commented. Yes, Lady Jane, facing the door, started slightly. Mrs. Clem was there again, but this time subdued. Bathed in that odd pallor which enclosed but seemed unable to penetrate the solid crimson of her cheeks. I beg pardon, my lady. The key is found. Her hand, as she held it out, trembled like Georgiana's. It's not here, Stramer announced a couple of hours later. What isn't? Lady Jane queried, looking up from a heap of disordered papers. Her eyes blinked at him through the fog of yellow dust raised by her manipulations. The clue. I've got all the 1800 to 1840 papers, and there's a gap. She moved over to the table above which he was bending. A gap, a big one. Nothing between 1815 and 1835. No mention of Peregrine or of Juliana. They looked at each other across the tossed papers, and suddenly Stramer exclaimed, "Someone has been here before us, just lately." Lady Jane stared incredulous, and then followed the direction of his downward pointing hand. "Do you wear flat heelless shoes?" he questioned. "And of what size?" "Even my feet are too small to fit into those footprints. Luckily, there wasn't time to sweep the floor." Lady Jane felt a slight chill, a chill of a different and more inward quality than the shock of stuffy coldness which had met them as they entered the unaired attic set apart for the storing of the Thudney archives. But how absurd! Of course, when Mrs. Clem found we were coming up, she came or sent someone to open the shutters. That's not Mrs. Clem's foot, or the other woman's. She must have sent a man, an old man with shaky, uncertain step. Look how it wanders. "Mr. Jones, then," said Lady Jane half impatiently. Mr. Jones. And he got what he wanted and put it where? "Ah, that. I'm freezing, you know. Let's give this up for the present." She rose, and Stramer followed her without protest. The muniment room was really untenable. "I must catalogue all this stuff someday, I suppose," Lady Jane continued as they went down the stairs. "But meanwhile, what do you say to a good tramp to get the dust out of our lungs?" He agreed, and turned back to his room to get some letters he wanted to post at Thudney Blazes. Lady Jane went down alone. It was a fine afternoon, and the sun, which had made the dust clouds of the muniment room so dazzling, sent a long shaft through the west window of the blue parlour and across the floor of the hall. Certainly, Georgiana kept the oak floors remarkably well, considering how much else she had to do. It was Lady Jane stopped, as if an unseen hand had jerked her violently back. On the smooth parquet before her, she had caught the trace of dusty footprints, the prints of broad-soled heelless shoes, making for the blue parlour and crossing its threshold. She stood still with the same inward shiver that she had felt upstairs. Then, avoiding the footprints, she too stole very softly toward the blue parlour, pushed the door wider, and saw, in the long dazzle of autumn light, as if translucid, edged with the glitter, an old man at the desk. "Mr. Jones!" A step came up behind her, Mrs. Clem with the postbag. "You called, my lady?" Yes." When she turned back to the desk, there was no one there. She faced about on the housekeeper. "Who was that?" "Where, my lady?" Lady Jane, without answering, moved toward the needlework curtain, in which she had detected the same faint tremor as before. "Where does that door go to? Behind the curtain?" "Nowhere, my lady. I mean, there is no door." Mrs. Clem had followed. Her step sounded quick and assured. She lifted up the curtain with a firm hand. Behind it was a rectangle of roughly plastered wall, where an opening had visibly been bricked up. "When was that done?" "The wall built up?" "I couldn't say. I've never known it otherwise," replied the housekeeper. The two women stood for an instant measuring each other with level eyes. Then the housekeeper's was slowly lowered, and she let the curtain fall from her hand. "There are a great many things in old houses that nobody knows about," she said. "There shall be as few as possible in mine," said Lady Jane. "My lady," the housekeeper stepped quickly in front of her. "My lady, what are you doing?" she gasped. Lady Jane had turned back to the desk at which she had just seen, or fancied she had just seen, the bending figure of Mr. Jones. "I'm going to look through these drawers," she said. The housekeeper still stood in pale immobility between her and the desk. "No, my lady, no, you won't do that." "Because," Mrs. Clem crumpled up her black silk apron with a despairing gesture, "because if you will have it, that's where Mr. Jones keeps his private papers. I know he'd oughtn't to." "Ah, then it was Mr. Jones I saw here." The housekeeper's arms sank to her sides and her mouth hung open on an unspoken word. "You saw him?" The question came out in a confused whisper, and before Lady Jane could answer, Mrs. Clem's arms rose again, stretched before her face, as if to fend off a blaze of intolerable light, or some forbidden sight she had long since disciplined herself not to see. Thus screening her eyes, she hurried across the hall to the door of the servants' wing. Lady Jane stood for a moment looking after her. Then, with a slightly shaking hand, she opened the desk and hurriedly took from it all the papers, a small bundle that it contained. With them, she passed back into the salon. As she entered it, her eye was caught by the portrait of the melancholy lady in the short-waisted gown, whom she and Stramer had christened also his wife. The lady's eyes, usually so empty of all awareness, save her own frozen beauty, seemed suddenly waking to an anguished participation in the scene. "Fudge," muttered Lady Jane, shaking off the spectral suggestion as she turned to meet Stramer on the threshold. The missing papers were all there. Stramer and she spread them out hurriedly on the table and at once proceeded to gloat over their find. Not a particularly important one indeed in the long history of the Links and Crofts. It took up hardly more space than the little handful of documents did, in actual bulk, among the stacks of the muniment room. But the fact that these papers filled a gap in the chronicles of the house and situated the sad-faced beauty as veritably the wife of the Peregrine Vincent Theobald Link, who had perished of the plague at Aleppo in 1828, this was a discovery sufficiently exciting to whet amateur appetites and to put out of Lady Jane's mind the strange incident which had attended the opening of the cabinet. For a while she and Stramer sat silently and methodically going through their respective piles of correspondence. But presently, Lady Jane, after glancing over one of the yellowing pages, uttered a startled exclamation. "How strange! Mr. Jones again, always Mr. Jones." Stramer looked up from the papers he was sorting. "You too? I've got a lot of letters here addressed to a Mr. Jones by Peregrine Vincent, who seems to have been always disporting himself abroad and chronically in want of money. Gambling debts, apparently. Oh, and women. A dirty record altogether. Yes, my letter's not written to a Mr. Jones, but it's about one. Listen." Lady Jane began to read. Bells, February 20th, 1826. It's from poor also his wife to her husband. "My dear Lord, acknowledging as I ever do the burdens of the sad impediment which denies me the happiness of being more frequently in your company, I yet fail to conceive how anything in my state obliges that close seclusion in which Mr. Jones persists, and by your express orders, so he declares, in confining me. Surely, my lord, had you found it possible to spend more time with me since the day of our marriage, you would yourself have seen it to be unnecessary to put this restraint. Alas, that my unhappy infirmity denies me the happiness to speak with you, or to hear the accents of the voice I should love above all others, could it but reach me. But, my dear husband, I would have you consider that my mind is in no way affected by this obstacle, but goes out to you, as my heart does, in a perpetual eagerness of attention, and that to sit in this great house alone day after day, month after month, deprived of your company, and debarred also from any intercourse but that of the servants you have chosen to put about me, is a fate more cruel than I deserve, and more painful than I can bear. I have entreated Mr. Jones, since he seems all-powerful with you, to represent this to you, and to transmit this my last request. For should I fail, I am resolved to make no other, that you should consent to my making the acquaintance of a few more of your friends and neighbours, among whom I cannot but think there must be some kind hearts that would take pity on my unhappy situation and afford me such companionship as would give me more courage to bear your continual absence." Lady Jane folded up the letter. Deaf and dumb, our poor creature. That explains the look. And this explains the marriage, Stramer continued, unfolding a stiff parchment document. Daughter of Obadiah Portalo, Esquire, Herflew Castle, Carmarthenshire, and Bombay House, Twickenham, East India merchant, senior member of the banking house of Portalo and Prest, and so on, and the figures run up into hundreds of thousands. It's rather ghastly putting the two things together. All the millions, and imprisonment in the Blue Parlour. I suppose her Viscount had to have the money, and was ashamed to have it known how he had got it. Lady Jane shivered. Think of it. Day after day, winter after winter, year after year, speechless, soundless, alone, under Mr. Jones' guardianship. Let me see, what year were they married? In 1817. And only a year later that portrait was painted, and she had the frozen look already. Stramer mused. Yes, it's grim enough. But the strangest figure in the whole case is still Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, yes, her keeper, Lady Jane mused. I suppose he must have been this one's ancestor. The office seems to have been hereditary at Bell's. Well, I don't know. Stramer's voice was so odd that Lady Jane looked up at him with a stare of surprise. What if it were the same one? Suggested Stramer with a queer smile. The same? Lady Jane laughed. You're not good at figures, are you? If poor Lady Thudney's Mr. Jones were alive now, he'd be... I didn't say ours was alive now, said Stramer. Oh, why? What? She faltered. But Stramer didn't answer. His eyes had been arrested by the precipitate opening of the door behind his hostess and the entry of Georgiana, a livid, dishevelled Georgiana, more than usually bereft of her faculties, and gasping out something inarticulate. Oh, my lady, it's my aunt. She won't answer me, Georgiana stammered in a voice of terror. Lady Jane uttered an impatient exclamation. Answer you? Why? What do you want her to answer? Only whether she's alive, my lady, said Georgiana with streaming eyes. Lady Jane continued to look at her severely. Alive? Why on earth shouldn't she be? She might as well be dead by the way she just lies there. Your aunt dead? I saw her alive enough in the blue parlour half an hour ago, Lady Jane returned. She was growing rather blasé with regard to Georgiana's panics, but suddenly she felt that this to be of a different nature from any of the others. Where is it your aunt's lying? In her own bedroom, on her bed, the other wailed. I won't say why. Lady Jane got to her feet, pushing aside the heaped-up papers and hastening to the door with Stramer in her wake. As they went up the stairs, she realised that she had seen the housekeeper's bedroom only once, on the day of her first obligatory round of inspection, when she had taken possession of Bell's. She didn't even remember very clearly where it was, but followed Georgiana down the passage and through a door which communicated, rather surprisingly, with a narrow-walled-in staircase that was unfamiliar to her. At its top, she and Stramer found themselves on a small landing, upon which two doors opened. Lady Jane noticed that these rooms, with their special staircase leading down to what had always been called his lordship's suite, must obviously have been occupied by his lordship's confidential servants. In one of them, presumably, had been lodged the original Mr. Jones, the Mr. Jones of the yellow letters, the letters purloined by Lady Jane. As she crossed the threshold, Lady Jane remembered the housekeeper's attempt to prevent her touching the contents of the desk. Mrs. Clem's room, like herself, was neat, glossy, and extremely cold. Only Mrs. Clem herself was no longer like Mrs. Clem. The red apple glaze had barely faded from her cheeks, and not a lock was disarranged in the unnatural lustre of her false front. Even her cap ribbons hung symmetrically along either cheek. But death had happened to her, and made her into someone else. At first glance, it was impossible to say if the unspeakable horror in her wide-open eyes were only the reflection of that change, or of the agent by whom it had come. Lady Jane, shuddering, paused a moment, while Stramer went up to the bed. Her hands warm still, but no pulse. He glanced about the room. A glass anywhere? The cowering Georgiana took a hand-glass from the neat chest of drawers, and Stramer held it over the housekeeper's drawn-back lip. She's dead, he pronounced. Oh, poor thing. But how? Lady Jane drew near, and was kneeling down, taking the inanimate hand in hers, when Stramer touched her on the arm, and then silently raised a finger of warning. Georgina was crouching in the farther corner of the room, her face buried in her lifted arms. Look here, Stramer whispered. He pointed to Mrs. Clem's throat, and Lady Jane, bending over, distinctly saw a circle of red marks on it, the marks of recent bruises. She looked again into the awful eyes. She's been strangled, Stramer whispered. Lady Jane, with a shiver of fear, drew down the housekeeper's lids. Georgiana, her face hidden, was still sobbing convulsively in the corner. There seemed, in the air of the cold, orderly room, something that forbade wonderment and silenced conjecture. Lady Jane and Stramer stood and looked at each other without speaking. At length, Stramer crossed over to Georgiana and touched her on the shoulder. She appeared unaware of the touch, and he grasped her shoulder and shook it. Where's Mr. Jones? He asked. The girl looked up, her face blurred and distorted with weeping, her eyes dilated as if with a vision of some latent terror. Oh, sir, she's not really dead, is she? Stramer repeated his question in a loud, authoritative tone, and slowly she echoed it in a scarce-heard whisper. Mr. Jones? Get up, my girl, and send him here to us at once, or tell us where we might find him. Georgiana, moved by the old habit of obedience, struggled to her feet and stood unsteadily, her heaving shoulders braced against the wall. Stramer asked her sharply if she hadn't heard what he had said. Oh, poor thing, she's so upset, Lady Jane intervened compassionately. Tell me, Georgiana, where shall we find Mr. Jones? The girl turned to her with eyes as fixed as the dead woman's. "You won't find him anywhere," she slowly said. "Why not?" "Because he's not here." "Not here? Where is he then?" Stramer broke in. Georgiana did not seem to notice the interruption. She continued to stare at Lady Jane with Mrs. Clem's awful eyes. "He's in his grave in the churchyard. These years and years he is. Long before I was ever born. My aunt hadn't ever seen him herself, not since she was a tiny child. That's the terror of it. That's why she always had to do what he told her, because you couldn't ever answer him back." Her horrified gaze turned from Lady Jane to the stony face and fast-glazing pupils of the dead woman. "You hadn't ought to have meddled with these papers, my lady. That's what he's punished her for. When it came to those papers, he wouldn't ever listen to human reason, he wouldn't." Then, flinging her arms above her head, Georgiana straightened herself to her full height before falling in a swoon at Stramer's feet.
The House of the Dead Hand by Edith Wharton. Published August 1904 in Atlantic Monthly. 1. Above all, the letter ended, don't leave Siena without seeing Dr. Lombard's Leonardo. Lombard is a queer old Englishman, a mystic or a madman, if the two are not synonymous, and a devout student of the Italian Renaissance. He's lived for years in Italy, exploring its remotest corners, and has lately picked up an undoubted Leonardo, which came to light in a farmhouse near Bergamo. It is believed to be one of the missing pictures mentioned by Vasari and is, at any rate, according to the most competent authorities, a genuine and almost untouched example of the best period. Lombard's a queer stick and jealous of showing his treasures, but we struck up a friendship when I was working on the Sodomas in Siena 3 years ago, and if you give him the enclosed line, you may get a peep at the Leonardo. Probably not more than a peep, though, for I hear he refuses to have it reproduced. I want badly to use it in my monograph on the Windsor drawings, so please see what you can do for me. And if you can't persuade him to let you take a photograph or make a sketch, at least jot down a detailed description of the picture and get from him all the facts you can. I hear that the French and Italian governments have offered him a large advance on his purchase, but that he refuses to sell at any price, though he certainly can't afford such luxuries. In fact, I don't see where he got enough money to buy the picture. He lives in the Via Papa Giulio. Wyant sat at the table d'hôte of his hotel rereading his friend's letter over a late luncheon. He had been 5 days in Siena without having found time to call on Dr. Lombard. Not from any indifference to the opportunity presented, but because it was his first visit to the strange red city, and he was still under the spell of its more conspicuous wonders. The brick palaces flinging out their wrought iron torch holders with the gesture of arrogant suzerainty, the great council chamber emblazoned with civic allegories, the pageant of Pope Julius on the library walls, the Sodomas smiling balefully through the dusk of mouldering chapels. And it was only when his first hunger was appeased that he remembered that one course in the banquet was still untasted. He put the letter in his pocket and turned to leave the room, with a nod to its only other occupant, an olive-skinned young man with lustrous eyes and a low collar, who sat on the other side of the table, perusing the Fanfula di Domenica. This gentleman, his daily vis-a-vis, returned the nod with a Latin eloquence of gesture, and Wyant passed on to the antechamber, where he paused to light a cigarette. He was just restoring the case to his pocket when he heard a hurried step behind him, and the lustrous-eyed young man advanced through the glass doors of the dining-room. "Pardon me, sir," he said in measured English, and with an intonation of exquisite politeness, "you have let this letter fall." Wyant, recognizing his friend's note of introduction to Dr. Lombard, took it with a word of thanks, and was about to turn away when he perceived that the eyes of his fellow diner remained fixed on him, with a gaze of melancholy interrogation. "Again, pardon me," the young man at length ventured, "but are you by chance the friend of the illustrious Dr. Lombard?" "No," returned Wyant, with the instinctive Anglo-Saxon distrust of foreign advances. Then, fearing to appear rude, he said with a guarded politeness, Perhaps, by the way, you could tell me the number of his house. I see it is not given here." The young man brightened perceptibly. "The number of the house is 13, but anyone can indicate it to you. It is well known in Siena. It is called," he continued after a moment, "the House of the Dead Hand." Wyant stared. "What a queer name," he said. "The name comes from an antique hand of marble which for many 100 years has been above the door." Wyant was turning away with a gesture of thanks when the other added, "If you would have the kindness to ring twice." To ring twice?" "At the doctor's," the young man smiled. "It is the custom." It was a dazzling March afternoon, with a shower of sun from the mid-blue and a marshalling of slaty clouds behind the umber-coloured hills. For nearly an hour Wyant loitered on a lizza, watching the shadows race across the naked landscape and the thunder blacken in the west. Then he decided to set out for the House of the Dead Hand. The map in his guidebook showed him that the Via Papa Giulio was one of the streets which radiate from the piazza, and thither he bent his course, pausing at every other step to fill his eye with some fresh image of weather-beaten beauty. The clouds had rolled upward, obscuring the sunshine, and hanging like a funereal baldachin above the projecting cornices of Dr. Lombard's street. And Wyant walked for some distance in the shade of the beetling palace fronts, before his eye fell on a doorway surmounted by a sallow marble hand. He stood for a moment staring up at the strange emblem. The hand was a woman's, a dead, drooping hand, which hung there convulsed and helpless, as though it had been thrust forth in denunciation of some evil mystery within the house, and had sunk, struggling, into death. A girl who was drawing water from the well in the court said that the English doctor lived on the first floor, and Wyant, passing through a glazed door, mounted the damp degrees of a vaulted stairway with the plaster Aesculapius mouldering in a niche on the landing. Facing the Aesculapius was another door, and as Wyant put his hand on the bell rope, he remembered his unknown friend's injunction, and rang twice. His ring was answered by a peasant woman with a low forehead and small, close-set eyes, who, after a prolonged scrutiny of himself, his card, and his letter of introduction, left him standing in a high, cold antechamber floored with brick. He heard her wooden pattens click down an interminable corridor, and after some delay she returned and told him to follow her. They passed through a long saloon, bare as the antechamber, but loftily vaulted and frescoed with a 17th century triumph of Scipio or Alexander, martial figures following Wyant with the filmed melancholy gaze of shades in limbo. At the end of this apartment he was admitted to a smaller room, with the same atmosphere of mortal cold, but showing more obvious signs of occupancy. The walls were covered with tapestry which had faded to the grey-brown tints of decaying vegetation, so that the young man felt as though he were entering a sunless autumn wood. Against these hangings stood a few tall cabinets on heavy gilt feet, and at a table in the window 3 persons were seated: an elderly lady who was warming her hands over a brazier, a girl bent above a strip of needlework, and an old man. As the latter advanced toward Wyant, the young man was conscious of staring with unseemly intentness at his small round-backed figure, dressed with shabby disorder and surmounted by a wonderful head, lean, vulpine, eagle-beaked as that of some art-loving despot of the Renaissance. A head combining the venerable hair and large prominent eyes of the humanist with the greedy profile of the adventurer. Wyant, in musing on the Italian portrait medals of the 15th century, had often fancied that only in that period of fierce individualism could type so paradoxical have been produced. Yet the subtle craftsman who committed them to the bronze had never drawn a face more strangely stamped with contradictory passions than that of Dr. Lombard. "I'm glad to see you," he said to Wyant, extending a hand which seemed a mere framework held together by knotted veins. "We lead a quiet life here and receive few visitors. But any friend of Professor Clyde's is welcome." Then, with a gesture which included the two women, he added dryly, "My wife and daughter often talk of Professor Clyde." "Oh, yes, he used to make me such a nice toast. They don't understand toast in Italy," said Mrs. Lombard in a high, plaintive voice. It would have been difficult from Dr. Lombard's manner and appearance to guess his nationality, but his wife was so inconsciently and ineradicably English that even the silhouette of her cap seemed a protest against continental laxities. She was a stout, fair woman, with pale cheeks netted with red lines. A brooch with a miniature portrait sustained a bogwood watch chain upon her bosom, and at her elbow lay a heap of knitting and an old copy of The Queen. The young girl, who had remained standing, was a slim replica of her mother, with an apple-cheeked face and opaque blue eyes. Her small head was prodigally laden with braids of dull, fair hair, and she might have had a kind of transient prettiness, but for the sullen droop of her round mouth. It was hard to say whether her expression implied ill temper or apathy, but Wyant was struck by the contrast between the fierce vitality of the doctor's age and the inanimateness of his daughter's youth. Seating himself in the chair which his host advanced, the young man tried to open the conversation by addressing to Mrs. Lombard some random remark on the beauties of Siena. The lady murmured a resigned assent, and Dr. Lombard interposed with a smile. "My dear sir, my wife considers Siena a most salubrious spot, and is favourably impressed by the cheapness of the marketing, but she deplores the total absence of muffins and cannel coat, and cannot resign herself to the Italian method of dusting furniture." "But they don't, you know, they don't dust it," Mrs. Lombard protested, without showing any resentment of her husband's manner. "Precisely, they don't dust it. Since we have lived in Siena, we have not once seen the cobwebs removed from the battlements of the Mangia. Can you conceive of such housekeeping? My wife has never yet dared to write it home to her aunts in Bonechurch." Mrs. Lombard accepted in silence this remarkable statement of her views, and her husband, with a malicious smile at Wyant's embarrassment, planted himself suddenly before the young man. "And now," said he, "do you want to see my Leonardo?" "Do I?" cried Wyant on his feet in a flash. The doctor chuckled. "Ah," he said, with a kind of crooning deliberation, "that's the way they all behave. That's what they all come for." He turned to his daughter with another variation of mockery in his smile. "Don't fancy it's for your beau year, my dear, or for the mature charms of Mrs. Lombard," he added, glaring suddenly at his wife, who had taken up her knitting and was softly murmuring over the number of her stitches. Neither lady appeared to notice his pleasantries, and he continued, addressing himself to Wyant, they all come, but many are called, and few are chosen." His voice sank to solemnity. "While I live," he said, "no unworthy eye shall desecrate that picture, but I will not do my friend Clyde the injustice to suppose that he would send an unworthy representative. He tells me he wishes a description of the picture for his book, and you shall describe it to him, if you can." Wyant hesitated, not knowing whether it was a propitious moment to put in his appeal for a photograph. "Well, sir," he said, "you know Clyde wants me to take away all I can of it." Dr. Lombard eyed him sardonically. "You're welcome to take away all you can carry," he replied, adding, as he turned to his daughter, "that is, if he has your permission, Sibylla." The girl rose without a word, and laying aside her work, took a key from the secret drawer in one of the cabinets, while the doctor continued in the same note of grim jocularity, "For you must know that the picture is not mine. It is my daughter's." He followed with evident amusement the surprised glance which Wyant turned on the young girl's impassive figure. "Sibylla," he pursued, "is a votary of the arts. She has inherited her fond father's passion for the unattainable. Luckily, however, she also recently inherited a tidy legacy from her grandmother, and having seen the Leonardo, on which its discoverer had placed a price far beyond my reach, she took a step which deserves to go down in history. She invested her whole inheritance in the purchase of the picture." thus enabling me to spend my closing years in communion with one of the world's masterpieces. My dear sir, could Antigone do more? The object of this strange eulogy had meanwhile drawn aside one of the tapestry hangings and fitted her key into a concealed door. "Come," said Dr. Lombard, "let us go before the light fails us." Wyant glanced at Mrs. Lombard, who continued to knit impassively. "No, no," said his host, "my wife will not come with us. You might not suspect it from her conversation, but my wife has no feeling for art, Italian art, that is, for no one is fonder of our early Victorian school." "Frith's railway station, you know," said Mrs. Lombard, smiling. "I like an animated picture." Miss Lombard, who had unlocked the door, held back the tapestry to let her father and Wyant pass out. Then she followed them down a narrow stone passage with another door at its end. This door was iron-barred, and Wyant noticed that it had a complicated patent lock. The girl fitted another key into the lock, and Dr. Lombard led the way into a small room. The dark panelling of this apartment was irradiated by streams of yellow light slanting through the disbanded thunderclouds, and in the central brightness hung a picture concealed by a curtain of faded velvet. "Little too bright, Sibylla," said Dr. Lombard. His face had grown solemn, and his mouth twitched nervously as his daughter drew a linen drapery across the upper part of the window. That'll do, that'll do." He turned impressively to Wyant. "Do you see the pomegranate bud in this rug? Place yourself there. Keep your left foot on it, please. And now, Sibylla, draw the cord." Miss Lombard advanced and placed her hand on a cord hidden behind the velvet curtain. "Ah," said the doctor, "one moment. I should like you, while looking at the picture, to have in mind a few lines of verse. Sibylla?" Without the slightest change of countenance, and with a promptness which proved her to be prepared for the request, Miss Lombard began to recite in a full, round voice like her mother's, St. Bernard's invocation to the Virgin in the 33rd canto of the Paradise. "Thank you, my dear," said her father, drawing a deep breath as she ended. "That unapproachable combination of vowel sounds prepares one better than anything I know for the contemplation of the picture." As he spoke, the folds of velvet slowly parted, and the Leonardo appeared in its frame of tarnished gold. From the nature of Miss Lombard's recitation, Wyant had expected a sacred subject, and his surprise was therefore great as the composition was gradually revealed by the widening division of the curtain. In the background, a steel-coloured river wound through a pale, calcareous landscape, while to the left, on a lonely peak, a crucified Christ hung livid against indigo clouds. The central figure of the foreground, however, was that of a woman, seated in an antique chair of marble with bas-reliefs of dancing maenads. Her feet rested on a meadow sprinkled with minute wild flowers, and her attitude of smiling majesty recalled that of Dossodossis' Circe. She wore a red robe flowing in closely fluted lines from under a fancifully embroidered cloak. Above her high forehead, the crinkled golden hair flowed sideways beneath a veil. One hand drooped on the arm of her chair, the other held up an inverted human skull, into which a young Dionysus, smooth, brown, and sidelong as the St. John of the Louvre, poured a stream of wine from a high-poised flagon. At the lady's feet lay the symbols of art and luxury, a flute and a roll of music, a platter heaped with grapes and roses, the torso of a Greek statue, and a bowl overflowing with coins and jewels. Behind her, on the chalky hilltop, hung the crucified Christ. A scroll in the corner of the foreground bore the legend Lux Mundi. Wyant, emerging from the first plunge of wonder, turned inquiringly towards his companions. Neither had moved. Miss Lombard stood with her hand on the cord, her lids lowered, her mouth drooping. The doctor, his strange, Thoth-like profile turned towards his guest, was still lost in rapt contemplation of his treasure. Wyant addressed the young girl. "You are fortunate," he said, "to be the possessor of anything so perfect. It is considered very beautiful, she said coldly. Beautiful, beautiful, the doctor burst out. Ah, the poor, worn-out, overworked word. There are no adjectives in the language fresh enough to describe such pristine brilliancy. All their brightness has been worn off by misuse. Think of the things that have been called beautiful, and then look at that. It is worthy of a new vocabulary, Wyant agreed. Yes, Dr. Lombard continued. My daughter is indeed fortunate. She has chosen what Catholics call the higher life, the counsel of perfection. What other private person enjoys the same opportunity of understanding the Master? Who else lives under the same roof with an untouched masterpiece of Leonardo's? Think of the happiness of being always under the influence of such a creation, of living into it, of partaking of it in daily and hourly communion. This room is a chapel. The sight of that picture is a sacrament. What an atmosphere for a young life to unfold itself in. My daughter is singularly blessed. Sibylla, point out some of the details to Mr. Wyant. I see that he will appreciate them. The girl turned her dense blue eyes toward Wyant. Then, glancing away from him, she pointed at the canvas. Notice the modelling of the left hand, she began in a monotonous voice. It recalls the hand of the Mona Lisa. The head of the naked genius will remind you of that of the St. John of the Louvre, but it is more purely pagan and is turned a little less to the right. The embroidery on the cloak is symbolic. You will see that the roots of this plant have burst through the vase. This recalls the famous definition of Hamlet's character in Wilhelm Meister. Here are the mystic rose, the flame, and the serpent, emblem of eternity. Some of the other symbols we have not yet been able to decipher. Wyant watched her curiously. She seemed to be reciting a lesson. And the picture itself, he said. How do you explain that? Lux mundi. What a curious device to connect with such a subject. What can it mean? Miss Lombard dropped her eyes. The answer was evidently not included in her lesson. What indeed? The doctor interposed. What does life mean? As one may define it in 100 different ways, so one may find 100 different meanings in this picture. Its symbolism is as many-faceted as a well-cut diamond. Who, for instance, is that divine lady? Is it she who is the true lux mundi, the light reflected from jewels and young eyes, from polished marble and clear waters and statues of bronze? Or is that the light of the world extinguished on yonder stormy hill? And is this lady the pride of life, feasting blindly on the wine of iniquity, with her back turned toward the light which has shone for her in vain? Something of both these meanings may be traced in the picture, but to me it symbolizes rather the central truth of existence, that all that is raised in incorruption is sown in corruption. Art, beauty, love, religion, that all our wine is drunk out of skulls and poured for us by the mysterious genius of a remote and cruel past. The doctor's face blazed. His bent figure seemed to straighten itself and become taller. Ah, he cried, growing more dithyrambic. How lightly you ask what it means. How confidently you expect an answer. Yet here am I, who have given my life to the study of the Renaissance, who have violated its tomb, laid open its dead body, and traced the course of every muscle, bone, and artery, who have sucked its very soul from the pages of poets and humanists, who have wept and believed with Joachim of Flora, smiled and doubted with Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, who have patiently followed to its source the least inspiration of the masters, and groped in Neolithic caverns and Babylonian ruins for the first unfolding tendrils of the arabesques of Mantegna and Crivelli. And I tell you that I stand abashed and ignorant before the mystery of this picture. It means nothing. It means all things.
It may represent the period which saw its creation. It may represent all ages, past and to come. There are volumes of meaning in the tiniest emblem on the lady's cloak. The blossoms of its border are rooted in the deepest soil of myth and tradition. Don't ask what it means, young man, but bow your head in thankfulness for having seen it. Miss Lombard laid her hand on his arm. Don't excite yourself, father, she said, in the detached tone of a professional nurse. He answered with a despairing gesture. Ah, it's easy for you to talk. You have years and years to spend with it. I am an old man, and every moment counts. It's bad for you, she repeated with gentle obstinacy. The doctor's sacred fury had in fact burnt itself out. He dropped into a seat with dull eyes and slackening lips, and his daughter drew the curtain across the picture. Wyant turned away reluctantly. He felt that his opportunity was slipping from him, yet he dared not refer to Clyde's wish for a photograph. He now understood the meaning of the laugh with which Dr. Lombard had given him leave to carry away all the details he could remember. The picture was so dazzling, so unexpected, so crossed with elusive and contradictory suggestions that the most alert observer, when placed suddenly before it, must lose his coordinating faculty in a sense of confused wonder. Yet how valuable to Clyde the record of such a work would be! In some ways it seemed to be the summing up of the master's thought, the key to his enigmatic philosophy. The doctor had risen and was walking slowly toward the door. His daughter unlocked it, and Wyant followed them back in silence to the room in which they had left Mrs. Lombard. That lady was no longer there, and he could think of no excuse for lingering. He thanked the doctor and turned to Miss Lombard, who stood in the middle of the room as though awaiting further orders. "It's very good of you," he said, "to allow one even a glimpse of such a treasure." She looked at him with her odd directness. You will come again," she said quickly, and turning to her father she added, "You know what Professor Clyde asked. This gentleman cannot give him any account for the picture without seeing it again." Dr. Lombard glanced at her vaguely. He was still like a person in a trance. "Eh?" he said, rousing himself with an effort. "I said, father, that Mr. Wyant must see the picture again, if he is to tell Professor Clyde about it," Miss Lombard repeated with extraordinary precision of tone. Wyant was silent. He had the puzzled sense that his wishes were being divined and gratified for reasons with which he was in no way connected. Well, the doctor muttered. I don't say no. I know what Clyde wants. I don't refuse to help him." He turned to Wyant. "You may come again. You may make notes," he added with a sudden effort. "Jot down what occurs to you. I'm willing to concede that." Wyant again caught the girl's eye, but its emphatic message perplexed him. "You're very good," he said tentatively, "but the fact is, the picture is so mysterious, so full of complicated detail, that I'm afraid no notes I could make would serve Clyde's purpose as well as a photograph, say, if you would allow me." Miss Lombard's brow darkened, and her father raised his head furiously. "A photograph? A photograph, did you say? Good God, man, not 10 people have been allowed to set foot in that room. A photograph!" Wyant saw his mistake, but saw also that he had gone too far to retreat. "I know, sir, from what Clyde has told me, that you object to having any reproduction of the picture published, but he hoped you might let me take a photograph for his personal use, not to be reproduced in his book, but simply to give him something to work by. I should take the photograph myself, and the negative would, of course, be yours. If you wished it, only one impression would be struck off, and that one Clyde could return to you when he had done with it." Dr. Lombard interrupted him with a snarl. "When he had done with it? Just so. I thank thee for that word. When it had been re-photographed, drawn, traced, autotyped, passed about from hand to hand, defiled by every ignorant eye in England, vulgarized by the blundering praise of every art scribbler in Europe. Pah! I'd as soon give you the picture itself. Why don't you ask for that?" "Well, sir," said Wyant calmly, "if you will trust me with it, I'll engage to take it safely to England and back, and to let no eye but Clyde see it while it's out of your keeping."
The doctor received this remarkable proposal in silence. Then he burst into a laugh. "Upon my soul," he said, with sardonic good humour. It was Miss Lombard's turn to look perplexedly at Wyant. His last words and her father's unexpected reply had evidently carried her beyond her depth. "Well, sir, am I to take the picture?" Wyant smilingly pursued. "No, young man, nor a photograph of it, nor a sketch either. Mind that. Nothing that can be reproduced. Sibylla," he cried with sudden passion, "swear to me that the picture shall never be reproduced. No photograph, no sketch now or afterward. Do you hear me?" "Yes, father," said the girl quietly. "The vandals," he muttered, "the desecrators of beauty. If I thought it would ever get into their hands, I'd burn it first, by God." He turned to Wyant, speaking more quietly. "I said you might come back. I never retract what I say. But you must give me your word that none but Clyde shall see the notes you make." Wyant was growing warm. "If you won't trust me with a photograph, I wonder you trust me not to show my notes," he exclaimed. The doctor looked at him with a malicious smile. He said. "Would they be much use to anybody?" Wyant saw that he was losing ground and controlled his impatience. "To Clyde, I hope, at any rate," he answered, holding out his hand. The doctor shook it without a trace of resentment, and Wyant added, "When shall I come, sir?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow morning," cried Miss Lombard, speaking suddenly. She looked fixedly at her father, and he shrugged his shoulders. "The picture's hers," he said to Wyant. In the antechamber, the young man was met by the woman who had admitted him. She handed him his hat and stick, and turned to unbar the door. As the bolt slipped back, he felt a touch on his arm. "You have a letter," she said in a low tone. A letter?" he stared. "What letter?" She shrugged her shoulders and drew back to let him pass. 2. As Wyant emerged from the house, he paused once more to glance up at its scarred brick facade. The marble hand drooped tragically above the entrance. In the waning light, it seemed to have relaxed into the passiveness of despair, and Wyant stood musing on its hidden meaning. But the dead hand was not the only mysterious thing about Dr. Lombard's house. What were the relations between Miss Lombard and her father? Above all, between Miss Lombard and her picture. She did not look like a person capable of a disinterested passion for the arts, and there had been moments when it struck Wyant that she hated the picture. The sky at the end of the street was flooded with turbulent yellow light, and the young man turned his steps towards the church of San Domenico in the hope of catching the lingering brightness on Sodoma St. Catherine. The great bare aisles were almost dark when he entered, and he had to grope his way to the chapel steps. Under the momentary evocation of the sunset, the saint's figure emerged pale and swooning from the dusk, and the warm light gave a sensual tinge to her ecstasy. The flesh seemed to glow and heave, the eyelids to tremble. Wyant stood fascinated by the accidental collaboration of light and colour. Suddenly he noticed that something white had fluttered to the ground at his feet. He stooped and picked up a small, thin sheet of notepaper, folded and sealed like an old-fashioned letter, and bearing the superscription, "To the Count Ottaviano Chelsea." Wyant stared at this mysterious document. Where had it come from? He was distinctly conscious of having seen it fall through the air close to his feet. He glanced up at the dark ceiling of the chapel. Then he turned and looked about the church. There was only one figure in it, that of a man who knelt near the high altar. Suddenly Wyant recalled the question of Dr. Lombard's maidservant. Was this the letter she had asked for? Had he been unconsciously carrying it about with him all the afternoon? Who was the Count Ottaviano Chelsea, and how came Wyant to have been chosen to act as that nobleman's ambulant letterbox? Wyant laid his hat and stick on the chapel steps and began to explore his pockets in the irrational hope of finding there some clue to the mystery. But they held nothing which he had not himself put there, and he was reduced to wondering how the letter, supposing some unknown hand to have bestowed it on him, had happened to fall out while he stood motionless before the picture. At this point he was disturbed by a step on the floor of the aisle, and turning he saw his lustrous-eyed neighbour of the table d'hôte. The young man bowed and waved an apologetic hand. "I do not intrude," he inquired suavely. Without waiting for a reply, he mounted the steps of the chapel, glancing about him with the affable air of an afternoon caller. "I see," he remarked with a smile, "that you know the hour at which our saint should be visited." Wyant agreed that the hour was indeed felicitous. The stranger stood beamingly before the picture. "What grace! What poetry!" he murmured, apostrophizing the St. Catherine, but letting his glance slip rapidly about the chapel as he spoke. Wyant, detecting the manoeuvre, murmured a brief assent. "But it is cold here, mortally cold. You do not find it so?" The intruder put on his hat. "It is permitted at this hour when the church is empty, and you, my dear sir, do you not feel the dampness? You are an artist, are you not? And to artists it is permitted to cover the head when they are engaged in a study of the paintings." He darted suddenly toward the steps and bent over Wyant's hat. "Permit me. Cover yourself," he said, a moment later, holding out the hat with an ingratiating gesture. A light flashed on Wyant. "Perhaps," he said, looking straight at the young man, "you will tell me your name. My own is Wyant." The stranger, surprised but not disconcerted, drew forth a coroneted card, which he offered with a low bow. On the card was engraved, "Il Conte Ottaviano Chelsea." "I'm much obliged to you," said Wyant, "and I may as well tell you that the letter which you apparently expected to find in the lining of my hat is not there, but in my pocket." He drew it out and handed it to his owner, who had grown very pale. "And now," Wyant continued, "you will perhaps be good enough to tell me what all this means." There was no mistaking the effect produced on Count Ottaviano by this request. His lips moved, but he achieved only an ineffectual smile. "I suppose you know," Wyant went on, his anger rising at the sight of the other's discomfiture, "that you have taken an unwarrantable liberty. I don't understand what part I have been made to play, but it's evident that you have made use of me to serve some purpose of your own, and I propose to know the reason why." Count Ottaviano advanced with an imploring gesture. "Sir," he pleaded, "you permit me to speak." "I expect you to," cried Wyant. "But not here," he added, hearing the clank of the verger's keys. "It's growing dark, and we shall be turned out in a few minutes." He walked across the church, and Count Ottaviano followed him out into the deserted square. "Now," said Wyant, pausing on the steps. The Count, who had regained some measure of self-possession, began to speak in a high key, with an accompaniment of conciliatory gesture. "My dear sir, my dear Mr. Wyant, you find me in an abominable position, that, as a man of honor, I immediately confess. I have taken advantage of you, yes. I have counted on your amiability, your chivalry. Too far, perhaps? I confess it. But what could I do? It was to oblige a lady." He laid a hand on his heart. "A lady whom I would die to serve." He went on with increasing volubility, his deliberate English swept away by a torrent of Italian, through which Wyant with some difficulty struggled to a comprehension of the case. Count Ottaviano, according to his own statement, had come to Siena some months previously on business connected with his mother's property, the paternal estate being near Orvieto, of which ancient city his father was syndic. Soon after his arrival in Siena, the young count had met the incomparable daughter of Dr. Lombard, and falling deeply in love with her, had prevailed on his parents to ask her hand in marriage. Dr. Lombard had not opposed his suit, but when the question of settlements arose, it became known that Miss Lombard, who was possessed of a small property in her own right, had, a short time before, invested the whole amount in the purchase of the Bergamo Leonardo. Thereupon, Count Ottaviano's parents had politely suggested that she should sell the picture and thus recover her independence. And this proposal being met by a curt refusal from Dr. Lombard, they had withdrawn their consent to their son's marriage. The young lady's attitude had hitherto been one of passive submission. She was horribly afraid of her father, and would never venture openly to oppose him. But she had made known to Ottaviano her intention of not giving him up, of waiting patiently till events should take a more favourable turn. She seemed hardly aware, the Count said with a sigh, that the means of escape lay in her own hands, that she was of age and had a right to sell the picture and to marry without asking her father's consent.
Meanwhile, her suitor spared no pains to keep himself before her, to remind her that he too was waiting, and would never give her up. Dr. Lombard, who suspected the young man of trying to persuade Sibylla to sell the picture, had forbidden the lovers to meet or to correspond. They were thus driven to clandestine communication, and had several times, the Count ingenuously avowed, made use of the doctor's visitors as a means of exchanging letters. "And you told the visitors to ring twice?" Wyant interposed. The young man extended his hands in a deprecating gesture. Could Mr. Wyant blame him? He was young. He was ardent. He was enamoured. The young lady had done him the supreme honour of avowing her attachment, of pledging her unalterable fidelity, should he suffer his devotion to be outdone. But his purpose in writing to her, he admitted, was not merely to reiterate his fidelity. He was trying by every means in his power to induce her to sell the picture. He had organised a plan of action. Every detail was complete. If she would but have the courage to carry out his instructions, he would answer for the result. His idea was that she should secretly retire to a convent of which his aunt was the Mother Superior, and from that stronghold should transact the sale of the Leonardo. He had a purchaser ready who was willing to pay a large sum, a sum, Count Ottaviano whispered, considerably in excess of the young lady's original inheritance. Once the picture sold, it could, if necessary, be removed by force from Dr. Lombard's house, and his daughter, being safely in the convent, would be spared the painful scenes incidental to the removal. Finally, if Dr. Lombard were vindictive enough to refuse his consent to her marriage, she had only to make a sommation respectueuse, and at the end of the prescribed delay, no power on earth could prevent her becoming the wife of Count Ottaviano. Wyant's anger had fallen at the recital of this simple romance. It was absurd to be angry with a young man who confided his secrets to the first stranger he met in the streets, and placed his hand on his heart whenever he mentioned the name of his betrothed. The easiest way out of the business was to take it all as a joke. Wyant had played the wall to this new Pyramus and Thisbe, and was philosophic enough to laugh at the part he had unwittingly performed. He held out his hand with a smile to Count Ottaviano. "I won't deprive you any longer," he said, "of the pleasure of reading your letter." "Oh, sir, 1,000 thanks. And when you return to the Casa Lombard, you will take a message from me, the letter she expected this afternoon." "The letter she expected?" Wyant paused. "No, thank you. I thought you understood that where I come from, we don't do that kind of thing." Knowingly. "But, sir, to serve a young lady—" "I'm sorry for the young lady, if what you tell me is true." The Count's expressive hands resented the doubt. "But remember that if I am under obligations to anyone in this matter, it is to her father, who has admitted me to his house and has allowed me to see his picture." "His picture? Hers?" "Well, the house is his at all events." "Unhappily, since to her it is a dungeon." "Why doesn't she leave it then?" exclaimed Wyant impatiently. Count clasped his hands. "Ah, how you say that? With what force? With what virility? If you would but say it to her in that tone, you, her countryman. She has no one to advise her. The mother is an idiot. The father is terrible. She is in his power. It is my belief that he would kill her if she resisted him. Mr. Wyant, I tremble for her life while she remains in that house." "Oh, come," said Wyant lightly. "They seem to understand each other well enough. But in any case, you must see that I can't interfere." "At least you would, if you were an Englishman," he added, with an escape of contempt. 3. Wyant's affiliations in Siena being restricted to an acquaintance with his landlady, he was forced to apply to her for the verification of Count Ottaviano's story. The young nobleman had, it appeared, given a perfectly correct account of his situation. His father, Count Chelsea Monirone, was a man of distinguished family and some wealth. He was a syndic of Orvieto, and lived either in that town or on his neighbouring estate of Monirone. His wife owned a large property near Siena, and Count Ottaviano, who was the second son, came there from time to look into its management. The eldest son was in the army, the youngest in the church, and an aunt of Count Ottaviano was Mother Superior of the Visitandine convent in Siena.
At one time, it had been said that Count Ottaviano, who was a most amiable and accomplished young man, was to marry the daughter of the strange Englishman, Dr. Lombard. But difficulties having arisen as to the adjustment of the young lady's dowry, Count Chelsea Monirone had very properly broken off the match. It was sad for the young man, however, who was said to be deeply in love, and to find frequent excuses for coming to Siena to inspect his mother's estate. Viewed in the light of Count Ottaviano's personality, the story had a tinge of opera bouffe. But the next morning, as Wyant mounted the stairs of the House of the Dead Hand, the situation insensibly assumed another aspect. It was impossible to take Dr. Lombard lightly, and there was a suggestion of fatality in the appearance of his gaunt dwelling. Who could tell amid what tragic records of domestic tyranny and fluttering broken purposes the little drama of Miss Lombard's fate was being played out? Might not the accumulated influences of such a house modify the lives within it in a manner unguessed by the inmates of a suburban villa with sanitary plumbing and a telephone? One person at least remained unperturbed by such fanciful problems, and that was Mrs. Lombard, who, at Wyant's entrance, raised a placidly wrinkled brow from her knitting. The morning was mild, and her chair had been wheeled into a bar of sunshine near the window, so that she made a cheerful spot of prose in the poetic gloom of her surroundings. "A nice morning," she said. "It must be delightful weather at Bonchurch." Her dull blue glance wandered across the narrow street with its threatening house fronts, and fluttered back, baffled like a bird with clipped wings. It was evident, poor lady, that she had never seen beyond the opposite houses. Wyant was not sorry to find her alone. Seeing that she was surprised at his reappearance, he said at once, "I've come back to study Miss Lombard's picture." "Oh, the picture." Mrs. Lombard's face expressed a gentle disappointment, which might have been boredom in a person of acuter sensibilities. It's an original Leonardo, you know," she said mechanically. "And Miss Lombard's very proud of it, I suppose. She seems to have inherited her father's love for art." Mrs. Lombard counted her stitches, and he went on, "It's unusual in so young a girl. Such tastes generally develop later." Mrs. Lombard looked up eagerly. "That's what I say. I was quite different at her age, you know. I liked dancing and doing a pretty bit of fancy work. Not that I couldn't sketch too. I had a master down from London. My aunts have some of my crayons hung up in their drawing-room now. I did a view of Kenilworth that was sort pleasing. But I liked a picnic too, or a pretty walk through the woods with young people of my own age. I say it's more natural, Mr. Wyand. One may have a feeling for art and do crayons that are worth framing, and yet not give up on everything else. I was taught that there were other things." Wyand, half ashamed of provoking these innocent confidences, could not resist another question. "And Miss Lombard cares for nothing else?" Her mother looked troubled. "Sybilla's so clever. She says I don't understand. You know how self-confident young people are. My husband never said that of me now. He knows I had an excellent education. My aunts were very particular. I was brought up to have opinions, and my husband has always respected them. He says himself that he wouldn't for the world miss hearing my opinion on any subject. You may have noticed that he often refers to my tastes. He has always respected my preference for living in England. He likes to hear me give my reasons for it. He is so much interested in my ideas that he often says he knows just what I'm going to say before I speak. But Sibylla doesn't care for what I think." At this point, Dr. Lombard entered. He glanced sharply at Wyant. "The servant's a fool. She didn't tell me we're here." His eye turned to his wife. "Well, my dear, what have you been telling Mr. Wyant about the aunts at Bonchurch, I'll be bound?" Mrs. Lombard looked triumphantly at Wyant, and her husband rubbed his hooked fingers with a smile. "Mrs. Lombard's aunts are very superior women. They subscribe to the circulating library and borrow good words and the monthly packet from the curate's wife across the way. They have the rector to tea twice a year and keep a page boy, and are visited by 2 baronets' wives. They devoted themselves to the education of their orphan niece, and I think I may say, without boasting, that Mrs. Lombard's conversation shows marked traces of the advantages she enjoyed. Mrs. Lombard coloured with pleasure. I was telling Mr. Wyatt that my aunts were very particular. Quite so, my dear. And did you mention that they never sleep in anything but linen, and that Miss Sophia puts away the furs and blankets every spring with her own hands? Both those facts are interesting to the student of human nature. Dr. Lombard glanced at his watch. But we are missing an incomparable moment. The light is perfect at this hour. Wyatt rose, and the doctor led him through the tapestried door and down the passageway. The light was, in fact, perfect, and the picture shone with an inner radiancy, as though a lamp burned behind the soft screen of the lady's flesh. Every detail of the foreground detached itself with jewel-like precision. Wyatt noticed a dozen accessories which had escaped him on the previous day. He drew out his notebook, and the doctor, who had dropped his sardonic grin for a look of devout contemplation, pushed a chair forward and seated himself on a carved settle against the wall. Now then, he said, tell Clyde what you can, but the letter killeth. He sank down, his hands hanging on the arm of the settle like the claws of a dead bird, his eyes fixed on Wyatt's notebook with the obvious intention of detecting any attempt at a surreptitious sketch. Wyatt, nettled at this surveillance and disturbed by the speculations which Dr. Lombard's strange household excited, sat motionless for a few minutes, staring first at the picture and then at the blank pages of the notebook. The thought that Dr. Lombard was enjoying his discomfiture at length roused him, and he began to write. He was interrupted by a knock on the iron door. Dr. Lombard rose to unlock it, and his daughter entered. She bowed hurriedly to Wyatt without looking at him. Father, have you forgotten that the man from Monte Amiato was to come back this morning with an answer about the bas-relief? He's here now. He says he can't wait. The devil! Cried her father impatiently. Didn't you tell him? Yes, but he says he can't come back. If you want to see him, you must come now. Then you think there's a chance? She nodded. He turned and looked at Wyatt, who was writing assiduously. You will stay here, Sibylla. I shall be back in a moment. He hurried out, locking the door behind him. Wyatt had looked up, wondering if Miss Lombard would show any surprise at being locked in with him, but it was his turn to be surprised. For hardly had they heard the key withdrawn, when she moved close to him, her small face pale and tumultuous. I arranged it. I must speak to you, she gasped. He'll be back in 5 minutes. Her courage seemed to fail, and she looked at him helplessly. Wyatt had a sense of stepping among explosives. He glanced about him at the dusky vaulted room, at the haunting smile of the strange picture overhead, and at the pink and white girl whispering of conspiracies in a voice meant to exchange platitudes with a curate. How can I help you? He said with a rush of compassion. Oh, if you would. I never have a chance to speak to anyone. It's so difficult. He watches me. He'll be back immediately. Try to tell me what I can do. I don't dare. I feel as if he were behind me. She turned away, fixing her eyes on the picture. A sound startled her. There he comes, and I haven't spoken. It was my only chance, but it bewilders me so to be hurried. I don't hear anyone, said Wyatt, listening. Try to tell me. How can I make you understand? It would take so long to explain. She drew a deep breath, and then, with a plunge, Will you come here again this afternoon, at about 5? She whispered. Come here again? Yes. You can ask to see the picture. Make some excuse. He'll come with you, of course. I'll open the door for you and lock you both in, she gasped. Lock us in? You see, you understand. It's the only way for me to leave the house, if I'm ever to do it. She drew another difficult breath. The key will be returned by a safe person in half an hour, perhaps sooner. She trembled so much that she was obliged to lean against the settle for support. Wyatt looked at her steadily. He was very sorry for her. I can't, Miss Lombard, he said at length. You can't? I'm sorry. I must seem cruel, but consider. He was stopped by the futility of the word. As well ask a hunted rabbit to pause in its dash for a hole. Wyant took her hand. It was cold and nerveless. I will serve you in any way I can, but you must see that this is impossible. Can't I talk to you again, perhaps? Oh, she cried, starting up. There he comes! Dr. Lombard's steps sounded in the passage. Wyant held her fast. Tell me one thing. He won't let you sell the picture. No, hush! Make no pledges for the future, then. Promise me that. The future? In case he should die, your father's an old man. You haven't promised. She shook her head. Don't, then. Remember that. She made no answer, and the key turned in the lock. As he passed out of the house, its scowling cornice and facade of ravaged brick looked down on him with the startlingness of a strange face seen momentarily in a crowd and impressing itself on the brain as part of an inevitable future. Above the doorway, the marble hand reached out like the cry of imprisoned anguish. Wyant turned away impatiently. Rubbish, he said to himself. She isn't walled in. She can get out if she wants to. 4. Wyant had any number of plans for coming to Miss Lombard's aid. He was elaborating the 20th when, on the same afternoon, he stepped into the express train for Florence. By the time the train reached Certaldo, he was convinced that in thus hastening his departure, he had followed the only reasonable course. At Empoli, he began to reflect that the priest and the Levite had probably justified themselves in much the same manner. A month later, after his return to England, he was unexpectedly relieved from these alternatives of extenuation and approval. A paragraph in the morning paper announced the sudden death of Dr. Lombard, the distinguished English dilettante who had long resided in Siena. Wyant's justification was complete. Our blindest impulses become evidence of perspicacity when they fall in with the course of events. Wyant could now comfortably speculate on the particular complications from which his foresight had probably saved him. The climax was unexpectedly dramatic. Miss Lombard on the brink of a step which, whatever its issue, would have burdened her with retrospective compunction, had been set free before her suitor's ardours could have had time to cool, and was now doubtless planning a life of domestic felicity on the proceeds of the Leonardo. One thing, however, struck Wyant as odd. He saw no mention of the sale of the picture. He had scanned the papers for an immediate announcement of its transfer to one of the great museums, but presently concluding that Miss Lombard, out of filial piety, had wished to avoid an appearance of unseemly haste in the disposal of her treasure, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Other affairs happened to engage him. The months slipped by, and gradually the lady and the picture dwelt less vividly in his mind. It was not till 5 or 6 years later, when chance took him again to Siena, the recollections started from some inner fold of memory. He found himself, as it happened, at the head of Dr. Lombard's street, and glancing down that grim thoroughfare caught an oblique glimpse of the doctor's house front, with the dead hand projecting above its threshold. The sight revived his interest, and that evening, over an admirable frittata, he questioned his landlady about Miss Lombard's marriage. The daughter of the English doctor, but she has never married, signore. Never married? What then became of Count Ottaviano? For a long time he waited, but last year he married a noble lady of the Maremma. But what happened? Why was the marriage broken? The landlady enacted a pantomime of baffled interrogation. And Miss Lombard still lives in her father's house? Yes, signore, she is still there. And the Leonardo also is still there. The next day, as Wyant entered the house of the dead hand, he remembered Count Ottaviano's injunction to ring twice, and smiled mournfully to think that so much subtlety had been in vain. But what could have prevented the marriage? If Dr. Lombard's death had been long delayed, time might have acted as a dissolvent, or the young lady's resolve have failed, but it seemed impossible that the white heat of ardour in which Wyant had left the lovers should have cooled in a few short weeks. As he ascended the vaulted stairway, The atmosphere of the place seemed a reply to his conjectures. The same numbing air fell on him, like an emanation from some persistent willpower, a something fierce and imminent, which might reduce to impotence every impulse within its range. Wyant could almost fancy a hand upon his shoulder, guiding him upward with the ironical intent of confronting him with the evidence of its work. And he was presently introduced to the tapestried room where, from their usual seats in the window, Mrs. Lombard and her daughter advanced to welcome him with faint ejaculations of surprise. Both had grown oddly old, but in a dry, smooth way, as fruits might shrivel on a shelf instead of ripening on the tree. Mrs. Lombard was still knitting, and pausing now and then to warm her swollen hands above the brazier, and Miss Lombard, in rising, had laid aside a strip of needlework, which might have been the same on which Wyant had first seen her engaged. Their visitor inquired discreetly how they had fared in the interval, and learned that they had thought of returning to England, but had somehow never done so. "I am sorry not to see my aunts again," Mrs. Lombard said resignedly, "but Sibylla thinks it best that we should not go this year." "Next year, perhaps," murmured Miss Lombard in a voice which seemed to suggest that they had a great waste of time to fill. She had returned to her seat and sat bending over her work. Her hair enveloped her head in the same thick braids, but the rose colour of her cheeks had turned to blotches of dull red, like some pigment which has darkened in drying. "And Professor Clyde, is he well?" Mrs. Lombard asked affably, continuing as her daughter raised a startled eye. "Surely, Sibylla, Mr. Wyant was the gentleman who was sent by Professor Clyde to see the Leonardo." Miss Lombard was silent, but Wyant hastened to assure the elder lady of his friend's well-being. "Ah, perhaps then he will come back some day to Siena," she said, sighing. Wyant declared that it was more than likely, and there ensued a pause, which he presently broke by saying to Miss Lombard, "And you still have the picture?" She raised her eyes and looked at him. "Should you like to see it?" she asked. On his assenting, she rose, and extracting the same key from the same secret drawer, unlocked the door beneath the tapestry. They walked down the passage in silence, and she stood aside with a grave gesture, making Wyant pass before her into the room. Then she crossed over and drew the curtain back from the picture. The light of the early afternoon poured full on it. Its surface appeared to ripple and heave with a fluid splendour. The colours had lost none of their warmth, the outlines none of their pure precision. It seemed to Wyant like some magical flower which had burst suddenly from the mould of darkness and oblivion. He turned to Miss Lombard with a movement of comprehension. "Ah, I understand. You couldn't part with it after all," he cried. "No, I couldn't part with it," she answered. "It's too beautiful, he assented. "Too beautiful," she turned on him with a curious stare. "I have never thought it beautiful, you know." He gave back the stare. "You've never?" She shook her head. "It's not that. I hate it. I've always hated it. But he wouldn't let me. He will never let me now." Wyant was startled by her use of the present tense. Her look surprised him too. There was a strange fixity of resentment in her innocuous eye. Was it possible that she was labouring under some delusion, or did the pronoun not refer to her father? "You mean that Dr. Lombard didn't wish you to part with the picture?" "No, he prevented me." "He will always prevent me." There was another pause. "You promised him then, before his death?" "No, I promised nothing. He died too suddenly to make me." Her voice sank to a whisper. "I was free, perfectly free, or I thought I was till I tried." "Till you tried to disobey him, to sell a picture. Then I found it was impossible. I tried again and again, but he was always in the room with me." She glanced over her shoulder as though she heard a step, and to Wyant too for a moment the room seemed full of a third presence. "And you can't," he faltered, unconsciously dropping his voice to the pitch of hers.
She shook her head, gazing at him mystically. I can't lock him out. I can never lock him out now. I told you I should never have another chance. Wyant felt the chill of her words like a cold breath in his hair. Oh, he groaned, but she cut him off with a grave gesture. It is too late, she said. But you ought to have helped me that day. The Triumph of Night by Edith Wharton, published 1916. 1. It was clear that the sleigh from Waymore had not come, and the shivering young traveller from Boston, who had counted on jumping into it when he left the train at Northridge Junction, found himself standing alone on the open platform, exposed to the full assault of nightfall and winter. The blast that swept him came off New Hampshire snowfields and ice-hung forests. It seemed to have traversed interminable leagues of frozen silence, filling them with the same cold roar and sharpening its edge against the same bitter black and white landscape. Dark, searching, and sword-like, it alternately muffled and harried its victim, like a bullfighter now whirling his cloak and now planting his darts. This analogy brought home to the young man the fact that he himself had no cloak, and that the overcoat in which he faced the relatively temperate air of Boston seemed no thicker than a sheet of paper on the bleak heights of Northridge. George Faxon said to himself that the place was uncommonly well named. It clung to an exposed ledge over the valley from which the train had lifted him, and the wind combed it with teeth of steel that he seemed actually to hear scraping against the wooden sides of the station. Other building there was none. The village lay far down the road, and thither, since the Waymore sleigh had not come, Faxon saw himself under the necessity of plodding through several feet of snow. He understood well enough what had happened. His hostess had forgotten that he was coming. Young as Faxon was, this sad lucidity of soul had been acquired as the result of long experience, and he knew that the visitors who can least afford to hire a carriage are almost always those whom their hosts forget to send it for. Yet to say that Mrs. Culm had forgotten him was too crude a way of putting it. A similar incident led him to think that she had probably told her maid to tell the butler, to telephone the coachman, to tell one of the grooms, if no one else needed him, to drive over to Northridge to fetch the new secretary. But on a night like this, what groom who respected his rights would fail to forget the order? Faxon's obvious course was to struggle through the drifts to the village, and there rout out a sleigh to convey him to Waymore. But what if, on his arrival at Mrs. Culm's, no one remembered to ask him what this devotion to duty had cost? That, again, was one of the contingencies he had expensively learned to look out for, and the perspicacity so acquired told him it would be cheaper to spend the night at the Northridge Inn and advise Mrs. Culm of his presence there by telephone. He had reached this decision and was about to entrust his luggage to a vague man with a lantern when his hopes were raised by the sound of bells. 2 sleighs were just dashing up to the station, and from the foremost there sprang a young man muffled in furs. "Waymore, no, these aren't the Waymore sleighs." The voice was that of the youth who had jumped to the platform, a voice so agreeable, in spite of the words, it fell consolingly on Faxon's ears. At the same moment, the wandering station lantern, casting a transient light on the speaker, showed his features to be in the pleasantest harmony with his voice. He was very fair and very young, hardly in his 20s, Faxon thought, but his face, though full of a morning freshness, was a trifle too thin and fine-drawn, as though a vivid spirit contended in him with a strain of physical weakness. Faxon was perhaps the quicker to notice such delicacies of balance, because his own temperament hung on lightly quivering nerves, which yet, as he believed,
would never quite swing him beyond a normal sensibility. "You expected a sleigh from Waymore," the newcomer continued, standing beside Faxon like a slender column of fur. Mrs. Culm's secretary explained his difficulty, and the other brushed it aside with a contemptuous "Oh, Mrs. Culm," that carried both speakers a long way toward reciprocal understanding. "But then you must be," the youth broke off with a smile of interrogation. "The new secretary, yes, but apparently there are no notes to be answered this evening." Faxon's laugh deepened the sense of solidarity which had so promptly established itself between the two. His friend laughed also. "Mrs. Culm," he explained, "was lunching at my uncle's today, and she said you were due this evening. But 7 hours is a long time for Mrs. Culm to remember anything." "Well," said Faxon philosophically, "I suppose that's one of the reasons why she needs a secretary. And I've always the inn at Northridge," he concluded. "Oh, but you haven't, though. It burned down last week." "The deuce it did," said Faxon, but the humour of the situation struck him before its inconvenience. His life, for years past, had been mainly a succession of resigned adaptations, and he had learned, before dealing practically with his embarrassments, to extract from most of them a small tribute of amusement. "Oh, well, there's sure to be somebody in the place who can put me up. No one you could put up with. Besides, Northridge is 3 miles off, and our place, in the opposite direction, is a little nearer." Through the darkness, Faxon saw his friend sketch a gesture of self-introduction. "My name's Frank Rayner, and I'm staying with my uncle at Overdale. I've driven over to meet 2 friends of his who are due in a few minutes from New York. If you don't mind waiting till they arrive, I'm sure Overdale can do you better than Northridge. We're only down from town for a few days, but the house is always ready for a lot of people." "But your uncle?" Faxon could only object, with the odd sense, through his embarrassment, that it would be magically dispelled by his invisible friend's next words. "Oh, my uncle, you'll see. I answer for him. I dare say you've heard of him? John Lavington?" John Lavington. There was a certain irony in asking if one had heard of John Lavington. Even from a post of observation as obscure as that of Mrs. Culm's secretary, the rumour of John Lavington's money, of his pictures, his politics, his charities, and his hospitality was as difficult to escape as the roar of a cataract in a mountain solitude. It might almost have been said that the one place in which one would not have expected to come upon him was in just such a solitude as now surrounded the speakers, at least in this deepest hour of its desertedness. But it was just like Lavington's brilliant ubiquity to put one in the wrong even there. "Oh, yes, I've heard of your uncle. Then you will come, won't you? We've only 5 minutes to wait," young Rayner urged, in the tone that dispels scruples by ignoring them, and Faxon found himself accepting the invitation as simply as it was offered. The delay in the arrival of the New York train lengthened their 5 minutes to 15, and as they paced the icy platform, Faxon began to see why it had seemed the most natural thing in the world to accede to his new acquaintance's suggestion. It was because Frank Rayner was one of the privileged beings who simplify human intercourse by the atmosphere of confidence and good humour they diffuse. He produced this effect, Faxon noted, by the exercise of no gift but his youth, and of no art but his sincerity, and these qualities were revealed in a smile of such sweetness that Faxon felt, as never before, what nature can achieve when she deigns to match the face with the mind. He learned that the young man was the ward and the only nephew of John Lavington, with whom he had made his home since the death of his mother, the great man's sister. Mr. Lavington, Rayner said, had been a regular brick to him, but then he is to everyone, you know, and the young fellow's situation seemed in fact to be perfectly in keeping with his person. Apparently the only shade that had ever rested on him was cast by the physical weakness which Faxon had already detected. Young Rayner had been threatened with tuberculosis, and the disease was so far advanced that, according to the highest authorities, banishment to Arizona or New Mexico was inevitable. But luckily my uncle didn't pack me off, as most people would have done, without getting another opinion. Whose? Oh, an awfully clever chap, a young doctor with a lot of new ideas, who simply laughed at my being sent away and said I'd do perfectly well in New York if I didn't dine out too much, and if I dashed off occasionally to Northridge for a little fresh air. So it's really my uncle's doing that I'm not in exile, and I feel no end better since the new chap told me I needn't bother. Young Rayner went on to confess that he was extremely fond of dining out, dancing, and similar distractions, and Faxon, listening to him, was inclined to think that the physician who had refused to cut him off altogether from these pleasures was probably a better psychologist than his seniors. All the same, you ought to be careful, you know. The sense of elder brotherly concern that forced the words from Faxon made him, as he spoke, slip his arm through Frank Rayner's. The latter met the movement with a responsive pressure. "Oh, I am. Awfully, awfully. And then my uncle has such an eye on me." "But if your uncle has such an eye on you, what does he say to your swallowing knives out here in this Siberian wild?" Rayner raised his fur collar with a careless gesture. "It's not that does it. The cold's good for me. And it's not the dinners and dances. What is it, then?" Faxon good-humouredly insisted, to which his companion answered with a laugh, "Well, my uncle says it's being bored, and I rather think he's right." His laugh ended in a spasm of coughing and a struggle for breath that made Faxon, still holding his arm, guide him hastily into the shelter of the fireless waiting room. Young Rayner had dropped down on the bench against the wall and pulled off one of his fur gloves to grope for a handkerchief. He tossed aside his cap and drew the handkerchief across his forehead, which was intensely white and beaded with moisture, though his face retained a healthy glow. But Faxon's gaze remained fastened to the hand he had uncovered. It was so long, so colourless, so wasted, so much older than the brow he passed it over. "It's queer, a healthy face, but dying hands," the secretary mused. He somehow wished young Rayner had kept on his glove. The whistle of the express drew the young men to their feet, and the next moment 2 heavily furred gentlemen had descended to the platform and were breasting the rigour of the night. Frank Rayner introduced them as Mr. Grisbin and Mr. Balch, and Faxon, while their luggage was being lifted into the second sleigh, discerned them by the roving lantern gleam to be an elderly grey-headed pair of the average prosperous business cut. They saluted their host's nephew with friendly familiarity, and Mr. Grisbin, who seemed the spokesman of the two, ended his greeting with a genial, "And many, many more of them, dear boy," which suggested to Faxon that their arrival coincided with an anniversary. But he couldn't press the inquiry, for the seat allotted to him was at the coachman's side, while Frank Rayner joined his uncle's guests inside the sleigh. A swift flight behind such horses as one could be sure of John Lavington's having brought them to tall gate-posts, an illuminated lodge, and an avenue on which the snow had been levelled to the smoothness of marble. At the end of the avenue the long house loomed up, its principal bulk dark, but one wing sending out a ray of welcome, and the next moment Faxon was receiving a violent impression of warmth and light, of hothouse plants, hurrying servants, a vast spectacular oak hall like a stage setting, and in its unreal middle distance, a small figure, correctly dressed, conventionally featured, and utterly unlike his rather florid conception of the great John Lavington. The surprise of the contrast remained with him through his hurried dressing in the large, luxurious bedroom to which he had been shown. "I don't see where he comes in," was the only way he could put it. So difficult was it to fit the exuberance of Lavington's public personality into his host's contracted frame and manner. Mr. Lavington
to whom Faxon's case had been rapidly explained by young Rayner, had welcomed him with a sort of dry and stilted cordiality that exactly matched his narrow face, his stiff hand, and the whiff of scent on his evening handkerchief. "Make yourself at home," he had repeated, in a tone that suggested, on his own part, a complete inability to perform the feat he urged on his visitor. "Any friend of Frank's, delighted, and make yourself thoroughly at home." 2. In spite of the balmy temperature and complicated conveniences of Faxon's bedroom, the injunction was not easy to obey. It was wonderful luck to have found a night's shelter under the opulent roof of Overdale, and he tasted the physical satisfaction to the full. But the place, for all its ingenuities of comfort, was oddly cold and unwelcoming. He couldn't have said why, and could only suppose that Mr. Lavington's intense personality, intensely negative but intense all the same, must in some occult way have penetrated every corner of his dwelling. Perhaps, though, it was merely that Faxon himself was tired and hungry, more deeply chilled than he had known till he came in from the cold, and unutterably sick of all strange houses, and of the prospect of perpetually treading other people's stairs. "I hope you're not famished." Rayner's slim figure was in the doorway. "My uncle has a little business to attend to with Mr. Grisbin, and we won't dine for half an hour. Shall I fetch you, or can you find your way down? Come straight to the dining room, the second door on the left of the long gallery." He disappeared, leaving a ray of warmth behind him, and Faxon, relieved, lit a cigarette and sat down by the fire. Looking about with less haste, he was struck by a detail that had escaped him. The room was full of flowers, a mere bachelor's room in the wing of a house opened only for a few days, in the dead middle of a New Hampshire winter. Flowers were everywhere, not in senseless profusion, but placed with the same conscious art that he had remarked in the grouping of the blossoming shrubs in the hall. A vase of arums stood on the writing table, a cluster of strange-hued carnations on the stand at his elbow, and from the bowls of glass and porcelain, clumps of freesia bulbs diffused their melting fragrance. The fact implied acres of glass, but that was the least interesting part of it. The flowers themselves, their quality, selection and arrangement, attested on someone's part, and on whose but John Lavington's, a solicitous and sensitive passion for that particular form of beauty. Well, it simply made the man, as he had appeared to Faxon, all the harder to understand. The half-hour elapsed, and Faxon, rejoicing at the prospect of food, set out to make his way to the dining room. He had not noticed the direction he had followed in going to his room, and was puzzled, when he left it, to find that 2 staircases of apparently equal importance invited him. He chose the one to his right, and reached at its foot a long gallery such as Rayner had described. The gallery was empty. The doors down its length were closed. But Rayner had said the second to the left, and Faxon, after pausing for some chance enlightenment which did not come, laid his hand on the second knob to the left. The room he entered was square, with dusky picture-hung walls. In its centre, about a table lit by veiled lamps, he fancied Mr. Lavington and his guests to be already seated at dinner. Then he perceived that the table was covered not with viands but with papers, and that he had blundered into what seemed to be his host's study. As he paused, Frank Rayner looked up. "Oh, here's Mr. Faxon. Why not ask him?" Mr. Lavington, from the end of the table, reflected his nephew's smile in a glance of impartial benevolence. "Certainly. Come in, Mr. Faxon, if you won't think it's a liberty." Mr. Grisbin, who sat opposite his host, turned his head toward the door. "Of course, Mr. Faxon's an American citizen?" Frank Rayner laughed. "That's all right. Oh, no, not one of your pin-pointed pens, Uncle Jack. Haven't you got a quill somewhere?"
Mr. Balch, who spoke slowly and as if reluctantly, in a muffled voice, of which there seemed to be very little left, raised his hand to say, "One moment, you acknowledge this to be—" "My last will and testament?" Rayner's laugh redoubled. "Well, I won't answer for the last. It's the first, anyway." "It's a mere formula," Mr. Balch explained. "Well, here goes." Rayner dipped his quill in the inkstand his uncle had pushed in his direction and dashed a gallant signature across the document. Faxon, understanding what was expected of him, and conjecturing that the young man was signing his will on the attainment of his majority, had placed himself behind Mr. Grisben, and stood awaiting his turn to affix his name to the instrument. Rayner, having signed, was about to push the paper across the table to Mr. Balch, but the latter, again raising his hand, said in his sad, imprisoned voice, "The seal." "Oh, does there have to be a seal?" Faxon, looking over to Mr. Grisben at John Lavington, saw a faint frown between his impassive eyes. "Really, Frank?" He seemed, Faxon thought, slightly irritated by his nephew's frivolity. "Who's got a seal?" Frank Rayner continued, glancing about the table. "Doesn't seem to be one here." Mr. Grisben interposed. "A wafer will do. Lavington, do you have a wafer?" Mr. Lavington had recovered his serenity. "There must be some in one of the drawers, but I'm ashamed to say I don't know where my secretary keeps these things. He ought to have seen to it that the wafer was sent with the document." "Oh, hang it!" Frank Rayner pushed the paper aside. "It's the hand of God, and I'm as hungry as a wolf. Let's dine first, Uncle Jack." "I think I've a seal upstairs," said Faxon. Mr. Lavington sent him a barely perceptible smile. "So sorry to give you the trouble." "Oh, I say, don't send him after it now. Let's wait till after dinner." Mr. Lavington continued to smile on his guest, and the latter, as if under the faint coercion of the smile, turned from the room and ran upstairs. Having taken the seal from his writing case, he came down again and once more opened the door of the study. No one was speaking when he entered. They were evidently awaiting his return with the mute impatience of hunger, and he put the seal in Rayner's reach and stood watching while Mr. Grisben struck a match and held it to one of the candles flanking the inkstand. As the wax descended on the paper, Faxon remarked again the strange emaciation, the premature physical weariness of the hand that held it. He wondered if Mr. Lavington had ever noticed his nephew's hand, and if it were not poignantly visible to him now. With this thought in his mind, Faxon raised his eyes to look at Mr. Lavington. The great man's gaze rested on Frank Rayner with an expression of untroubled benevolence, and at the same instant Faxon's attention was attracted by the presence in the room of another person who must have joined the group while he was upstairs searching for the seal. The newcomer was a man of about Mr. Lavington's age and figure, who stood just behind his chair, and who, at the moment when Faxon first saw him, was gazing at young Rayner with an equal intensity of attention. The likeness between the two men, perhaps increased by the fact that the hooded lamps on the table left the figure behind the chair in shadow, struck Faxon the more because of the contrast in their expression. John Lavington, during his nephew's clumsy attempt to drop the wax and apply the seal, continued to fasten on him a look of half-amused affection, while the man behind the chair, so oddly reduplicating the lines of his features and figure, turned on the boy a face of pale hostility. The impression was so startling that Faxon forgot what was going on about him. He was just dimly aware of young Rayner's exclaiming, "Your turn, Mr. Grisben," and of Mr. Grisben's protesting, "No, Mr. Faxon first," and of the pens being thereupon transferred to his own hand. He received it with a deadly sense of being unable to move, or even to understand what was expected of him, till he became conscious of Mr. Grisben's paternally pointing out the precise spot on which he was to leave his autograph.
The effort to fix his attention and steady his hand prolonged the process of signing, and when he stood up, a strange weight of fatigue on all his limbs, the figure behind Mr. Lavington's chair was gone. Faxon felt an immediate sense of relief. It was puzzling that the man's exit should have been so rapid and noiseless, but the door behind Mr. Lavington was screened by a tapestry hanging, and Faxon concluded that the unknown looker-on had merely had to raise it to pass out. At any rate, he was gone, and with his withdrawal, the strange weight was lifted. Young Rayner was lighting a cigarette, Mr. Balch inscribing his name at the foot of the document. Mr. Lavington, his eyes no longer on his nephew, examining a strange white-winged orchid in the vase at his elbow. Everything suddenly seemed to have grown natural and simple again, and Faxon found himself responding with a smile to the affable gesture with which his host declared, "And now, Mr. Faxon, we'll dine." 3. I wondered how I blundered into the wrong room just now. I thought you told me to take the second door on the left, Faxon said to Frank Rayner as they followed the older men down the gallery. So I did, but I probably forgot to tell you which staircase to take. Coming from your bedroom, I ought to have said the fourth door to the right. It's a puzzling house, because my uncle keeps adding to it from year to year. He built this room last summer for his modern pictures. Young Rayner, pausing to open another door, touched an electric button which sent a circle of light about the walls of a long room hung with canvases of the French Impressionist school. Faxon advanced, attracted by a shimmering Monet, but Rayner laid a hand on his arm. "He bought that last week, but come along, I'll show you all this after dinner. Or he will, rather. He loves it." "Does he really love things?" Rayner stared, clearly perplexed at the question. "Rather. Flowers and pictures especially. Haven't you noticed the flowers? I suppose you think his manner's cold. It seems so at first, but he's really awfully keen about things." Faxon looked quickly at the speaker. "Has your uncle a brother?" "Brother? No, never had. He and my mother were the only ones. Or any relation who looks like him, or who might be mistaken for him?" "Not that I ever heard of." "Does he remind you of someone?" "Yes." "That's queer. We'll ask him if he's got a double. Come on." But another picture had arrested Faxon, and some minutes elapsed before he and his young host reached the dining room. It was a large room with the same conventionally handsome furniture and delicately grouped flowers, and Faxon's first glance showed him that only 3 men were seated about the dining table. The man who had stood behind Mr. Lavington's chair was not present, and no seat awaited him. When the young men entered, Mr. Grisbin was speaking, and his host, who faced the door, sat looking down at his untouched soup plate and turning the spoon about in his small dry hand. "It's pretty late to call them rumours. They were devilish close to facts when we left town this morning," Mr. Grisbin was saying, with an unexpected incisiveness of tone. Mr. Lavington laid down his spoon and smiled interrogatively. "Oh, facts. What are facts? Just the way a thing happens to look at a given minute." "You haven't heard anything from town," Mr. Grisbin persisted. "Not a syllable. So you see, Balch, a little more of that petite marmite. Mr. Faxon, between Frank and Mr. Grisbin, please." The dinner progressed through a series of complicated courses, ceremoniously dispensed by a prelatical butler attended by 3 tall footmen, and it was evident that Mr. Lavington took a certain satisfaction at the pageant. That, Faxon reflected, was probably the joint in his armour, that and the flowers. He had changed the subject, not abruptly, but firmly, when the young men entered, but Faxon perceived that it still possessed the thoughts of the 2 elderly visitors, and Mr. Balch presently observed in a voice that seemed to come from the last survivor down a mine shaft, "If it does come, it will be the biggest crash since '93. Mr. Lavington looked bored but polite. "Wall Street can stand crashes better than it could then. It's got a robuster constitution.
Yes, but speaking of constitution, Mr. Grisbin intervened. Frank, are you taking care of yourself? A flush rose to young Rayner's cheeks. Why, of course, isn't that what I'm here for? You're here about 3 days in the month, aren't you? And the rest of the time it's crowded restaurants and hot ballrooms in town. I thought you were to be shipped off to New Mexico. Oh, I've got a new man who says that's rot. Well, you don't look as if your new man were right, said Mr. Grisbin bluntly. Faxon saw the lad's colour fade, and the rings of shadow deepen under his gay eyes. At the same moment his uncle turned to him with a renewed intensity of attention. There was such solicitude in Mr. Lavington's gaze that it seemed almost to fling a shield between his nephew and Mr. Grisbin's tactless scrutiny. We think Frank's a good deal better, he began. This new doctor... The butler, coming up, bent to whisper a word in his ear, and the communication caused a sudden change in Mr. Lavington's expression. His face was naturally so colourless that it seemed not so much to pale as to fade, to dwindle and recede into something blurred and blotted out. He half rose, sat down again, and sent a rigid smile about the table. Will you excuse me? The telephone. Peters, go on with the dinner. With small, precise steps, he walked out of the door which one of the footmen had thrown open. A momentary silence fell on the group. Then Mr. Grisbin once more addressed himself to Rayner. You ought to have gone, my boy. You ought to have gone. The anxious look returned to the youth's eyes. My uncle doesn't think so, really. You're not a baby to be always governed by your uncle's opinion. You came of age today, didn't you? Your uncle spoils you. That's what's the matter. The thrust evidently went home, for Rayner laughed and looked down with a slight accession of colour. But the doctor, use your common sense, Frank. You had to try 20 doctors to find one to tell you what you wanted to be told. A look of apprehension overshadowed Rayner's gaiety. Oh, come, I say, what would you do? He stammered. Pack up and jump on the first train. Mr. Grisbin leaned forward and laid his hand kindly on the young man's arm. Look here, my nephew Jim Grisbin is out there ranching on a big scale. He'll take you in and be glad to have you. You say your new doctor thinks it won't do you any good, but he doesn't pretend to say it will do you harm, does he? Well then, give it a trial. It'll take you out of hot theatres and night restaurant anyhow, and all the rest of it, eh, Balch? Go, said Mr. Balch hollowly. Go, at once, he added, as if a closer look at the youth's face had impressed on him the need of backing up his friend. Young Rayner had turned ashy pale. He tried to stiffen his mouth into a smile. Do I look as bad as all that? Mr. Grisbin was helping himself to terrapin. You look like the day after an earthquake, he said. The terrapin had encircled the table and been deliberately enjoyed by Mr. Lavington's 3 visitors. Rayner, Faxon noted, left his plate untouched before the door was thrown open to readmit their host. Mr. Lavington advanced with an air of recovered composure. He seated himself, picked up his napkin and consulted the gold monogrammed menu. No, don't bring back the fillet. Some terrapin, yes. He looked affably about the table. Sorry to have deserted you, but the storm has played the deuce with the wires, and I had to wait a long time before I could get a good connection. It must be blowing up for a blizzard. Uncle Jack, young Rayner broke out, Mr. Grisbin's been lecturing me. Mr. Lavington was helping himself to terrapin. What about? He thinks I ought to have given New Mexico a show. I want him to go straight out to my nephew at Santa Paz and stay there till his next birthday. Mr. Lavington signed to the butler to hand the terrapin to Mr. Grisbin, who, as he took a second helping, addressed himself again to Rayner. Jim's in New York now and going back the day after tomorrow in Oliphant's private car. I'll ask Oliphant to squeeze you in if you'll go. And when you've been out there a week or two, in the saddle all day and sleeping 9 hours a night, I suspect you won't think much of the doctor who prescribed New York. Faxon spoke up, he knew not why. I was out there once. It's a splendid life. I saw a fellow, a really bad case, who'd been simply made over by it. It does sound jolly, Rayner laughed, a sudden eagerness in his tone. His uncle looked at him gently. Perhaps Grisbin's right. It's an opportunity. Faxon glanced up with a start. The figure, dimly perceived in the study, was now more visibly and tangibly planted behind Mr. Lavington's chair. That's right, Frank. You see, your uncle approves, and the trip out there with Oliphant isn't a thing to be missed. So drop a few dozen dinners and be at the Grand Central the day after tomorrow at 5. Mr. Grisbin's pleasant grey eyes sought corroboration of his host, and Faxon, in a cold anguish of suspense, continued to watch him as he turned his glance on Mr. Lavington. One could not look at Lavington without seeing the presence at his back, and it was clear that the next minute some change in Mr. Grisbin's expression must give his watcher a clue. But Mr. Grisbin's expression did not change. The gaze he fixed on his host remained unperturbed, and the clue he gave was the startling one of not seeming to see the other figure. Faxon's first impulse was to look away, to look anywhere else, to resort again to the champagne glass the watchful butler had already brimmed. But some fatal attraction that wore in him with an overwhelming physical resistance held his eyes upon the spot they feared. The figure was still standing, more distinctly, and therefore more resemblingly, at Mr. Lavington's back, and while the latter continued to gaze affectionately at his nephew, his counterpart, as before, fixed young Rayner with eyes of deadly menace. Faxon, with what felt like an actual wrench of the muscles, dragged his own eyes from the sight to scan the other countenances about the table, but not one revealed the least consciousness of what he saw, and a sense of mortal isolation sank upon him. "It's worth considering, certainly," he heard Mr. Lavington continue, and as Rayner's face lit up, the face behind his uncle's chair seemed to gather into its look all the fierce weariness of old, unsatisfied hates. That was the thing that, as the minutes laboured by, Faxon was becoming most conscious of. The watcher behind the chair was no longer merely malevolent. He had grown, suddenly, unutterably tired. His hatred seemed to well up out of the very depths of balked effort and thwarted hopes, and the fact made him more pitiable, and yet more dire. Faxon's look reverted to Mr. Lavington as if to surprise him in a corresponding change. At first, none was visible. His pinched smile was screwed to his blank face like a gaslight to a whitewashed wall. Then the fixity of the smile became ominous. Faxon saw that its wearer was afraid to let it go. It was evident that Mr. Lavington was unutterably tired too, and the discovery sent a colder current through Faxon's veins. Looking down at his untouched plate, he caught the soliciting twinkle of the champagne glass, but the sight of the wine turned him sick. "Well, we'll go into details presently," he heard Mr. Lavington say, still on the question of his nephew's future. "Let's have a cigar first. No, not here, Peters." He turned his smile on Faxon. "When we've had a coffee, I want to show you my pictures." "Oh, by the way, Uncle Jack, Mr. Faxon wants to know if you've got a double." A double?" Mr. Lavington, still smiling, continued to address himself to his guest. "Not that I know of. Have you seen one, Mr. Faxon?" Faxon thought, "My God, if I look up now, they'll both be looking at me." To avoid raising his eyes, he made as though to lift the glass to his lips, but his hand sank inert, and he looked up. Mr. Lavington's glance was politely bent on him, but with a loosening of the strain about his heart, he saw that the figure behind the chair still kept its gaze on Rayner.
Do you think you've seen my double, Mr. Faxon? Would the other face turn if he said yes? Faxon felt a dryness in his throat. No, he answered. Ah, it's possible I've a dozen. I believe I'm extremely usual looking, Mr. Lavington went on conversationally, and still the other face watched Rayner. It was a mistake, a confusion of memory, Faxon heard himself stammer. Mr. Lavington pushed back his chair, and as he did so, Mr. Grisbin suddenly leaned forward. Lavington, what have we been thinking of? We haven't drunk Frank's health. Mr. Lavington reseated himself. My dear boy, Peters, another bottle. He turned to his nephew. After such a sin of omission, I don't presume to propose the toast myself, but Frank knows. Go ahead, Grisbin. The boy shone on his uncle. No, Uncle Jack, Mr. Grisbin won't mind. Nobody but you today. The butler was replenishing the glasses. He filled Mr. Lavington's last, and Mr. Lavington put out his small hand to raise it. As he did so, Faxon looked away. Well then, all the good I've wished you in all the past years, I put it into the prayer that the coming ones may be healthy and happy and many, dear boy. Faxon saw the hands about him reach out for their glasses. Automatically he reached for his. His eyes were still on the table, and he repeated to himself with a trembling vehemence, I won't look up. I won't. His fingers clasped the glass and raised it to the level of his lips. He saw the other hands making the same motion. He heard Mr. Grisbin's genial, hear, hear, and Mr. Batch's hollow echo. He said to himself as the rim of the glass touched his lips, I won't look up, I swear I won't. And he looked. The glass was so full that it required an extraordinary effort to hold it there, brimming and suspended, during the awful interval before he could trust his hand to lower it again, untouched, to the table. It was this merciful preoccupation which saved him, kept him from crying out, from losing his hold, from slipping down into the bottomless blackness that gaped for him. As long as the problem of the glass engaged him, he felt able to keep his seat, manage his muscles, fit unnoticeably into the group. But as the glass touched the table, his last link with safety snapped. He stood up and dashed out of the room. 4. In the gallery, the instinct of self-preservation helped him to turn back and sign to young Rayner not to follow. He stammered out something about a touch of dizziness and joining them presently, and the boy nodded sympathetically and drew back. At the foot of the stairs, Faxon ran against a servant. I should like to telephone to Waymore, he said with dry lips. Sorry, sir, wire's all down. We've been trying for the last hour to get New York again for Mr. Lavington. Faxon shot onto his room, burst into it and bolted the door. The lamplight lay on furniture, flowers, books. In the ashes a log still glimmered. He dropped down on the sofa and hid his face. The room was profoundly silent. The whole house was still. Nothing about him gave a hint of what was going on, darkly and dumbly, in the room he had flown from. And with the covering of his eyes, oblivion and reassurance seemed to fall on him. But they fell for a moment only. Then his lids opened again to the monstrous vision. There it was, stamped on his pupils, a part of him forever, an indelible horror burnt into his body and brain. But why into his? Just his? Why had he alone been chosen to see what he had seen? What business was it of his, in God's name? Any one of the others thus enlightened might have exposed the horror and defeated it, but he, the one weaponless and defenceless spectator, the one whom none of the others would believe or understand if he attempted to reveal what he knew, he alone had been singled out as the victim of this dreadful initiation. Suddenly he sat up, listening. He had heard a step on the stairs. Someone, no doubt, was coming to see how he was, to urge him, if he felt better, to go down and join the smokers. Cautiously he opened his door. Yes, it was young Rayner's step. Faxon looked down the passage, remembered the other stairway, and darted to it. All he wanted was to get out of the house. Not another instant would he breathe its abominable air. What business was it of his, in God's name? He reached the opposite end of the lower gallery, and beyond it saw the hall by which he had entered. It was empty, and on a long table he recognized his coat and cap. He got into his coat, unbolted the door, and plunged into the purifying night. The darkness was deep, and the cold so intense that for an instant it stopped his breathing. Then he perceived that only a thin snow was falling, and resolutely he set his face for flight. The trees along the avenue marked his way as he hastened with long strides over the beaten snow. Gradually, while he walked, the tumult in his brain subsided. The impulse to fly still drove him forward, but he began to feel that he was flying from a terror of his own creating, and that the most urgent reason for escape was the need of hiding his state, of shunning other eyes till he should regain his balance. Mrs. Culm's forgetfulness, to confess it had cost a pang. That was what his rootless life had brought him to. For lack of a personal stake in things, his sensibility was at the mercy of such trifles. Yes, that, and the cold and fatigue, the absence of hope and the haunting sense of starved aptitudes. All these had brought him to the perilous verge over which, once or twice before, his terrified brain had hung. Why else, in the name of any imaginable logic, human or devilish, should he, a stranger, be singled out for this experience? What could it mean to him? How was he related to it? What bearing had it on his case? Unless, indeed, it was just because he was a stranger everywhere, because he had no personal life, no warm screen of private egotisms to shield him from exposure, that he had developed this abnormal sensitiveness to the vicissitudes of others. What pulled him up with a shudder? No, such a fate was too abominable. All that was strong and sound in him rejected it. 1,000 times better regard himself as ill, disorganized, deluded, than as the predestined victim of such warnings. He reached the gates and paused before the darkened lodge. The wind had risen and was sweeping the snow into his face. The cold had him in its grasp again, and he stood, uncertain. Should he put his sanity to the test and go back? He turned and looked down the dark drive to the house. A single ray shone through the trees, evoking a picture of the lights, the flowers, the faces grouped about that fatal room. He turned and plunged out into the road. He remembered that about a mile from Overdale, the coachman had pointed out the road to Northridge, and he began to walk in that direction. Once in the road, he had the gale in his face, and the wet snow on his moustache and eyelashes instantly hardened to ice. The same ice seemed to be driving 1,000,000 blades into his throat and lungs, but he pushed on, the vision of the warm room pursuing him. The snow in the road was deep and uneven. He stumbled across ruts and sank into drifts, and the wind drove against him like a granite cliff. Now and then he stopped, gasping, as if an invisible hand had tightened an iron band about his body. Then he started again, stiffening himself against the stealthy penetration of the cold. The snow continued to descend out of a pall of inscrutable darkness, and once or twice he paused, fearing he had missed the road to Northridge, but seeing no sign of a turn, he ploughed on. At last, feeling sure that he had walked for more than a mile, he halted and looked back. The act of turning brought immediate relief,
First because it put the wind to his back, and then because, far down the road, it showed him the gleam of a lantern. A sleigh was coming, a sleigh that might perhaps give him a lift to the village. Fortified by the hope, he began to walk back toward the light. It came very slowly, with unaccountable zigzags and waverings, and even when he was within a few yards of it, he could catch no sound of sleigh bells. Then it paused and became stationary by the roadside, as though carried by a pedestrian who had stopped, exhausted by the cold. The thought made Faxon hasten on, and a moment later he was stooping over a motionless figure huddled against the snowbank. The lantern had dropped from its bearer's hand, and Faxon, fearfully raising it, threw its light into the face of Frank Rayner. "Rayner, what on earth are you doing here?" The boy smiled back through his pallor. "What are you, I'd like to know?" he retorted, and scrambling to his feet with a clutch on Faxon's arm, he added gaily, "Well, I've run you down." Faxon stood, confounded, his heart sinking. The lad's face was grey. "What madness!" he began. "Yes, it is. What on earth did you do it for?" "I? Do what? Why, I was just taking a walk. I often walk at night." Frank Rayner burst into a laugh. "On such nights? Then you hadn't bolted?" "Bolted? Because I'd done something to offend you. My uncle thought you had." Faxon grasped his arm. "Did your uncle send you after me?" "Well, he gave me an awful rowing for not going up to your room when you said you were ill. And when we found you'd gone, we were frightened, and he was awfully upset. So I said I'd catch you." "You're not ill, are you?" "Ill? No, never better." Faxon picked up the lantern. "Come, let's go back. It was awfully hot in that dining room." "Yes, I hoped it was only that." They trudged on in silence for a few minutes. Then Faxon questioned, "You're not too done up?" Oh no, it's a lot easier walking with the wind behind us. All right, don't talk any more." They pushed on ahead, walking in spite of the light that guided them, more slowly than Faxon had walked alone into the gale. The fact of his companions stumbling against a drift gave Faxon a pretext for saying, "Take hold of my arm," and Rayner, obeying, gasped out, "I'm blown." "So am I. Who wouldn't be?" "What a dance you led me! If it hadn't been for one of the servants happening to see you." "Yes, all right, and now, won't you kindly shut up?" Rayner laughed and hung on him. "Oh, the cold doesn't hurt me." For the first few minutes after Rayner had overtaken him, anxiety for the lad had been Faxon's only thought, but as each labouring step carried them nearer to the spot he had been fleeing, the reasons for his flight grew more ominous and more insistent. No, he was not ill. He was not distraught and deluded. He was the instrument singled out to warn and save, and here he was, irresistibly driven, dragging the victim back to his doom. The intensity of the conviction had almost checked his steps, but what could he do or say? At all costs he must get Rayner out of the cold, into the house and into his bed. After that he would act. The snowfall was thickening, and as they reached a stretch of the road between open fields, the wind took them at an angle, lashing their faces with barbed thongs. Rayner stopped to take breath, and Faxon felt the heavier pressure of his arm. "When we get to the lodge, can't we telephone to the stable for a sleigh?" "If they're not all asleep at the lodge." "Oh, I'll manage. Don't talk," Faxon ordered, and they plodded on. At length the lantern ray showed ruts that curved away from the road under tree darkness. Faxon's spirits rose. "There's the gate. We'll be there in 5 minutes." As he spoke, he caught above the boundary hedge the gleam of a light at the farther end of the dark avenue. It was the same light that had shone on the scene of which every detail was burnt into his brain, and he felt again its overpowering reality. No, he couldn't let the boy go back. They were at the lodge at last, and Faxon was hammering on the door. He said to himself, "I'll get him inside first and make them give him a hot drink, then I'll find an argument." There was no answer to his knocking, and after an interval Rayner said, "Look here, we'd better go on." "No, I can, perfectly. You shan't go to the house, I say." Faxon redoubled his blows, and at length steps sounded on the stairs. Rayner was leaning against the lintel, and as the door opened, the light from the hall flashed on his pale face and fixed eyes. Faxon caught him by the arm and drew him in. "It was cold out there," he sighed, and then abruptly, as if invisible shears at a single stroke had cut every muscle in his body, he swerved, drooped on Faxon's arms, and seemed to sink into nothing at his feet. The lodge-keeper and Faxon bent over him and somehow, between them, lifted him into the kitchen and laid him on a sofa by the stove. The lodge-keeper, stammering, "I'll ring up the house," dashed out of the room, but Faxon heard the words without heeding them. Omens mattered nothing now beside this woe fulfilled. He knelt down to undo the fur collar about Rayner's throat, and as he did so he felt a warm moisture on his hands. He held them up, and they were red. 5. The palms threaded their endless line along the yellow river. The little steamer lay at the wharf, and George Faxon, sitting in the veranda of the wooden hotel, idly watched the coolies carrying the freight across the gangplank. He had been looking at such scenes for 2 months. Nearly 5 had elapsed since he had descended from the train at Northridge and strained his eyes for the sleigh that was to take him to Waymore, which he was never to behold. Part of the interval, the first part, was still a great grey blur. Even now he could not be quite sure how he had got back to Boston, reached the house of a cousin, and been thence transferred to a quiet room looking out on snow under bare trees. He looked out for a long time at the same scene, and finally one day a man he had known at Harvard came to see him and invited him to go out on a business trip to the Malay Peninsula. "You've had a bad shake-up, and it'll do you no end of good to get away from things." When the doctor came the next day, it turned out that he knew of the plan and approved it. "You ought to be quiet for a year, just loaf and look at the landscape," he advised. Faxon felt the first stirrings of curiosity. "What's been the matter with me, anyway?" "Well, overwork, I suppose. You must have been bottling up for a bad breakdown before you started for New Hampshire last December, and the shock of that poor boy's death did the rest." Ah, yes, Rayner had died, he remembered. He started for the east, and gradually, by imperceptible degrees, life crept back into his weary bones and leaden brain. His friend was patient and considerate, and they travelled slowly and talked little. At first, Faxon had felt a great shrinking from whatever touched on familiar things. He seldom looked at a newspaper, and he never opened a letter without a contraction of the heart. It was not that he had any special cause for apprehension, but merely that a great trail of darkness lay on everything. He had looked too deep down into the abyss. But little by little health and energy returned to him, and with them the common promptings of curiosity. He was beginning to wonder how the world was going, and when presently the hotel keeper told him there were no letters for him in the steamer's mailbag, he felt a distinct sense of disappointment. His friend had gone into the jungle on a long excursion, and he was lonely, unoccupied, and wholesomely bored. He got up and strolled into the stuffy reading room. There he found a game of dominoes, a mutilated picture puzzle, some copies of Zion's Herald, and a pile of New York and London newspapers. He began to glance through the papers, and was disappointed to find that they were less recent than he had hoped. Evidently the last numbers had been carried off by luckier travellers. He continued to turn them over, picking out the American ones first. These, as it happened, were the oldest. They dated back to December and January.
To Faxon, however, they had all the flavour of novelty, since they covered the precise period during which he had virtually ceased to exist. It had never before occurred to him to wonder what had happened in the world during that interval of obliteration, but now he felt a sudden desire to know. To prolong the pleasure, he began by sorting the papers chronologically, and as he found and spread out the earliest number, the date at the top of the page entered into his consciousness like a key slipping into a lock. It was the 17th of December, the date of the day after his arrival at Northridge. He glanced at the first page and read in blazing characters, "Reported failure of Opal Cement Company. Lavington's name involved. Gigantic exposure of corruption shakes Wall Street to its foundations." He read on, and when he had finished the first paper, he turned to the next. There was a gap of 3 days, but the Opal Cement investigation still held the centre of the stage. From its complex revelations of greed and ruin, his eyes wandered to the death notices, and he read, "Rayner, suddenly at Northridge, New Hampshire. Francis John, only son of the late." His eyes clouded, and he dropped the newspaper and sat for a long time with his face in his hands. When he looked up again, he noticed that his gesture had pushed the other papers from the table and scattered them at his feet. The uppermost lay spread out before him, and heavily his eyes began their search again. "John Lavington comes forward with plan for reconstructing company, offers to put in 10 millions of his own, the proposal under consideration by the district attorney." 10 millions. 10 millions of his own. But if John Lavington was ruined... Faxon stood up with a cry. That was it then. That was what the warning meant. And if he had not fled from it, dashed wildly away from it into the night, he might have broken the spell of iniquity. The powers of darkness might not have prevailed. He caught up the pile of newspapers and began to glance through each in turn for the headline, "Wills admitted to probate." In the last of all he found the paragraph he sought, and it stared up at him as if with Rayner's dying eyes. That was what he had done. The powers of pity had singled him out to warn and save, and he had closed his ears to their call, and washed his hands of it, and fled. Washed his hands of it. That was the word. It caught him back to the dreadful moment in the lodge when, raising himself up from Rayner's side, he had looked at his hands and seen that they were red.